Flynn, Episode 1, Overdue Account.
Hi. The name's Flynn. Michael Flynn. Age 30. Red hair. A little too tall. Too thin. And too obvious to be a private investigator, but that's what I am. Maybe not as sharply focused as I should be. Not like a lawyer. Yeah, my parents wanted a hotshot lawyer in the family. But I wanted to do everything at once. University, part-time job, daredevil escapades, and booze. And the old reliable booze. It took a couple of gut-wrenching shocks to make me realize I had to simplify my life, get out of the fast lane. Yeah, take things as they come. That's how I wound up working part-time for old Sam Greene and driving him to the airport that night.
You don't know this girl like I do, Flynn. All I told her on the phone was I'd passed a kidney stone. No big deal. Before I know it, she's on a plane. What's she up to?
Hey, Sam, she cares about you. There's nothing strange about that.
No, we aren't that close, believe me. The last 2 years she lived with me was a Punch and Judy show. Now, when she moved to Toronto, I thought I'd die. God to heaven.
You know, it's surprising what punches people's panic buttons. Now, you take Sam Greene. He's 70 years old. A lawyer for a good part of that. He's always cool under fire. So then he gets word about a visit from his niece, the girl he raised after his brother and sister-in-law died in a car accident. So suddenly, he's paranoid. How do you figure that?
Remember they call her WP. She's into initials. You know. Corporate law went up and she... Right.
Sam, over here. Over here. Uncle Sam.
Oh, Willie. Oh, God, you look wonderful.
Thank you.
Oh.
But I told you not to meet me. You should be resting.
Oh, look, the stone's gone. Now, believe me, I'm 100%. Anyway, I brought Flynn along to handle the luggage. Well, you haven't met, have you? Oh, Willie. This is Flynn.
Hi, Miss... WP, right?
You still have an investigator on the payroll?
Oh, yeah, part-time.
I see. Flynn, 2 black tweed soft sides. Shouldn't tax your investigative skills.
Right. Back in a minute.
Yeah. I'll take your shoulder bag.
Sorry, it's my laptop, computer, and bubble printer. Never leaves my side. Let's go over here where we can sit down.
I was beginning to see what Sam was worried about. The attitude, a control freak. Fresh out of the corporate rat race. Sharp as a razor, used to running things. And what fooled you was this attitude came wrapped in a fancy package. Short brown hair, full lips, pretty blue eyes, and a curvaceous bod that even the blue pinstripe suit couldn't hide. But despite the sex appeal, I had a nagging feeling that Sam was right. This was a lady with a hidden agenda, you know what I mean? So I got lucky with the bags and started back to where they were seated.
Well, of course I'm going to represent Joey Meyer. He's Carl Meyer's grandson. I helped to get Carl his citizenship in 48.
But Sam, Carl Meyer's been dead for 12 years. You have no obligation.
No obligation? Carl was my client. Now, dead or alive, it's what he would have wanted.
So this is how you're winding down the business? New clients and Flynn still on the payroll?
Yeah. Well, it's going to take time.
I see.
Yeah, but I don't need any help.
Now, that's where you're wrong. Your year end's coming up. That means the Law Society's audit is due. I can run your accounts receivable through my computer and bring everything up to date.
That'll take forever.
No, it won't. It's a snap. I straighten out small businesses like yours all the time. And if it takes a few weeks, no problem.
No problem?
Well, I took a leave of absence. Whatever it takes, I'm here for you, Sam.
Sam's niece was as good as her word. In less than a week, she had everything on her computer. All Sam's billings, appointments, notes. Trouble was, she was the only one who could access it.
Still some receipts missing, Flynn. Look through your pockets again.
Oh yeah, my expenses. That was in the computer too.
I have to Get this business tidied up before Sam can walk away from it.
Now, you've got to get an idea of Sam's setup. The law office is on the ground floor of a faded two-story house, the last of its kind, on the south slope overlooking Vancouver's False Creek. Now, Sam's lived upstairs for the past 35 years. He's a few minutes from Erickson's glass-roofed law courts, and still a comfortable distance from downtown gridlock. I mean, worth a fortune in today's market. Something else for WP to file in her handy-dandy computer.
These files are a mess. Nothing updated, nothing thrown out. We'll probably have to hire a proper legal secretary to sort things out. Sarah's a sweet old lady, but she's let things go.
So what can I say? Willie was in charge, and Sam wouldn't do anything about it. So I decided to hang out on the Blarney Boy until the smoke cleared. And I live year-round aboard this old sloop my dad left me. And Dad was a stockbroker, perpetual optimist. He died while I was studying law. Heart attack. As one of the shocks I mentioned earlier. There's a lot of unfinished business, you know how it is. Flynn.
Flynn, we have an emergency. Come now.
What's wrong, Willie?
Please.
Willie? Willie? Her voice was straining for control. She was in real trouble. Now, I don't own a car, and there wasn't time to call a taxi. But I could see Sam's place from the marina. The fastest way up there, under the circumstances, was by bicycle. Mine was on the deck. A 10-speed mountain bike. I prayed the slow leak I'd put off fixing hadn't flattened the front tire. It had. There was a battered red pickup truck parked in front of the steps leading to Sam's office. It looked vaguely familiar. I didn't wait to check it out. With my last bit of strength, I charged up the steps and into the building. Willie, what's wrong?
Him.
I want Sam Greene. Where's the SOB?
Sam has a lot of feisty clients, but Charlie Thomas, a 270-pound native fisherman, probably has the shortest fuse. It was like trying to reason with a grizzly bear. But WP didn't know that. Encouraged by my timely arrival, she decided to put him in his place.
Sam Greene.
Look, this is a law office. You can't just burst in here. Put down that stick.
Stick? It's an axe handle, lady. See?
You broke the lamp.
Where's Sam?
Upstairs. He had a headache.
Okay, let me handle it.
You know this maniac?
What did she call me?
Mechanic. She said mechanic. We're expecting another client. So what's the problem, Charlie?
This.
He handed me an official-looking notice stamped overdue account. Sam's name and address were prominently displayed at the top. I suspected it was a recent offering from WP's little bubble printer. I shot a critical glance in her direction.
What are you people up to? Sam Greene represents me. And I wind up in the slammer. The bank seizes my boat, so the wife takes the kids back up north. I got nothing. Then, as soon as I'm out, another kick in the ass.
No, it's a clerical error, Charlie. I'm tearing it up.
Hey, wait a minute.
Butt out, Willie. This guy put 3 fisheries inspectors in the hospital. I'm sorry for the mix-up, Charlie.
Yeah. Well, you tell Sam to stay out of my way. He loused up my case, and I owe him plenty. And I don't mean money.
Thank God. You could have got Sam killed, you know that? What are you doing?
I'm phoning the police.
The hell you are.
Hey, what's all the shouting?
A crazy man. Charlie something.
Charlie Thomas.
Oh boy, what set him off this time?
This.
We sent him a bill?
I was tidying up the accounts receivable. You have no idea how much people owe you.
Charlie had some pretty interesting ideas about how he might pay you back.
Yeah, I'll bet he did.
Okay, so I made a mistake. I'll cancel the invoice. How about lunch on me? Granville Island Wharf?
Both of us?
Oh, yeah, sure. Both of you.
Sam drove us down to the wharf behind the Granville Island Public Market. He parked his 20-year-old Volvo in one of the covered garages. Willie slipped away for a couple of minutes to find a ladies' room. Sam and I got our trays from the food stand. I ordered the most expensive special on the menu. You know, a little payback. Anyway, we were just crossing the wharf to a free table when Sam bumped into a slight, balding man with a beard.
Sorry. I didn't see you.
Well, it's quite all right. My fault, really.
Hey, wait a minute. Don't I know you from somewhere?
No, I don't believe so. I'm new to your part of the world.
Well, some legal matter, maybe. I'm a lawyer.
I'm afraid not, no.
Well, I'm sorry to bother you.
Oh, no bother, no. Good day.
Could have sworn I met that guy somewhere.
The food was good, but all through lunch, Sam kept coming back to the Englishman he had bumped into. The man was about Sam's age, but judging from his blue blazer and white slacks, he might have been off a visiting yacht. Not quite one of Sam's crowd. More Willie's type. Still, the old man prides himself on his faultless memory. He didn't want to let it go.
A Brit. Voice. Now, where did I know this guy?
The sun was warm. The air was clean and fresh, funneling in off English Bay. Willie took off her jacket. She looked somehow softer, less pushy, more West Coast. Maybe not such a bad type after all.
Flynn? I'd like to see this boat of yours.
It's at the marina. A short walk.
This enough to cover the bill, Uncle Sam?
Oh, yeah. I'll get the car and I'll meet you over there.
Sam gave me a funny look as he left for the parking garage. I guess he was surprised, too. It wasn't like her to show a personal interest in the way I lived.
The Blarney Boy. Named after you, was it?
Oh, my old man. It was his pride and joy.
I've forgotten most of what I knew about boats.
It's a sloop. It sleeps four, in a pinch. If I stow away things like I should. Here, you can sit in the cockpit.
Sam said he tried to convince you to sell the boat so you could finish your law degree.
Yeah, that's right.
But you gave up on the law.
That was a matter of priorities. Sometimes people try so hard to succeed, they forget how to live. I'll get back to it sometime.
I could never do that.
Sounds like I'm goofing off, right?
No. But walking away from a secure income, pretty scary. I guess it's the orphan child in me. Life's too full of unexpected disasters.
Where was this coming from? I'd never seen her like this. Could I have misread her? You can see Sam's place from here. Up there, on the slope. Surrounded by ritzy townhouses.
I see it.
Yeah. It's amazing how he's been able to hang on to that old place. The developers tried everything to buy him out. Or scare him off.
He ever say anything about selling?
Sam? No. He's gonna die in his bed in that place. I'll take odds on it. Must have been an accident. There's a crowd gathering at the parking...
At the parking garage! Oh, my God!
Stand back, people. Let the paramedics do their job.
Is it Sam?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, no. Let me through!
Sorry, lady. You'll have to keep here.
She's with me, Bob. Sam's niece. How bad is he?
Pretty bad, Flynn. Hit and run. He's unconscious.
Any witnesses?
Not so far.
Where are they taking him?
The general. It's closest.
I want to go with him.
We'll take Sam's car.
Okay.
As we walked over to the Volvo, I noticed some tire marks on the concrete floor. They were well away from where Sam was hit. And they weren't skid marks where someone had tried to brake suddenly to avoid hitting someone. These were acceleration marks. Someone had burned rubber in a fast start, and the vehicle had been lined up in the lane where Sam had parked his car. Now I was anxious to get to the hospital and get Sam's story. Why would anyone want to set him up? I had a spare key for Sam's car, but I forgot sometimes that wasn't all it took to get it started.
Hurry up! Hurry up!
It's 20 years old. The starter has a mind of its own.
Come on! Come on, you stupid car!
I drove WP to Vancouver General. We arrived right behind the ambulance and found a couple of chairs outside the emergency ward. Now and then the doors opened as a nurse rushed in or out. We got a quick look at Sam lying there. His face was pale as plaster, except for a scarlet bruise on his forehead. Only the pulsing line of the heart monitor indicated he was alive. All we could do was wait.
He just can't die. Not like this. Why don't they do something?
He's stabilized. That's a good sign.
I'm all his family that's left. We were just beginning to work things out. I've got to get some water.
Sam's only next of kin. Right. That thought had occurred to me, too. And other thoughts that I didn't much like thinking. I got up to look for her, and then I heard voices down the corridor.
How could he survive such a thing? He's an old man. It's impossible.
He's in a coma. It's still touch and go.
Willie was talking to the man Sam bumped into at the wharf. They seemed surprised when they saw me.
Flynn, this is Gavin Fitzgerald.
Oh, yeah?
I was just back to my hotel when I suddenly realized where I'd met Sam at a convention about 10 years ago. I felt so stupid. Well, I guess we both changed a lot.
So you drove back to the wharf on the off chance we'd still be there?
Ah, yes. That's when I heard the bad news. A police detective told me you were all over here at the hospital.
Yeah, I told Mr. Fitzgerald that Sam's still in a coma.
Hit and run, the policeman said. Dreadful.
That's right.
Somebody must have hit him and panicked.
Maybe. Or hit him deliberately.
What?
Maybe somebody wants him dead.
Like who? Oh, wait a minute. Mr. Fitzgerald, when you were driving off the island, did you see anyone in a particular hurry?
Well, a couple of vehicles, but then I'm not used to the traffic. Maybe they just seemed to
A
be.
red pickup truck?
Charlie Thomas?
You heard him threaten Sam.
There was a red truck.
Oh, my God. You see?
It cut me off at the traffic lights where the causeway joins the shore. I didn't see who was driving, I'm afraid.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald. You've given us a lead.
No, I'm staying at the Holiday Inn on Broadway. Perhaps if I call back.
We'll let you know how Sam's doing.
Thank you. I'll be off then.
Well, if it was Charlie Thomas, he's probably staying with his sister on Renfrew.
So we phone the police.
Not until I check out a few things. Come on. Sam's in good hands.
We're going after that madman? Just the two of us? Oh, I don't believe that.
Family members visiting patients.
What was Willie up to? Inside my head, suspicions were bouncing around like bumper cars. Some I didn't want to believe, but like she said herself, next of kin. She'd invited us to the restaurant, disappeared for a moment. Why? To tell Gavin Fitzgerald where Sam had parked the car? Then she wanted to see the boat, left Sam walking to the parking lot by himself, where Gavin Fitzgerald was waiting. When I reached Renfrew Avenue, I pulled into the lane back of the apartment where Charlie stayed, and there he was, washing his battered red pickup. I could feel the hair rise on the back of my neck. This wasn't going to be easy. Hi, Charlie. Talk to you a minute?
No way. I've had it with lawyers.
Were you over on Granville Island earlier today? Lunchtime?
Why would a guy like me be hanging around a yuppie place like that?
Were you?
Get out of my face, lady. What's going on, Flynn?
Hit and run. Sam's in the hospital. We're not sure he'll make it.
A witness saw your truck.
I'll handle it, Willie. Get back in the car.
My God, you're trying to lay a murder rap on me.
No, I'm not. You just have to prove you weren't there.
But I was there. After I went to your office, I checked on a job with one of the boat shops. But I never saw Sam Greene.
Then tell the police.
Get out of my way.
Hey. Put away the knife, Charlie.
I know a setup when I see one. All my life I've got the short end of the stick. But not this time. If the cops want me, they'll have to catch me!
Now we call the police?
I contacted Bob, my detective friend, from a payphone, then we drove back to the hospital and waited. It was a long night. There was something special between Sam and me. Acceptance without conditions, I guess that was at the heart of it. About 8 the next morning, Sam was still unconscious. Willie decided to go over to the house for a change of clothes. I tagged along.
What's wrong?
The door. It's been forced.
Oh, my God.
Well, whoever trashed the place did a thorough job. File cabinets were emptied onto the floor, desk drawers dumped, papers everywhere. Worst of all, Willie's beloved laptop and printer were crushed as flat as recycled tin cans in a blue box. It was a relief in a way, seeing her moan over the remains of her computer. Somehow she didn't seem like a master criminal.
Oh, my computer. Now, why would Charlie come back and do this when he knew the police were after him?
He wouldn't. Whoever did this was looking for something. Something they didn't find.
Well, how do you know?
Well, they were still trying to break the storage closet when something startled them, see? The door splintered, but still closed. And they dropped the crowbar. I never understood why Sam kept the storage closet locked. It was filled with worthless junk. Cartons of defunct files, boring court transcripts, souvenirs he never looked at. Even a pack rat would have chucked 90% of it.
Well, what were they looking for?
I don't know yet. But maybe it has something to do with Sam's hit and run.
Oh, now where's the phone? Where is it? Where's that damn... Hello? Yes, I'm his niece. Oh, that's wonderful. I'll be right there.
Who was it?
The hospital. Uncle Sam's regained consciousness. Come on, I'll drive.
Yeah, hang on. I'll be finished in a minute.
I can't wait. See you later. Oh, he's been moved into a private room, 411.
She hadn't been gone long when I was second-guessing myself. Why in hell waste my time digging through boxes of old files? Sam was the guy with the answers. I was just turning to leave when I caught sight of the gray metal strongbox. It was secured with a small combination lock. I decided to take it with me. I could hang it on the handlebars of my bike. You awake, Sam?
Oh, Flynn.
Yeah. How are you?
Oh, as compared to what? An old man who wasn't run over.
Yeah. You gave us quite a scare. Where's Willie?
Oh, she had a phone call. Oh. Had a private phone, private room. What's all this costing?
She told you about the break-in?
Yeah. What's going on?
Well, maybe it was the guy who hit you. See who it was?
No. Blindsided me. I never saw a thing. Oh, what are you doing with my strongbox?
Could this be what they were after?
No, it's just personal papers. I haven't opened this in years. You see. No family fortune.
What's this?
Title to my house.
Those developers after you to sell again?
No, not lately. Anyway, why steal this? I can get another one from the land titles office. Oh, God, this stuff goes back a long way.
This guy in the army uniform. Is that you?
Yeah, Korean War. I spent a few months with the judge advocate's office, court-martials, marriages, that's it. Hey, wait a minute.
What?
Oh, this newspaper clipping. Now I remember. No, he's changed, balding, beard. Captain Edward Thorpe.
You've lost me, Sam.
Well, this is the man I ran into on the wharf, and the man who just called Willie said he had the lead on the hit and run. Oh my God. Captain Edward Thorpe, Korea. That guy's a murderer.
What?
Now, hurry now. There's no telling what he'll do to her.
I had just one chance in a million to intercept Willie before she left the hospital parking area. I ran down 4 flights of stairs, bolted by a batch of patients smoking just outside the entrance, and took off down the street. As I approached the parking area, I heard the sweetest sound I'd ever heard.
Willie! Come on, Willie, stop! Flynn? Oh, thank goodness. This damn car, it won't start.
Willie! Sam remembers.
Remembers what? Oh, come on, Flynn, I've got an important
Fitzgerald,
meeting.
he's a murderer. I think Sam knew him in Korea.
But he was trying to help me.
Where were you supposed to meet him?
The pub at Bridges. He spotted the pickup he'd seen earlier. The driver went
The
inside.
pub at Bridges?
Yeah.
They don't open till noon.
A trap? Well, what good would it do if he grabbed me? Flynn, why are you looking at me like
How
that?
did he know you were with Sam?
Oh, my God. He saw me go into Sam's room. That's the only way he'd know. Oh, he's here.
And he's after Sam.
Oh, God.
Come on.
Yeah.
We took off out of there like a couple of alley cats with cans tied to our tails. Willie had no trouble keeping up. I was impressed.
Come on, Flynn, you're lagging.
Well, I didn't want to show her up. As we reached Sam's room, the corridor was empty, and the large, heavy door was closed. I pushed it open.
Flynn, he's got Sam.
Thorpe was smothering Sam's face in a pillow. Despite his frantic attempts to fend off his attacker, the old man was fighting a losing battle. I lifted the Englishman off Sam's chest and slam-dunked him hard into a bedside chair.
Sam, you all right?
Yeah, sure, I'm okay.
You're in deep trouble, Thorpe.
No. Let the police take care of it, Flynn. This man is officially dead.
Officially dead?
Yeah. I was prosecutor at Thorpe's court-martial for the murder of a Korean civilian. In the middle of the trial, the Chinese overran Seoul, and in all the confusion, Thorpe was reported killed.
What are the odds? 40 years living in California under an assumed name. And this was my first trip out of the country.
Family members visiting patients should check with the nursing station before proceeding.
A chance encounter with a man who could destroy his world. Captain Thorpe, a.k.a. Gavin Fitzgerald, was right. The odds against were bigger than the lottery. Call it a wild coincidence or just unfinished business. It happened. And once there was a chance of Sam remembering, Gavin felt he had to close the book on the past forever. Luckily, we found out in time to stop him. As for my mistaken suspicions about Willie, well, I'd have to find some way to make it up to her. Then again, maybe I'll just keep the whole thing to myself.
You've just heard Flynn, Part 1, Overdue Account, written by Lyal and Barbara Brown. Featured in the cast were Boyd Norman as Flynn, with Colleen Winton as WP, and Robert Clothier as Sam. Special guests this week were Sam Bob, Peter Howard, Eric Schneider, and Kara Anderson. Music for Flynn is composed by Alan Cranny, and the series script consultant is James W. Nichol. The recording engineers this week were Gene Loverock and Chris Cuttress, with sound effects by Chris Cuttress and Joe Silva. The production assistants were Dagmar Kafanke and Loretta Joyce. Flynn is produced and directed in Vancouver's Studio 3 by Don Kowalchuk. The series' executive producer is Bill Howell. Flynn, Episode 2, Red Dragon.
Come on over here. Here. That's a boys' chance. Come on. Okay. Settle down. All right, now let me explain the rules of the game, okay? Tides and I were playing scrounge football.
Hey, good catch.
He'd been hanging out around the Blarney Boy for 3 days now.
Anywhere off the dock is out of bounds. Oh, no, you don't. You're not faking by me that way. What?
It's a long visit by his standards. Oh, yeah, you wanted to know why I call him Tides. Well, it's simple. He's a free spirit. Comes and goes. Ebbs and flows.
Okay. You win. Here's your dinner. Shh, quiet, boy. Quiet, Tides. I want to hear this.
Come on, Flynn, old buddy. Playing hard to get? I'm breaking a big story tomorrow. I need someone to help me celebrate. What about it? Okay, don't pick up. Hey, anything happens, I whispered it in a seagull's ear.
A seagull's ear? Now, what the hell did that mean? McNair was trying to hook me with another of his kids' guessing games. Jimmy's houseboat was on the other side of Granville Island, just a 10-minute walk away, but I knew celebrating another newspaper expose was just an excuse for a booze-up. Well, his columns don't amount to that much anymore. All sound and fury, but little substance. So I decided to stay and play with the dog. Should have been a better friend. This time he wasn't faking it.
Flynn, you home?
Hi, Sam.
You got company, Flynn.
No, just a telephone message, nothing important.
Well, come on, then.
Oh, okay. Where are we going?
Johnny's restaurant. Oh, Willie's meeting a guy there. A lawyer.
Uh-huh.
Invited her to dinner.
So what are we doing? Spying?
No, I'm hungry, that's all. Yeah.
Come on, let's go get something. Whoever Willie's date was, he had good taste. Johnny's was a first-class seafood house. Lots of windows overlooking a row of houseboats on Falls Creek. Yeah, it was waterfront, but right in the center of the city. Whatever surveillance plan Sam had in mind never got off the ground. Willie spotted us as we slipped in. The next thing we knew, we were invited to dinner.
My name's Kalari. The more the merrier.
How do you do? Sam Greene.
Hi, Uncle.
This is Flynn.
Hi, good to meet you.
Flynn. We're celebrating Martin's new appointment.
Oh, what appointment?
A special crown prosecutor. Attorney General called me in last week.
Martin will be focusing on youth gangs.
The locos, red tigers, a growing problem. It should be an interesting year.
I thought you specialized in immigration cases.
Oh, how'd you know? Did you look me up? No, that was years ago. I've been in corporate law since then. Not so messy. But you're right. Immigration and my interest in languages caught the attention of the higher-ups, I'm told.
You know what it's like when you hate a guy the first time you set eyes on him? Well, it was like that with Willie's new boyfriend, Martin Kalari. Another yuppie lawyer with an ego big enough to stupefy a rhinoceros. I mean, why couldn't Willie see through this guy?
Youth crime is very high profile right now.
So, toss the kids in jail and win a few political brownie points, is that it?
Flynn's got his own ideas about how to deal with juveniles.
Really?
Coaches a kids' team.
Oh, what game?
Football.
Football. Beanpole like you? I wouldn't have guessed.
Oh, yeah? Ask me anything.
Is this really necessary?
What about the Grey Cup?
What year?
1982.
Played in Toronto. Edmonton Eskimos against the Argos.
Oh, right.
Now, you tell me who won.
Toronto Argos.
Wrong. The Eskimos. Took the Argos 34-16.
$50 says you're wrong.
Oh, yeah? You're on. I got that much in one of my pockets here. Oh, and you have a wallet with a hidden zipper compartment. Impressive.
I don't believe this.
I'll hold the money.
I have a friend on the sports desk at the Sun. I'll give him a call.
Nice phone.
Just another electronic toy, according to WP. Hi, Andy. Glad I caught you. Yeah, Martin Kalari. I want to settle a bet. Can you give me the score in the 1982 Grey Cup game? Yeah, 1982. Eskimos 34, Argos 16. Really? Okay, thanks, Andy. Seems you're right, Flynn.
Imagine that.
Here's your money, my boy. Or maybe the winner should pick up the tab for dinner.
Willie shot me a critical glance. It had stupid men's games written all over it. Oh, maybe she was right. But I was enjoying the afterglow of taking this suit to the cleaners. Then all hell broke loose.
Willie, are you all right?
Yeah, I think so. What happened?
An explosion right next door. Look, here's my phone, WP. Call 911. I'm going to check this out.
It took me a moment to grasp what had happened. As the smoke billowed away from the broken windows, I was able to look down the shoreline promenade leading to the line of wooden houseboats. One looked like an upturned box of matchsticks, completely shattered. A massive maelstrom of flame engulfed the chaotic tangle of cedar siding. It was Jimmy McNair's place. Well, no sooner had Martin and I charged out of the restaurant than a red sports car burst out of a parking stall nearby. The driver was Oriental, scared as hell.
Hey, you! Stop! Sorry. I got his plate. RCA 034. I bet he's involved in this.
Yeah, well, forget him. There might be someone in that house.
Right.
Come on!
The situation was hopeless. And nobody could live through this. The blast blew out the side of the kitchen and collapsed the upper floor into the living room. Fire was consuming everything.
Yeah, it looks like the propane storage tank exploded.
Yeah, well, not by accident. I mean, these houseboats are checked regularly. Toughest safety code in the city. Look, let's try the other one.
Hang on, Flynn. The place is too far gone. There's nothing we can do.
Yeah, Kalari was right. A wall of superheated air drove us back from the flaming wreck. Adjoining units were starting to smoke.
Hey, what's this? Must have been blown clear by the explosion.
Kalari retrieved a small, charred black box from the walkway. Judging from the dangling wires, it housed some kind of electronic device. Kalari carefully slipped it into his pocket.
Clear back! Clear back! Let the firemen do their job!
I'm Special Crown Prosecutor Martin Kalari. We found some evidence.
Thank you, sir. The police will see to it.
Thank you.
Get water onto the next houseboat, boys. The whole place could go up.
So you didn't see Jimmy today? Yeah, I'm okay, Ed. Let me know if he shows up or if you hear anything, okay?
No luck, huh?
Some people saw him earlier in the day. Not tonight.
Well, what about the newspaper?
Talked to the city editor. About 5 o'clock, Jimmy phoned. He was onto a breaking story. He wanted to fax them a revised column. They never got it.
Hello. Yeah. Yeah, you did the right thing. Well, of course we'll represent him. We'll be right there.
What's up, Sam?
Well, now, you may want to pass on this one, Flynn.
Why?
That was my old friend Raymond Lee.
Huh?
His nephew was the kid in the red car.
By the time we reached Raymond Lee's townhouse, I was hyperventilating. Now, Sam had given me the lecture on due process, but all I could think of was this Sung Lee kid. He had killed my friend. Then, as I got out of the car, I saw it. The red Camaro. It was parked in the open garage. And the rage just boiled up in me. Still, I managed to clamp a lid on my feelings.
Thanks for getting here so fast, Sam. The boy's inside.
Sung Lee looked older than his 16 years. He was trendy. Oversized black leather jacket, new designer jeans, Jetstar basketball shoes. Wore his baseball cap reversed. Small red tiger logo graced the area over the peak. Yeah, he was defensive and cocky, but his palms were damp, and sweat beaded along his upper lip.
Sam, he didn't kill the newspaper man. It's true he has been stupid, hanging around with those red tiger people.
Yeah.
I told him it would bring trouble, but I'm sure he has done no criminal thing.
Where's the boy from?
Hong Kong. He lives here with me now.
And I speak English if that's what you're worrying about, lady.
Sam, you have to help him. We saw the news report on TV.
Yes, it's all right, old friend. We'll do all we can.
Sam, he was in that red car right across from Jimmy's houseboat. I saw him.
I was set up. I got a call. He said he was Jimmy something. He was writing a story on Asian gangs. There was some money in it for me if I checked his facts. Kind of a research thing. Nothing heavy. My name wouldn't be mentioned.
Yeah, well, if it was all as innocent as that, why did you take off so fast?
What the hell would you have done? I figured somebody's trying to kill me.
Well, maybe the Red Tiger Gang found out about your meeting.
Hey, I was checking facts. I wasn't going to think on them.
You knew that, but did they?
Oh, my God.
Raymond, I'd recommend he turn himself in voluntarily before the cops track down his car.
Wait a minute. Your car. Why didn't you close the garage door to keep it out of sight?
Door's jammed. Conked out 2 days ago. The automatic opener won't work.
Where's the transmitter unit?
In the car.
Better take a look. This stair lead to the garage?
Yeah, you think they might be trying to booby-trap my car?
I didn't know whether I trusted the kid or not. But chances were there was more to the explosion and fire than he could have arranged. He was too stupid. A thrill seeker, not a hitman for a tough outfit like Red Tigers. The transmitter was in the car, but what about the detonator? Or there had to be something to set off the explosive. I got a stepladder and removed the plastic housing covering the control unit for the door opener.
That's what I was afraid of.
What's wrong?
The control box is missing. The transmitter's still in the car?
The open and close thing, it's in the glove compartment. I'll get it.
No, don't touch it.
You think that's what they used? I mean, to set off the explosives. But I was in the car. How could they?
Oh, great. Franklin.
Well, what do you know? Red Camaro? RCA 034.
Yeah.
And my old friend Flynn.
Look, he's turning himself in voluntarily, Franklin. Sam Greene's upstairs right now making the arrangements. Hey, there's more to this than meets the eye.
Oh, I'm sure there is, Flynn. Tampering with evidence, for one thing.
What?
Get into the police cruiser. Both of you.
Sergeant Dieter Franklin of the Youth Crime Squad. What he had to do with the murder investigation, God only knew, but I wasn't going to ask him right then. You see, I'd locked horns with Sergeant Franklin more times than I wanted to remember. He hated private investigators unraveling his cases. It took 2 hours for Sam and Willie to spring me, but Sung Lee was arrested and held without bail. The kid was in for a rough ride. So by 2 in the morning, I was back on the boat and fast asleep. But I still wasn't sure what had happened to Jimmy McNair.
Come on, Flynn, old buddy. Playing hard to get? I'm breaking a big story tomorrow. I need someone to help me celebrate. What about it? Okay, don't pick up. Hey, anything happens, I whisper it in a seagull's ear. I whisper it in a seagull's ear. I whispered it in a seagull's ear.
Flynn.
Seagull's ear.
Flynn. Flynn, wake up. It's morning.
What's happened?
It's me, WP. What were you dreaming?
Jimmy.
Oh.
Any news about Jimmy?
Well, they're not sure yet, but they found a body.
Found a body? In the houseboat?
Yeah, they're going to check dental records.
It's him. I know it's him. I'm going to find out.
Where are you going?
First, to the morgue, and then to talk to Franklin.
No, come with me. I've got Sam's car.
God, why didn't I listen? I owed him. When I was screwed up after my dad died, he helped me get through it.
You were drinking buddies?
Yeah, but it went deeper than that. You see, my dad was the one who wanted to be a lawyer.
Oh.
But he couldn't afford it, so he worked his ass off in the stock market and gave me a chance to fulfill his dream. Kind of surrogate.
Not the best reason to study law?
Well, no, I was never comfortable in the role. One day when we were drinking on the boat, I told him I was quitting. They didn't say much, but the disappointment was there in his eyes. So when I sobered up, I went to his office to apologize. The ambulance got there ahead of me. He'd had a heart attack.
He died?
Oh, yeah. I didn't even know he had a bad ticker.
But it wasn't your fault.
Yeah, well, it took a long time for me to figure that out. Jimmy helped me. But when he needed help, I didn't even answer his phone call.
You can't beat up on yourself like this.
Yeah.
There was no way you could have known what was going on. We still don't know.
Going to the morgue to try to ID Jimmy's body was a stupid idea. The charred remains under a white sheet didn't resemble a human being in any way. One quick look and I was sick and out of there. By the time we got over to Sergeant Franklin's office, word of the visit had preceded me.
What's wrong, Flynn? You're looking a little green. Is it St. Patrick's Day?
Yeah. Do we listen to sick jokes or exchange information on the case?
Yeah, a little premature, aren't you?
The defense has a right to know.
After we finish our investigation.
Oh, then maybe you don't need to hear this.
What's that?
Audio cassette. Jimmy McNair's call to me late yesterday. Don't ask me about the seagull thing. I don't know the connection.
Well, let's have it.
After you give us a peek at what you've got.
I could nail you for withholding evidence.
He mentioned the call in his statement. He just forgot it was on tape.
Yeah, all right. Now, the stuff's in here. Don't touch anything. It was pretty well a meltdown. Personal computer, floppy disks, fax machine, wooden filing cabinets. Yeah, all hard copy files, stuff like that. A complete write-off. It was a hot fire.
What's this?
Yeah, telephone.
And this?
Some kind of timer. For lights, recording TV shows.
And
yeah, okay. That's enough. We're still examining this stuff, so let's go.
Is this the control box Kalari picked up off the walkway?
Yeah. And it matches the frequency of the switching unit found in Sung Lee's car. Now, other scratches and installation marks confirm the control box is the one taken from the garage. Your client's going to take the fall, Ms. Greene.
You still don't have a motive.
If you knew Jimmy McNair, you'd know that was motive enough. Now, he's been stirring up trouble ever since I can remember. This hit was probably an initiation rite, settling a score for older members of the gang.
How can you be so certain?
They use younger kids to do their dirty work. If anything goes wrong, they hide behind the Young Offenders Act.
But why McNair?
McNair was an SOB, Ms. Greene. It's a wonder somebody hadn't popped him before this. Give me the cassette, Flynn.
Yeah.
Thanks. I think you know your way out.
What was that all about?
Jimmy wrote some columns about crooked cops. A couple of weeks later, he was drinking with some friends and let slip that Franklin was on his list. But he couldn't prove anything. Well, the rumor got around, and Franklin lost out on a promotion.
Well, look who's here. My worthy opponents. I never thought we'd wind up on opposite sides.
Hello, Martin.
Did you pick up anything new?
Just a lesson on how to dance the chicken.
Sergeant Franklin's been giving you a hard time, has he? Well, let me know if I can help. Look, I had no idea McNair was a close friend of yours, Flynn.
Yeah.
Willie told me. I'm very sorry.
Right.
But we're still not sure it was McNair's body they found in the houseboat.
Oh, didn't I tell you? The dental records matched up. It was Jimmy McNair, all right. I'm sorry the news didn't get you right away. Yeah. Well, we've all got work to do. See you in court.
Sorry, Flynn.
It wasn't a surprise.
What was that thing about dancing the chicken?
Oh, nothing important. Yeah, dancing the chicken. That's cop talk for keeping a suspect off balance and under control. Well, I was one step beyond that. When I walked out of Franklin's squad room, I felt barbecued and bagged. The confirmation of Jimmy's death hit me hard. Why was I still digging for evidence that could prove Sung Lee innocent? Well, maybe the cops were right. But somehow it all seemed too easy. I decided to walk my way through it again, trying to sort out the last few hours of Jimmy's life. But Willie insisted on coming along. I bought a couple of cups of coffee. We drank them as we walked the wooden wharf between the market and Bridges restaurant. We were running out of ideas. Then I saw it. One of the mini ferries linking Granville Island with the north shore of False Creek. On its bow, I read a name. Seagull. Come on, hurry.
Where are we going?
No time to explain. The little False Creek ferries keep a tight schedule, passengers or no. Willie and I were the only people aboard. But I knew the operator, Joe Kodosky. And he was cooperative.
Yeah, I saw him that day. Yeah, it was about 4:30, I guess. He used the ferry a lot, you know, crossing over the north side and then walking downtown.
Well, was his routine any different this time?
Different? Gee, stupid. God. Well, yeah, actually, yeah. He said he forgot something. Rode right back to the island with me.
Was he carrying anything?
Had an envelope. You know, the manila kind?
Yeah.
Maybe legal papers, that size.
No, think carefully, John.
Huh?
Did he do anything with the envelope when he got off? Maybe give it to someone?
Oh, sorry, Flynn, no. Things got pretty busy there for a while. There was a tug pulling a barge at Chip and some kayakers fooling around. No, I didn't know.
Well, could he have left it on the boat?
Yeah.
Oh, look, if you want.
Well, where do we start? Everything's in plain view here,
Life
right?
jacket stored someplace?
Yeah, under the back bench there.
Bullseye! Back on the island, Willie and I raced to the Blarney Boy to examine the contents of the envelope.
You know, we shouldn't be doing this. It could be evidence.
Only one way to find out. Immigration papers. Official files, it looks like. But no printout of Jimmy's story.
Let's see. Confirmation of landed immigrant status. Names are Chinese. Place of birth, Hong Kong.
Okay. All right. Now, let's suppose Jimmy was writing a column about immigration. And someone slipped him these documents. Why? Because they're probably forgeries. He was worried someone would be trying to get them back, so he hid them on the ferry.
Well, why a ferry? Why not a bank, a safety deposit box?
Because he was paranoid about everything. And then he called. The seagull clue was in case someone was eavesdropping. He probably got back to the houseboat just before we all showed up at Johnny's.
Well, the killer must have been watching him to know he was there.
Yeah, you're right. He'd have to be right there. Sung Lee sitting in his car. Or someone else, where he could watch the houseboat, make sure McNair was home.
Right.
Like us.
What?
We were right by the window in the restaurant.
What are you doing?
Checking my sports fact book.
Why?
Well, the Grey Cup bet with Kalari. I was guessing. Surprised me when the paper confirmed the score. Yeah, here it is. Eskimos 32, Argos 16. Hey, wait a minute. I said it was 34-16.
Does it matter?
What? I gave Kalari the wrong score. I mean, he phoned the sports desk at the Sun, and they confirmed my numbers were right.
So they made a mistake.
What, the charred black control box. Kalari didn't find it. He planted it there on the walkway. It was cold enough to pick up.
What are you saying?
Kalari never phoned the Sun. He phoned Jimmy McNair. That was the triggering device. The detonator was on a timer attached to Jimmy's phone.
You mean Martin? You're out of your mind.
Clever plan. You were his alibi. Sam and I were a bonus.
Nice going, Flynn. I underestimated you.
Martin?
Look out, he's got a gun.
Sorry about that. But otherwise, I'm afraid you'd have me at a disadvantage.
Then you did kill McNair.
And framed Sung Lee.
You're both right, unfortunately. I made a mistake years ago. I was a student working a summer job at a law firm. I was hard up for money. Helped forge some legal documents for a Hong Kong immigration ring. Just that one time, a stupid mistake. Now, McNair found out about it. Couldn't let that drunk ruin my career.
You son of a bitch.
Now, don't try anything, Flynn.
Why not? You're going to do it anyway. What's the cover-up this time? Red Tigers strike again?
Just hand over the documents.
There was one slim chance. If I could get close enough to grab the gun. I held out the papers. Willie uncorked a perfect strike, hitting Kalari in the head with my heavy fact book. And I finished him off with a left hook to his soft solar plexus. So, Kalari's career as a high-flying Crown Counsel crash-landed into a jail cell. Sung Lee was off the hook. Sam was happy. And Willie and I shared the credit for solving the case. As for her taste in men, the subject never came up. We get along much better that way.
You've just heard Flynn, Part 2, Red Tiger, written by Lyal and Barbara Brown. Featured in the cast were Boyd Norman as Michael Flynn, with Colleen Winton as Willie, and Robert Clothier as Sam. Special guests this week were Eric Schneider, Kim Kondrashov, Michael Andaluz, and Ken Kramer, with Wally Marsh, Owen Ferran, Harvey Lowe, and Angelica Chris. Music for Flynn is composed by Alan Cranny, and the series script consultant is James W. Nichol. The recording engineers are Gene Loverock and Chris Cuttress, with sound effects by Joe Silva. The production assistants were Dagmar Kafanka and Loretta Joyce. Flynn is produced and directed in Vancouver's Studio 3 by Don Kowalchuk. The series' executive producer is Bill Howell. Hi, gang. Bob Boving here. Welcome back to the Mystery Project. This week, Episode 3 of Flynn, that gently reluctant Vancouver private eye, written by Lyal and Barbara Brown and starring Boyd Norman. I guess I'd better warn those of you whose feet, never mind your stomachs, don't exactly have coastal dispositions. You're in for a rougher ride than usual. and you're going to need your sea legs. Flynn, Episode 3, Whirlpool.
Now, my dad always said, don't get into an argument you can't win. Actually, I think he was talking about getting along with women. You know how some women are just like terriers? They grab onto something, shake it into submission, and then tuck it neatly away, even when they don't have a clue what it's all about. It's the tidying up that's important to them. My mother's like that. And so is Willie.
I don't know why you're making such a big deal out of this. All I said was get him a collar and a dog license.
You're not listening to me. Tides isn't my dog.
What do you mean? He spends half his time on this boat.
And is he here today?
Yeah, well, no.
And for good reason. You tried to teach him to heel. Tides is his own master. You got to get that through your head.
Okay, have it your way. Keep bailing him out of the pound. I still say a license is cheaper.
Concentrate on your steering, Willie.
There was a good reason I was so defensive about that mutt Tides. He was part of the reason we were out here. A few nights earlier, the dog was aboard the Blarney Boy when someone hijacked a fishing boat a couple of berths away from me. I figured the dog would bark if there was any trouble, but we both slept through. Now I had the Valcon Insurance Company on my tail, and 4 days to find the missing boat. As far as old Sam and Willie knew, it was just a fishing trip. Lawyers are a proud bunch. I figured it was just as well not to mention they were decoys in an undercover investigation.
The current's pretty strong here.
You're doing fine. I'll start the diesel and take in the sails. We had sailed north through the Strait of Georgia, stopping for a couple of days at Pender Harbor. No sign of the missing $200,000 seiner along the way. And no fish for old Sam. Not even my trusty electronic scanner, a built-in fish finder, could even the odds. So we decided to cut back through Jervis Inlet, then down the east side of the Seashell Peninsula.
Hey, this place we're going to, have you been there before?
Cutter's Cove. No, not many sailboats through here. It's just a village, but it's got a store and some mooring.
I hope they have a shower and some hot water.
You're tired of swimming in the ocean already.
Yeah, I thought you loved scuba diving.
Until I spotted those blue sharks near the shelf on Friday. What were they doing so far north?
Looking for food.
Oh, thanks a lot.
Despite our differences over the dog, Sam Greene's niece, Willie, was becoming a compatible traveling companion. Not that I still wasn't a little nervous about giving her the helm, especially when things were tricky. What are you doing?
There's something dead ahead.
Hard over to port.
Damn! What did we hit?
Sorry, Flynn. I should have seen it sooner.
Nobody's fault. I'll take over here. You check the bow. See if there's any damage.
Willie, watch your step.
Yeah. Hang on to the safety line.
Well, it's no damage that I can see.
Good. Hey, there. That's what we hit. Oh, it looks like a bale of hay or something.
It wasn't hay. I knew that as soon as Sam pointed it out. More likely, marijuana. Maybe 100 pounds of it wrapped in burlap sacking. This rugged coast was a haven for smuggling when times were tough. Our best move was to keep going. Why get involved? Then another boat appeared on the scene. A fast Zodiac inflatable.
Hey! Having trouble?
Hit a bale of something. No damage.
This wouldn't be yours, would it?
No way! If it's what I think it is, we better report it to the RCMP.
Well, my radio's been acting up. Maybe you could handle it.
My name's Vern Van Borgson. I'll pull this thing aboard and meet you at the store in Cutter's Cove. We can phone from there.
There were a lot of Finns scattered out through the Seashell Peninsula. Salt of the earth, most of them. Loggers, farmers, fishermen. Vern seemed to be a chip off the hereditary block. Fair-haired, a slim, agile man with broad shoulders. He had no trouble loading the suspicious cargo, and was as good as his word in turning it over to the Mounties. We all made statements. The cops figured the bale was part of a large shipment they had intercepted a few days earlier. The tides probably carried it into the inlet. We made arrangements to stay the night at Cutter's Cove and put the incident behind us.
Bread, 2 cans of peas, 3 steaks, dozen eggs, 5 pounds of potatoes, coffee. Is that all?
I guess so. Oh, yeah. You wouldn't have a recent chart on the inlet and a tide table, would you? I understand it's a little tricky in here.
Yeah, I'll get 'em.
Lorelei, the woman who ran the marina store, was plain as porridge. 6 feet tall, about 40. The gray was beginning to show in streaks among her long blonde tresses. She looked put upon. Nothing like the cheerful picture tacked to the wall behind the counter. There she was in happier times, holding a 25-pound salmon.
Here you are. Whole thing comes to $28.55.
Mm-hmm.
There's your change.
Thank you.
Well, where is he this time, Vern? I know you're in here.
Harry, shut up.
I know what you're up to, you two. You and Vern.
Oh, for heaven's sake,
You're going to
Harry.
frame me. That's what you're going to do. You let me carry the can. You steal my store.
Harry, we've got customers.
I don't give a damn.
God, Harry, you're not back on the sauce again.
Don't change the subject, you snake. You stay away from my wife.
You need to sober up, Harry. There's nothing going on between Lorelei and me.
Let me handle it, Vern. You help Mr. Flynn out with his groceries. Apologies, Mr. Flynn. My husband's a drunk. What can I say? Okay, Harry, back to the living room.
Oh, cut me out, you two.
Come on, Harry.
I know what I'm going to do.
Oh, he gets worse every time he falls off the wagon.
Too bad. She seems like an okay person.
Well, she is. I try to help her out when I can. Her account books and such. That's why I was in the back office. He's the problem. Alcoholic paranoia.
I hope it all works out. But it's no business of mine.
I overheard you asking for charts on the inlet.
Mm-hmm.
You sure you want to go through the Skookumchuck in a sailboat?
Oh, you mean the tidal whirlpools?
Right. 2 of them. Right off the little island in the narrowest part of the channel.
I thought you could get around them at slack tide.
By using your auxiliary?
I got a 50-horse inboard.
Yeah, still pretty dicey.
Hi, guys.
Oh, hi.
Well, what was all the shouting about up at the store?
Oh, family squabble. Hey, you want to come aboard for a drink, Vern?
No, I'll take a rain check.
Well, thanks for your help.
No trouble. Anytime.
Seems to be a nice guy.
According to Harry Krebs.
Harry who?
Just a joke. Hey, come on. I did the shopping. You've got the galley duty.
Again?
Willie helped Sam with the dishes after dinner, giving me a chance to check out the marina and environs. There had been 2 sightings of a seiner-type fishing boat moving north up Georgia Strait the night my client's craft went missing. If they didn't want a chance traveling by day, the thieves might have holed up in one of these little coves. But there was nothing resembling what I was looking for at the small marina. Just a few pleasure craft and the odd, aging native fishing boat. I used my binoculars to scan the shore of the cove opposite. Spotted a few cottages and the weathered wreck of an abandoned boatworks.
Hey, down, Thor. You're frightening the man.
Frightened? I nearly jumped out of my skin. There, straining at his leash, was more of a bear than a dog. Probably a Malamute German Shepherd cross. His master, if you could imagine such a relationship, was a slight old man sitting on the foredeck of a homemade Cape Island-style fisherman.
What you be? A developer of some sort?
Tourist. Just a tourist. Be sure that leash is strong enough?
Oh, don't you mind old Thor here. You must have a dog. He can smell it on you. My name's Jack.
Flynn. You a fisherman?
Oh, when there's fish, yes. Thor, quiet. Not this year. Worst year I can remember.
So there wouldn't be any seiners through here. I hoped I'd get some pictures.
Seiners? Oh, you mean putting out the nets in the inlet?
Yeah.
Oh, no. The seiner fleet's off the tip of Vancouver Island mostly this time of year. Right, boy. Rain's coming. Thor don't like thunder.
He's not the only one who's under the weather. I met Harry Krebs earlier.
Yeah? Oh, I don't know what got into him lately. Harry and Vern have been buddies since they was kids.
Oh, yeah?
Gossip has it. Lorelei sweet on Vern, but I don't put much stake in gossip. Except Harry's been drinking and sounding off pretty fierce. It must be something hooked into him.
The rain came down in buckets. Usually that helped me sleep, but not this night. I'd been looking for some trace of a missing fishing boat and wound up with more than I wanted to know about a saltwater soap opera, the Harry and Lorelei show. I slipped on my rain gear and went out to check the mooring lines. Everything was secure topside, and I was just heading below again when I caught sight of a light. It came from the abandoned boatworks on the other side of the cove. I felt an icy shiver down my spine. You know, the kind you get when you wish someone else was working on the case. Who could be poking around there in the middle of the night? Then I saw it. A large commercial fishing boat was easing its way out of the derelict boat shed and moving through the cove into the channel. Was that Harry Krebs at the helm? A lightning flash silhouetted the vessel. The distinctive superstructure. The large take-up cylinder for the nets. She was a seiner, all right. But was she the missing Carol B? For a moment, I was seized with a mad impulse. I cut her off with the Blarney Boy. As I moved to cast off the mooring lines, I realized I wasn't alone. Thor, old Jack's dog. Only this time, no leash.
No! Thor! Friend! Friend, it's me, Flynn. Flynn? That's you? Get him off me, Jack! Thor! That's enough. Sorry, Flynn. Thought you were a prowler.
The fishing boat.
What fishing boat?
Well, you must have seen it. Someone took a seiner out of the old boatworks.
Oh, no, Flynn. That place closed down 15 years ago.
Well, you didn't see it then?
Stormy nights like this, lightning and all, oh, people see lots of things. No shame in that. Good night.
So, I'd missed the boat, as the saying goes. Maybe it was for the best. Chasing a fishing boat through unfamiliar waters in the rain wasn't really one of my brightest ideas. My encounter with Thor was probably a blessing in disguise. I had my suspicions about Jack hanging around the marina, but that could wait. Right now, I was beat. I crawled into my bunk and zonked out. By 9 the next morning, the rain had stopped and a light mist had settled in. I was just turning over to catch another 30 winks when I realized the Blarney Boy was preparing to get underway.
You think this underwater scanner will help? The fish finder? Sure. It's got a good-sized display screen, sharp definition, range is okay. Of course, you still have to know where to look for the fish.
I phoned the weather office. They're predicting this mist should burn off by late morning.
We'll be halfway down the inlet by then.
What's going on here? Oh, good morning, Flynn. We were going to surprise you. I hired Lorelei here as a fishing guide.
She's licensed. Knows the inlet like the back of her hand.
And we'll finally have someone aboard who knows how to operate this underwater scanner of yours.
What was Lorelei up to? Was she taking us out on some kind of wild goose chase so her husband could put some distance between Cutter's Cove and wherever he was going? If that was Harry Krebs on the fishing boat last night.
Maybe we should have checked first, but we thought you'd be pleased.
I could refund your money.
I saw something unexpected in Lorelei's eyes. Something vulnerable and frightened. Maybe she'd open up about Harry Krebs if I went along. Without Lorelei's help, I was sure to come up empty.
So, what do you say, Flynn?
Let's catch a fish.
Great.
You take the helm, Lorelei.
Right.
We eased out of the cove through the early morning mist. There was a sense of unreality about it, as if we were being carried forward into the unknown on the back of an undulating gray serpent. I looked at Lorelei standing confidently at the helm, guiding us through the whispering narrows.
See over there where the water turns in on itself, over there to the left?
Kind of a circle?
Yeah, that's the large whirlpool.
You can hardly see it.
Slack tide. The bigger motor cruisers could go right through it now, but for us it's best to stay on the right side of the channel.
Right.
The tides rise through here up to 15 feet, and then they run down the inlet about 35 kilometers. And when they reach the end at Seashell, they reverse the flow, so there's a powerful surge of water through here both ways.
I bet.
That's what makes the whirlpool so dangerous.
A few minutes later, the inlet began to widen. When I took over the helm from Lorelei, I could still feel the current beneath the keel as the mists continued to fold in on us and then float away. But there was nothing sinister about it. Lorelei switched on the underwater scanner while Sam and Willie cooked up some breakfast on the galley stove below.
So, Chinook are a cunning breed of salmon, eh? How do we spot them?
Well, they like to get in the shade of a log boom at about 50 to 75 feet. We'll look for pilot birds in the area, then set the herring bait on downriggers.
Oh, yeah.
Up top in the cockpit, I was beginning to relax. Lorelei seemed to know what she was talking about. I'd picked my time to find out more about Harry's whereabouts. Then I heard it. Directly ahead, through the cold mist, I caught sight of a froth of bubbles roiling up from the depths. As I spun the wheel hard to port and throttled back, images of sea monsters spilled out of my overly active imagination.
Oh, my God. There's something down there.
Lorelei's face blanched as she glanced up from the monitor screen. In that moment, the prow of a boat burst up through the air bubbles. At first, I thought it was a submarine surfacing. But it wasn't a submarine. It was the wreck of a fishing boat, somehow cast up from the bowels of the sea. I caught sight of the nameplate. The Carol B. For a few moments, the vessel was frozen in time. It was like being confronted by a ghost. Then it started slipping under, the stern first.
Get a line aboard. We have to do something.
You almost...
Oh, my God.
Good Lord, did we hit that boat?
What happened?
Oh, no, it's sinking.
Oh.
Harry, for God's sake, Harry!
The husband's on that boat?
That's the Carol B, a stolen fishing boat. Harry took it out last night.
You? Oh, Flynn, I think I saw him in the wheelhouse.
Probably just floating debris. I didn't see anyone.
I know.
Better contact the police.
No.
The radio's still out.
Well, maybe he got to shore. Was there a life raft?
I don't know.
The boat, why did it come up like that, out of nowhere?
The whirlpool. It sucked the boat down, and when the tide changed, it threw it up to the surface.
Yeah.
But was Harry in it?
There's only one way to find out.
Now, don't get crazy, Flynn. That boat's gone.
Well, look, we can track it with the underwater scanner. It should spot something that big. We can mark the location for the police.
And Harry? What about him?
I'll try to find out. We adjusted our heading several times, sweeping the inlet bottom, with no luck. Then, Willie spotted an unusual shape just ahead of us, moving slowly, and 70 feet below, according to the scanner.
There. Look, it's settling on that rock shelf.
Yeah, it stopped. Well, what do we do now?
Help me with my scuba gear.
You're not going down there.
How else are we going to find out what happened?
Hurry, Flynn. The tide will be turning soon.
Here, let me tighten this strap. Are you out of your mind? Showboating like this could get you killed.
I need evidence for the insurance company.
What insurance company?
I'll explain later. Hand me the video camera.
You mean you were working for one of your other clients? My God, you were using Sam and me as decoys.
I didn't think you'd understand.
Oh, Flynn,
Well, here I go.
Hang on to the anchor cable and don't stay down long.
Despite the awkward load I was carrying, I managed to work my way down the anchor cable. My video camera was hardly top of the line. Its waterproof case was originally designed for a cine camera. But the floodlight worked. I soon caught sight of the sunken boat. It was lying almost upright on a rock ledge about 30 feet from where the flukes of my anchor dug into some debris. I snapped a safety line onto the anchor cable and started swimming toward the wreck. Although it seemed to be slack tide on the surface, over 70 feet down, unpredictable currents buffeted me this way and that. It was as if I were caught up in some ritual dance with invisible wraith-like custodians of the dead. It wasn't a thought I wanted to dwell on. So I fastened a line to a railing and released the marker balloon. After that, I concentrated on my camera work, recording the nameplate on the bow, the Carol B. Then I saw him in the wheelhouse, not 20 feet away. Harry Krebs. An Ahab-like figure. Reddish hair, stubbled face with blue-white skin. Slumped against the wheel, arms jammed down between the spokes. As the boat shifted over on its starboard beam, the drowned man's head lolled to one side. For For a second, his milky, unseeing eyes met mine. I was caught by the unforgettable, pleading expression on his face. Without warning, my safety line drew taut, and I found myself hurtling backwards off the wreck. There wasn't time to recover the body. It was all I could do to hang onto the camera. Well, I knew what was happening. Someone was winching up the anchor.
Hey! Hey! What the hell is going on? Willie? Sam! Hey, where is everybody?
There was no one in the cockpit or on the forward deck. The Blarney Boy was slowly drifting toward the Narrows a couple of kilometers away. Slipping off my scuba tank and mask, I tried to drop the anchor again. The winch motor was jammed. I'd need some tools. The storage locker. I was halfway down the companionway steps when I heard them. I hardly had time to turn and look up the steps. Vern was silhouetted in the opening. His arm came down, something hit me, and suddenly everything went black. My last vague memory was the sound of an outboard motor fading into the distance. Vern's inflatable Zodiac.
Flynn, wake up. You have to do something. You okay, Flynn?
How long have I been out?
20 minutes, maybe.
We're in trouble. Vern cut the fuel line.
And the tide's turned. We're being sucked into the whirlpool.
Willie, go up top. Keep an eye on how close we are.
Okay.
Now, let's check the diesel. If there's enough slack in the hose, I can replace the clamp.
Come on, I'll help. Don't get air in the fuel line. We'll never get it started. Flynn, did you find Harry?
Yes. I'm sorry. I think he was murdered.
No.
Somebody tried to make it look like an accident.
Vern. He and Harry were partners.
Smuggling dope?
They'd steal a fishing boat, use it to transport the stuff from a mothership to the warehouse back of our store. A truck would pick it up and take it to Vancouver the next day. Harry would hide the stolen vessel in the old boatworks until things quieted down, and then he'd scuttle it.
You better hurry, Flynn. I can see it.
Okay, I'm going as fast as I can.
Okay, here's the clamp.
Old Jack and his dog part of this?
Vern paid Jack to be a lookout.
So Vern was the mastermind.
Yeah.
What a cool customer. Owning the RCMP and turning over the bale of weed we found.
That lost bale was what started the trouble. Vern was so mad he docked Harry's share of the take. Harry said he was going to take the fishing boat north to sell it. Vern was livid. I tried to stop Harry last night, but it was no use.
Flynn, we're getting close to the whirlpool.
Hold the helm hard over. Try to beat her. Okay, Lorelei, let's go up top.
Okay.
Now, you get a safety line on the three of you. I'll take the controls.
Right.
The current's too strong. It won't answer the helm.
Look at that hole opening up like a mouth of a sea monster.
Secure the safety line. Our only hope is to stay with the boat.
Well, I've done all I can. Let's give it a shot. By now, we were in the outer ring of the tidal pool. We began to circle the deepening maw of the watery black hole. I closed my eyes, said a prayer, and hit the starter button again.
Oh, yes! Great, you did it, Flynn!
Still caught. Hang on and pray. There was only one chance. I had to take it. If I could build up enough speed and the engine didn't stall, I took the helm and angled slightly towards the vortex.
Are you mad? You're turning into the whirlpool!
He knows what he's doing, Willie. Give him a chance.
Hang on, both of you! Oh, Flynn!
There wasn't time to explain. I had to maximize the power of the diesel and draw on the centrifugal force of the upper lip of the whirlpool. We were still on the outer ring. The trick was to keep the bow up into the spinning wall of water without losing way. A nosedive into the core of the whirling cone would spell the end of the Blarney Boy, and us with it.
Can you break free?
One shot at it. Here goes.
Oh, no!
Come on. Oh, Blarney Boy, my angel! You did it! You got us through!
That was a miracle.
That kind of thrill, I don't need more than once in a lifetime.
No, thank you.
The RCMP caught up with Vern and Jack at the Langdale ferry dock. Having the dog with them didn't help this time. As for Lorelei, her chances were good with Sam Greene representing her. All in all, our little boating adventure turned out pretty well. Even Willie got over her snit about being window dressing for my insurance investigation. Or so I thought when we all climbed into our sleeping bags that night.
Oh, come on, guys, a water balloon in my bed?
It's payback time.
For using us as decoys.
Thanks a lot.
You've just heard Flynn, Part 3, Whirlpool, written by Lyal and Barbara Brown, and starring Boyd Norman. Featured in the cast were Colleen Winton as Willie and Robert Clothier as Sam. Special guests this week were Angela Gann, Tom Macbeth, Des Smiley, and Lee Taylor. The recording engineer is Chris Cuttress, with sound effects by Joe Silva. The production assistants, Dagmar Kafanka and Loretta Joyce. Music for Flynn is composed by Alan Cranny, and the series script consultant is James W. Nichol. Flynn is produced and directed in Vancouver by Don Kowalchuk. The executive producer is Bill Howell. Flynn, Part 4, Ghosts.
On black, rainy nights like this, the dark things in your life catch up to you. You sense them before you see them. Ghosts from the past bearing memories of some pivotal event that changed your life. An experience you can't fix or forget. I knew that this was going to be such a night when I saw Laurie huddled up in the cockpit of the Blarney Boy waiting for me.
It's all right, Tides. It's all right. Stay back.
Hi, Laurie.
Sorry, Flynn. I didn't know where else to go.
It's okay. Man, you're soaked through. Come down into the cabin. I'll turn on the heater.
Thanks.
Don't mind the dog. You stay on the mat, Tides. Stay back. Stay.
Laurie Fairfax and I had something special once. We lived together for 2 years. She had a bachelor apartment in Vancouver's West End. And we were both going to UBC. Life was a blast, one party after another. When we weren't trying to save the world, we were drinking it dry. Then, everything went off the rails. Here, let me take the sweater.
I thought maybe you wouldn't talk to me. All those things I said.
You're wet right through. Take everything off. I'll get some towels.
Know what they did to me? My own mother?
I heard you were out on the street. I tried to make contact, but some guy with a baseball bat said you weren't interested.
Oh, I was doing drugs. I was screwed up.
That's okay. I understand.
I'm clean now.
Good.
I am, honest.
I believe you. Just get in the sleeping bag. I'll heat some coffee in the microwave. Laurie was experimenting with cocaine before we split. I'd tried the stuff, but never felt comfortable with it around. Booze was my thing, and it was expensive enough. But Laurie came from a wealthy West Vancouver family, so money wasn't a problem. Not at first. But after we broke up and her parents' divorce went through, her mother cut back her allowance. So she learned how to steal things. And when that didn't work, she learned how to sell herself. Worst part, it was all my fault. Heat's in the cup. You still take it black?
Thanks. Oh, that's good. Wouldn't have a shot of rum, would you?
Thought you were clean.
Oh, give me a break. I meant drugs. Wait a minute. Oh, I get it. You've joined AA, right?
I've been to a couple of meetings. But I still have a brew now and then.
Oh, walking both sides of the street, eh?
You should know why.
Yeah. I can't forget it either. But, come on. Life goes on, doesn't it?
Yeah. So, how are things going? You still crashing with your friends?
Don't I wish?
What do you mean?
That's what I was trying to tell you. My mother had me locked up in the house.
Come on.
I'm not lying. She turned the basement suite into a private rehab center. Barred windows, locked doors, 24-hour caregivers. 6 months of living hell.
Well, maybe it was her way of helping you get straight.
Oh, hey, whose side are you on anyway? You know how manipulative she is. My God, she drove my dad away, and Ted and I had no lives of our own unless we lied about what we were doing.
Hey, take it easy.
She's a bitch. If she can't have things her way, she'll lock the door and throw away the key.
Okay. Get some sleep. We'll talk about it tomorrow.
No. Don't tell her where I am, Flynn. I heard her talking to my shrink. They're going to put me in an institution. That's why I made a run for it.
I'm not going to tell anybody. So relax. Look, you need rest.
Yeah, I'll need some money. Maybe I'll go to the States.
We'll talk tomorrow. You're safe here tonight.
Thanks, Flynn. I knew I could count on you.
Yeah, she knew she could count on me. I guess there had been a day when that was true. Now I wasn't so sure. I turned out the lights and propped myself against the bulkhead. I didn't want to sleep. I knew what I'd meet there in the darkness of my dreams.
Slow down, Flynn. You're going too fast.
I'm driving, okay?
The brake fluid's leaking, remember?
It's a vintage car, Laurie. You have to expect a little wear and tear, right, Ted? Ted? Hey, Ted!
He's passed out.
Is he now? Then we better get Sleeping Beauty home to bed.
Look out! The guardrail!
Oh, Jesus. Hang on! Oh, Laurie? Are you okay?
My arm.
Oh, come on. Here. I'll help you. Oh, you gotta get this. Easy.
Okay. Ted!
Don't worry. I'll go back for him. He'll be all right. You just sit here. I'll get him.
Flynn, the car's on fire!
Ted, hurry. Come on, get out.
Ted!
I'll help you.
Ted! No, Ted! Oh, my God,
So, now you know what I've been living with the last few years. I killed one of my best friends, Laurie's brother. It was something I couldn't fix. Something I'll never forget. It drove Laurie to drugs and broke us apart. It was 5 a.m., still a little dark and wet outside. I checked on Laurie. She was gone.
Damn it, Laurie.
Where this time? Oh, yeah, now you bark. Where'd she go? She's taken her clothes and my cracker tin. $200. Oh, man, she could be anywhere. I checked the Causeway Road leading off Granville Island. There was no traffic, but she might have caught a taxi. God knows when she left. I ran along the back street past the boatworks, looking into doorways as I went. As I reached the wharf near Bridges Restaurant, I came across a sailing boat moving out into False Creek under power. At the helm was a tall, bearded man in heavy weather gear.
Hey there! Aboard the boat! I'm looking for a friend of mine, a young woman. She was wearing jeans and a Kowalchuk sweater. You see her anywhere?
The man looked up at me briefly. He pushed his long gray hair back from piercing blue eyes and fixed me with a cold, unfriendly stare. He said nothing. And in a moment, the boat disappeared into the rainy mist. I spent most of the next 3 days in the seedy section of town talking to anyone who knew Laurie. Hookers, street people, a couple of vice cops. No one had seen her. I had pretty well decided she'd blown town when I ran into Eddie, Laurie's once-upon-a-time friendly drug dealer.
Sure, I saw her right after she split from her old lady's house.
3 nights ago?
That's right, she wanted money.
So you gave it to her?
Hey, I'm no charity. This ain't Mogadishu or Bosnia, man. I pay child support, need the bread. Know what I mean?
Okay. Here's $20. You stop jerking me around.
She says someone was stalking her.
Stalking? What? You mean like a John?
She didn't know. Never had a good look at him. But it scared her. All the girls around here have been on edge since Allender murdered that hooker.
Allender's in the slam.
Maybe he wasn't the only one. There's lots of weird guys out there in the night, you know. Hey, the 12 o'clock horn. I'm out of here. If I see Laurie, I'll phone you.
Yeah. Thanks. My line of work puts me in touch with all kinds of people in life's little game of snakes and ladders. But what Eddie said about the Allender murder sent shivers down my spine.
Hey, Flynn! Over here! Over here!
I recognized the car first. A dark blue Lincoln Town car. Behind the wheel was Mrs. Fairfax's chauffeur, Trask, an ex-boxer with pretensions as a ladies' man. What do you want, Trask?
Get in. Mrs. Fairfax wants to talk to you about Miss Laurie.
We got nothing to say to each other.
Get in. Or would you rather I turn you into a pretzel and put you in the trunk?
Laurie's family home was a spacious fieldstone mansion set in a wooded area overlooking the approaches to Burrard Inlet. Must have been worth $2 million, give or take. Trask left me in the living room. Leather furniture, huge fireplace, original art. Recent Robert Davidson, a couple of vintage Jack Shad bolts. There were embers on the grate in the fireplace and something smoldering to one side. I tried to get a better look.
I always keep a small fire going in here. Keeps the dampness out. Hello, Michael.
Trask said you wanted to see me.
I'll lay the whole thing out for you. First of all, I want you to know I haven't changed my opinion of you and what you did to my family.
You made that pretty clear at the inquest. What happened to Ted still eats at me. I don't need you to remind me.
You still care about Laurie, don't you?
Of course I do.
She's run off again.
Trask told me.
I want you to find her.
Why me? You've got enough money to hire the best PIs in the business.
Well, I've tried the largest agency in town, and they drew a blank. And the police. They think I'm just another hysterical mother. You know Laurie better than I do, in some ways. Despite everything, she still trusts you. For all I know, she's been in touch with you already. If you know where she is, you don't have to tell me. Just let me know she's safe.
Can we take a look at her suite? The basement hideaway looked like a suite at the Pan Pacific Hotel. Nicely furnished and fitted out with a kitchen and full bath. Large TV, stereo radio with CD and tapes. A table in one corner for craft work. All the creature comforts. But there were bars behind the curtains on the high windows. And double locks secured the door leading from the stairs.
This is the last thing I wanted to do. Lock her up like this. But I had to keep her off the streets and away from the drugs. She's so self-destructive.
I remember some of this ceramic work. She still do that?
Now and then. Her therapist recommended it.
What goes around comes around, I guess.
What do you mean?
Oh, when we were at UBC, Laurie volunteered with an occupational therapy clinic. You know, one of the psych department experiments.
Didn't do Laurie much good.
Guess not. I don't remember this one.
Oh, that pot with the crazy face. Oh, she didn't do that one. I don't know where it came from.
I looked more closely at the figure cut into the side of the pot. It looked familiar. A wild-eyed old man with long white hair. I looked at the inscription scratched into the base. Beware the wrath of God, it read. Then I remembered the old man on the boat near Granville Island sailing out of port the morning Laurie ran away.
The phone.
What's wrong?
Nothing. Nothing. Trask will answer it.
You're hiding something, aren't you?
I've been getting phone calls every day since Laurie ran away. A distorted voice asking if I know where my daughter is.
It's a call for you, Mrs. Fairfax.
I can't do it.
You've got to. Switch on the speakerphone so I can hear what he says.
I'll take it up in the study, Trask. Hello?
Mrs. Fairfax, do you know where your daughter is?
Oh, my God. Who is this? Don't hurt her, please.
You have my instructions. $250,000 for the safe return of your daughter, Laurie. You have 3 days to collect the money. All $50 and $100 bills in a suitcase. And you will be advised about the drop. And remember, no cops, or your daughter's dead.
Wait. Let me speak to her. Laurie?
Look, we better get the police involved, fast.
No, please. You heard what he said. He'll kill her. Look at this note. It was in my mailbox this morning.
Letters cut out of a magazine.
What's all the excitement about?
They called again. You see, the note says the same thing. Contact the police and Laurie gets killed. You have to find her on your own, Flynn.
But I don't have the resources.
I'll give you all the money you need. Spread it around. Someone knows where she is.
It's a hell of a risk.
I don't trust him, Mrs. Fairfax. He may be part of the scam. Let me ride shotgun on him.
Oh, yeah, sure, and beat the information out of my contacts.
That's an idea. I'll start with Eddie, that little ferret you was talking with downtown.
Now stop it, both of you. There's no time for this. Get the car, Trask. Drop him off wherever he wants to go. Here, here's $5,000, Flynn. Find my little girl.
Mrs. Fairfax insisted on hanging on to the ransom note in case she had to eventually turn it over to the police. But I still had the small ceramic pot warning me to beware the wrath of God. I didn't tell her it was my best lead. Despite everything, I still didn't trust her.
Flynn, where in the devil have you been for the last few days?
Personal business, Sam. Can I talk to you?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Personal business. Is that all you've got to say? We've got a dozen cases on the go here.
Maybe I should keep it to myself.
No. Willie didn't mean anything. Fill in both of us. Flynn, we are partners, huh? Judging from the fancy car that dropped you off, this probably has something to do with Laurie Fairfax. Am I right?
Who's Laurie Fairfax?
All in good time, Willie. All in good time.
I gave them a thumbnail sketch of events over the past 3 days. Willie seemed especially curious about Laurie. I guess I never talked about living together with anyone. Of course, Sam knew the whole story. I was doing some scut work for him at the time of the accident. He represented me at the inquest.
You want my professional advice? Turn the whole thing over to the police.
Let's see the pot again.
The guy I saw looked just like that, kind of a angry Moses.
Wrath of God. Where have I heard that before?
The Old Testament?
No, a court case a few years ago. Gulf Islands. Or somebody blew up some piping, a group trying to stop development.
You're talking about half the population of BC. You know, there are lots of craft people working on the Gulf Islands. This pot might have come from there. Oh, wait a minute. Look, it's signed.
Yeah, it looks like RG.
RG. Rafe Goodman. That's the man.
Rafe Goodman?
Yeah. Acquitted for insufficient evidence. Now, I sat in on the case. Yeah, a former university professor, psychology, psychiatry, something like that.
UBC?
Well, could be. Anyway, he dropped out. He set up a cult of some kind. Now, the trouble was on Galiano, or Salt Spring. But he was living on a smaller island.
Well, it's got to be him. Handicraft therapy at UBC. He knew all about Laurie. That's where she volunteered.
This Rafe Goodman was a little nuts, but not the kind of guy who would kidnap someone.
And why would he kidnap Laurie? You said they knew each other.
Maybe the cult needs money. Anyway, the fact that Laurie can identify him makes things more dangerous than ever. It was dark by the time I got back to Granville Island. I was walking down the deserted dock to my boat, feeling a little spooked by the squeaking of fiberglass hulls against plastic fender guards.
Beware the wrath of God, Michael!
Then, out of nowhere, he blindsided me and threw me to the deck of a waiting craft.
You'll stay where you are if you know what's good for you.
watching me from his position at the tiller. Nothing was said. After sampling his rough introduction, I wasn't looking for a way to provoke him with small talk. But my mind was filled with questions. Was this Rafe Goodman? And if so, had he really kidnapped Laurie? Where was he taking me? Then, half an hour into the Strait of Georgia, he lit up a corncob pipe in the dark and stared at me.
Expect you figure me for a crazy old coot. All this wrath of God business.
No. Everyone's got a right to his own beliefs.
Well, my belief is you gotta scare the hell out of some people. There's nothing like a crazy religious fanatic to run off the hypocrites.
You think I'm a hypocrite?
We'll see.
I'm a friend of Laurie's. Do you know where she is?
Safe from the fornicators and purveyors of filth.
So you were the one who snatched her?
Rescue the perishing. It's an obligation. I am an instrument of God, just as we all are instruments of the unknown intelligence who created all living things.
So you're part of a cult?
You see something different, slap a label on it, eh? No. We're just a family. We live a simple, independent existence, trying to recover from wounds we suffered in the so-called real world.
Laurie's mother thinks her daughter was kidnapped.
You want to help Laurie, you stay away from that woman. You concentrate on helping Laurie forgive you and herself for what happened to her brother. That's at the heart of her problem.
I don't know where to start.
Start at the beginning. Forgive yourself first. Then you can help her. It's not Jung or Freud, but it works.
Laurie was there, waiting near the dock. A single oil lantern illuminated the landing site of the tiny cedar-roofed settlement. Rafe left us alone and walked up to the main house.
I'm sorry I tried to trick you. I sent Rafe to get you so I could explain.
It's all right.
I knew my mother would get to you sooner or later. I had to throw her off the trail, make her think I was going to the States.
Oh, why tell Eddie someone was stalking you?
Same reason. I wanted people to think I was too scared to stick around. Here's the $200 I stole to make it look authentic.
Keep it.
Don't need money around here. Rafe teaches us to be self-sufficient. We pick berries, catch fish, dig out clams and oysters, weed the garden.
Oh, sounds like fun.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. But it agrees with me. Been here less than a week, and I sleep like a log.
Strange old bird, this Rafe Goodman. Can you trust him?
Trust Rafe? Of course. What makes you think I couldn't?
Well, he isn't what you'd call stable.
Well, how would you be if you'd found your daughter had OD'd in a back alley off Granville Street? The social workers told him she was starting to get her life back together.
Yeah, but he's still a little crazy. I don't feel comfortable leaving you here like this.
You'd rather have me locked in the Fairfax dungeon? I told you they're planning to have me institutionalized.
Laurie, someone sent your mother a ransom note. It said you'd been kidnapped.
But that's ridiculous. Look at me. I'm free as a bird.
Yeah, but confined to this island. You don't know who might be trying to take advantage of your disappearance.
And you suspect Rafe? Well, that's crazy. Oh, I can't believe this. I thought you would be happy for me.
I am. I want to sort things out so I know you're safe.
Wait a minute. I get it now. You're working for my mother, aren't you?
I told her I wouldn't betray you.
You S.O.B. I should have known. Oh, I was stupid. Stupid. Get out of here. Get out of here.
Laurie,
go to hell.
I won't tell them. Early next morning, Rafe Goodman, the wrath of God, took me back to the mainland. I sweat out every beat of the auxiliary motor, every ripple of the changing tide. His face was a mask of anger. We didn't speak. Sam, I got something I want you to do for me. Yes, I'm all right. Now listen, about the ransom note, I think I know what happened. But I need you and Willie to help me prove it. I'll meet you at the Fairfax house. No police.
Flynn, Where the hell you
Where's
been?
Mrs. Fairfax?
Oh, Flynn, what's happened? Did you find her?
I did. And I know now she's perfectly safe.
But the ransom note. How can you be so sure?
Because of this? Recognize it? Oh, I know it's partly burned, but you can still see where the letters for the ransom note were cut out of the magazine.
Trask, you fool! I told you to burn everything.
I did. It's a trick.
That's right, a trick. I got thinking. If Rafe wasn't the kidnapper, then who else would have a motive? What if the motive wasn't money? Then who else would be that devious? That's when I thought of you, Mrs. Fairfax.
It's for her own good. She'll have the best doctors, the latest medicine.
I think she has those now, Mrs. Fairfax.
You'll tell us where she is, or
I'm wired, Trask. My friends are outside. Everything's on tape.
You're lying.
Sound the horn if you can hear me, Sam.
Oh.
Disconnect the microphone and let him go, Trask. If you plan to blackmail me with that tape recording, I'd think again, Flynn. We've done nothing illegal. We haven't even involved the police.
Oh, that's true, but I have a newspaper friend who might be intrigued by the story. You know, the bizarre behavior of a wealthy socialite who kept her daughter locked in a basement room, then faked a ransom note to get her back when she ran away.
All right. What do you want? More money?
Give Laurie a little breathing room. She's off the streets and with friends who can help her. Here's the $5,000 you gave me.
And the ransom story?
I'll keep the tape. You keep the bargain. I was on pretty flimsy ground with the unofficial tape recording, but it seemed to work. Mrs. Fairfax backed off for a while. I hope for as long as it takes for Laurie to get back on her feet again. Last week I got a homemade card in the mail. Inside was a picture of Laurie with some of her friends. She looked happy and healthy. The message on the card read, "Dear Michael, I am peaceful and content at last.
I saw my brother Ted in a dream the other night. He was just like we remembered him. Happy-go-lucky, full of fun. Maybe it's time we forgave each other for his death. I know he has. Have a good life, Laurie."
You've just heard Flynn, Part 4, Ghosts by Lyal and Barbara Brown. Featured in the cast were Boyd Norman as Michael Flynn, Colleen Winton as Willie Greene, and Robert Clothier as Sam Greene. Special guests this week were Janet Hodgkinson as Laurie, Duncan Fraser as Rafe, and Lillian Carlson as the mother, supported by the voices of Kim Kondrashoff and Dwight McPhee. The production assistants were Dagmar Kafanka and Loretta Joyce. And the recording engineer is Chris Cuttress, with sound effects by Joe Silva and Daniel Imbeau. Music for Flynn is composed by Alan Cranny, and the series script consultant is James W. Nichol. Flynn is produced and directed in Vancouver by Don Kowalchuk. The series executive producer is Bill Howell. Hi, gang. Bob Boving here. Welcome back to the Mystery Project. This week, we've got Part 5 of Flynn, the Vancouver series starring Boyd Norman as the quietly reluctant private investigator. Written by Lyal and Barbara Brown. And this week, we're getting into very dangerous territory indeed. Learning how to say no to your mother. Especially when it concerns your mother's best friend. Flynn. Part 4, Imaginary Enemies.
limited experience as a private investigator, I can't say I've given much thought to disorders of the mind. See, the cases I deal with are mostly to do with greed or deception. So it's just a matter of collecting evidence which supports a reasonable hypothesis. Identify the motive, and the finger of fate points to the guilty party. Most of the time. But what happens when the victim appears to be playing with a short deck, and everybody claims her enemies are imaginary?
Can you understand?
Oh, Katrina.
What the hell is
The thieves, they've broken in again. Katrina! Katrina, where are you?
Who's this?
Why are you doing this to me? Now, don't come any closer. I'll use my Oh, I have to get help. Telephone. I can't remember the number. Maybe this button. Oh, please, someone. Please.
Hello?
Who is this?
Mrs. Flynn? Hedda? Hedda, is that you? It's Felicity.
Oh, you've got to help me. They broke into my home, and I'm all alone.
I'll call the police.
No, they never understand. No, come yourself.
I'll pick up my son and be right there. Lock yourself in your room.
Yes. Mr. Scarlett. What's going on here? Who are you? Did you come with them? The thieves?
I am Katrina.
Katrina?
Yes, Katrina, your housekeeper. Oh. You remember me? I've been with you 20 years. Come to bed now. You had one of your spells.
I called. Where were you?
Oh, I was only gone for a few minutes. We'll talk about it in the morning.
I phoned someone.
Oh, not the police again?
Well, you'll see. She's coming with her son. I have to lock myself in my room.
All right. I'll be up in a minute. Hello? Mrs. Thornton? This is Katerina. She had another one of her spells. She says she phoned someone. I don't want trouble. Maybe you and Mr. Eric should come. Oh, yes. Thank you.
Now, I've got a particular aversion to getting involved with my mother's flaky friends, you know what I mean? So that's one of the reasons I live on the Blarney Boy, so I can set sail and disappear when I need to. Only, this time I was distracted. Willie Green and I were spending a lot of time together. And it had nothing to do with working for old Sam's law practice.
Wait a minute. There's something you should know about what happened in Toronto.
Toronto? Couldn't we talk about it later?
When I was in Toronto, I had an affair with the son of the senior partner of the law firm.
No, these things happen. Just fall behind you. Here, let me fix your pillow. Come on.
No. But I found out later he slept around with anyone he could bag. And I was just another trophy for his games.
I don't care, Willie. Really, I don't. Come on.
You like me for who I am?
Yes, I like you. Come
you
on.
like me. You really like me.
Michael, are you in there?
Oh, my God, not now.
Who is that?
My mother. Don't say anything. Maybe she'll go away.
Well, you can't
can't leave her out there. It's dark.
Michael, I can see a light in there.
Oh, let her in. I'll fix my makeup.
That's just great. What is it, Mother?
Come with me, Michael. It's an emergency.
Oh, let me guess. One of your friends has just lost her dog, or is it a cat this time?
Thieves! Heather's place!
Oh, not her again.
She thinks there's been another break-in. Hurry!
I'm not alone, Mother. This is, W.P. Greene. We work together.
Pleased to meet you, Mrs. Flynn.
All right, bring her along.
I didn't say I'd take the job.
Hurry up. Now, the car's over here.
Hedda Carnaby was the first young woman my mother befriended after she immigrated to British Columbia from England. They were bridesmaids at each other's weddings and supported each other through thick and thin for almost 50 years. The most recent crisis was the death of Hedda's adoring husband, Charles, a successful investor. The old lady continued living in their impressive mansion in Vancouver's Shaughnessy area.
Oh, I'm so glad you come, Mrs. Flynn. Mrs. Carnaby, she flipped out again.
Another one of her spells.
Oh, yes. She was asleep when I go out for some groceries like usual. I was only gone for a few minutes.
Katrina?
Who is it, Katrina?
It's me, Hedda. I brought Michael and his friend.
Hello, Mrs. Carnaby. This is W.P. Greene, my associate.
Pleased to meet you.
It's so many names. Did I ask you to come?
The old lady was dressed in a robe and slippers. Her thinning gray hair was disheveled and obviously missing a customary wig. She seemed dazed as she came down the stairs.
You phoned me. Something about thieves. I think maybe you were having one of your little spells. Oh, I do wish you'd see a doctor.
Well, I did hear voices. And you hit them with your cane. Oh, Mrs. Flynn, you should see the broken glass I clean up.
Go make some tea, Katrina.
Make us some tea. She never listens.
Perhaps Michael could take a quick look around, just to relieve your mind, Hedda. Michael, please.
I just went through the motions for the old lady's sake. Everything in the basement was clean and particularly well organized, except for a wicker basket of freshly washed clothes in the laundry room. I checked the second floor. Found Hedda's room. 4-poster bed. Antique dresser, drawers. Right. There it was. An expensive wig. Real hair. I checked some medicine bottles. Nothing out of the ordinary. But I slipped a small porcelain drinking cup in my pocket. Something to check out later. Well, no sign of intruders anywhere.
Why won't anyone believe me?
Maybe if we knew what these voices said, Mrs. Carnaby.
Well, I don't know. They mumble to each other. And when I get downstairs, they stop.
Dear Hedda, you've been through such a strain since Charlie died.
Wait a minute, Mother. Let's not jump to conclusions. Look around, Mrs. Carnaby. Is there anything missing?
Well, there was something. Why can't I remember? Oh, no.
Mrs. Carnaby?
Look at the wall. Over there near the staircase. 3 of my most precious paintings gone.
I checked the wall the old lady referred to, and sure enough, there was some indication something had been hanging there. When was the real question. There was some discoloration of the wood paneling. 3 small paintings might have hung there.
That's right. The Renoir oil sketches. 3 of them.
There. You see?
I'll get it. Were you expecting somebody, Mrs. Carnaby?
Oh, maybe they've come back.
Oh, there, Mrs. Carnaby. There's nothing to worry about.
Can I help you?
Who the hell are you? Where's my aunt?
Eric?
Oh, Aunt Hedda, thank God you're all right.
Mrs. Flynn, isn't it? Understood, Auntie called you. Sorry about that. These episodes are getting more frequent.
My mother withheld comment, but introduced W.P. and me to the Thorntons. Eric was Hedda's nephew. He and his wife were in their 40s, well-dressed, and spoke with the authority of people of substance. They also arrived in a Mercedes.
Eric was balding and sported a paunch, befitting someone who believed in the good life. He owned a chain of appliance stores, it turned out. His wife, Alice, was a horsewoman, judging from the boots and the equestrian aroma.
I was in the bar nursing Hellgate Morn through a spell of the croup when I got Katrina's phone call.
Katrina? I should have known.
We jumped in the Mercedes and took off like a bat out of hell.
Where do you live?
On a horse farm near Langley.
But that's at least an hour's drive.
That's right. So, Auntie, what happened? Katrina said you heard voices in the house again.
That's right. They came back for the paintings this time. See? The Renoir sketches are gone.
The Renoir sketches?
On the wall near the staircase. I remember them being there.
You see? I have a witness.
Well, of course they were hanging there. But surely you remember.
Remember what?
You gave them to us for safekeeping after the first incident. They're at the farm, locked in Eric's safe.
She's right, Auntie.
Tea is ready. Oh, good evening, Mr. and Mrs. Thornton. She told you, yes, the voices? It's true. Oh. I did hear them. And the painting. You're lying.
Auntie, please.
You're all against me.
No, we're not, Hedda, dear.
Katrina, help me get her up the stairs.
It's Eric. It's Eric. He wants my money.
Aunt Hedda, that's not true.
No, leave me alone.
Alice was a nurse. She'll give her a sleeping pill. You have no idea what we've been through in the last few weeks.
The poor woman reminded me of my Uncle Liam. Same symptoms. Memory loss, paranoia, violent outbursts. I only saw him a couple of times before the end, but I had to sympathize with the people who cared for him.
We've tried to get her to see a doctor ever since she started having these spells.
And when was that, Mr. Kennedy?
Right after Uncle Charlie died. I've been over here quite a few times since then, trying to sort out his things for her.
Where did she get the idea you wanted her money?
Oh, I goofed on that one. She was down with the flu a couple months ago. Without thinking, I suggested she give me temporary power of attorney so I could pay her bills. Just until she was on her feet again. I've never heard the end of it.
I think she'll be all right now, at least for the rest of the night. Katrina will keep an eye on her.
Then we'll come back in the morning.
Katrina will let you in. We're going back to the farm now to make arrangements for the horses.
We discussed it on the drive into town. Alice will pick up her nursing supplies and keep an eye on things here for a few days.
I think we should rehang the Renoir sketches, don't you?
Yeah, good idea.
Imagine her forgetting she gave them to us for safekeeping.
Well, thanks for all your help, Mrs. Flynn. Maybe after a good sleep, she'll be more like herself.
I hope so.
Good night.
Good night.
Night.
Michael, don't get in the car. Just slip across the street behind that tree and keep an eye on the house.
In the rain? Why?
Just until everyone settles down. Then you can join us back at your office.
The office?
Hedda slipped me a letter when we first arrived. I didn't have a chance to read it, but I think she's in more trouble than some people want us to know.
Nighttime surveillance in the rain, my favorite outdoor sport. My mother has a wonderful knack of drawing you up short just as you think you're going to wriggle off the hook. Well, it didn't take long for the Thorntons to pack it in. A couple of minutes later, the lights went out in the house. Now, I was thinking about taking off for a hot mug of coffee when someone came out of the side door. A chunky woman in a kerchief and raincoat slipped over to the two-story garage and went inside. Was it Katrina? I was too far away to be certain. Suddenly, a light appeared in the window of the upper room. In a moment, it was out again. A taxi pulled up. I could see them approaching now. It was Katrina, with a stocky-built man in a dark jacket and cap. Carried a duffel bag. Before he got in the taxi, he gave her a quick kiss on the cheek.
You will telephone?
Yes. You stay in the hotel room. I will get them back.
Yes.
Now, what the hell was that all about?
Sam, you drew up both Charlie and Hedda's wills. What do you make of the note?
Well, handwriting's a little shaky, but her request is clear. She wants me to draw up a new will. And all of her estate goes to the McNeil Research Center.
That's the place that specializes in care for the elderly.
That's right.
I thought she was afraid of doctors.
Her husband supported the center. She was talking about funding a new wing.
This must be Flynn. Man, you're so through.
It paid off. Katrina has a boyfriend stashed away in a room over the garage. Or at least she did. He took off.
Well, where did he go?
Sorry, Mother, I don't know. I couldn't outrun the taxi.
Well, if there were thefts, maybe he was the one behind them, but Katrina, I can't see her stooping so low.
Well, maybe Hedda said something about changing her will.
But Katrina has been with Hedda for 20 years.
And she'll have nothing to show for it. There's motive.
Now, what about Eric Thornton?
He's Hedda's only next of kin.
No. All this is pure speculation. The lady's obviously confused. Or maybe she just forgot about Eric and Katrina. Anyway, I'll have to talk to her before I do anything.
Right. The way she's been acting, you'll have to decide if she's competent.
We can go first thing in the morning. If Katrina's asleep, I've got a spare key. Come along, Michael. I'll drop you off.
Right.
Oh, don't worry about the office. I'll hold the fort.
Willie, listen, do me a favor, will you?
Sure.
Look, just to be on the safe side, I'm going to track down Katrina's boyfriend tomorrow morning. Sam and my mother can handle things without me. While I'm out, could you run a financial check on Eric Thornton?
Flynn, the man has it made. You saw his car and the horse ranch and the string of appliance stores.
Just in case.
Okay, but you'll owe me.
Right. Oh, and this cup I took from Hedda's nightstand. Can you get it to that friend of yours at the university lab?
What did your last slave die of?
Thanks.
Michael, are you coming?
Next morning was a typical West Coast spring day, gray and wet with a little fog on the side. I had checked out the cab company Katrina's boyfriend used. A dispatcher friend told me the guy had ended up on the waterfront district. No particular destination. So I began asking around the hotels and takeout dives. I was on the third block when I spotted Katrina. She was going into the Bonnie George Hotel. I caught up to her on the second floor just as she was knocking on the door of room 215.
Katrina! Hi there, Katrina.
Mr. Flynn, what are you doing here?
Katrina, who is that? Police?
Hey, wait a minute. I'm not a cop. I just have a few questions.
Leave him alone.
I'll jump ship. This not Paul's my sister.
Your sister?
Yes. I helped Carl make new start. You ask Mr. Eric. He gave me money, and they have to find immigration lawyer.
Not criminal. Want new life in Canada. Jump ship only way.
Okay, calm down. Look, Katrina, the voices and the break-ins at Mrs. Carnaby's place.
Oh, always she says it happens when I am out. She is a crazy old woman.
Now, when you go out, does anyone know that you're not in the house?
I always call Mr. Eric. Those are his instructions.
And today, when he gave you the money for your brother, did Eric come to the house?
Both. Mr. Eric and wife. They don't leave Mrs. Carnaby alone all day.
Talk about misreading a situation. Here I was chasing a Polish ship jumper and his sister when I should have been going after her boss. But first I had to touch base with Sam and my mother. I grabbed a cab to Sam's office. When I got there, I was met with a couple of long faces. What happened?
Well, we got there early, so I used the key Hedda gave me. I always walked right in.
We mistook the Thorntons' doctor for an intruder. And your mother kicked him.
She was screaming. Well, she wouldn't let him touch her. I could have told them that.
Anyway, the upshot of it all was that Eric threw us out of the house.
Is the doctor still there?
No, he came out as we were getting into the car.
Sam, I have to know something.
Yep.
In Hedda's existing will, is Eric the chief beneficiary?
Why, yeah. Why do you ask?
I think he's behind all this. Katrina's in the clear.
Hello? Oh, hi, Dan. What have you got? Traces of what? I see.
Yeah, was there something in the drinking cup?
Yeah, I got it. Thanks, Dan.
What did he find?
Well, mostly Horlicks.
What's that?
A nighttime drink. Helps you sleep. Used to have it in England.
Yeah, but that's not all he found. There were minute traces of phencyclidine.
But that's PCP.
That's right.
Well, where the hell would she get angel dust? It's illegal. Wait a minute. Where's our pharmaceutical encyclopedia?
Oh, it must be under here. I was using it in the Lambton case.
All right, got it. Okay, P-H-E. All right, here we are. Phencyclidine, PCP, angel dust. Symptoms resemble dementia such as Alzheimer's, paranoia, auditory hallucination, violent behavior, severe depression. That's it. Eric and Alice Thornton are making it look like Hedda has Alzheimer's.
Now, hold on a minute. I thought PCP wasn't available for medical use. Where would they get it? Buying it on the street would be pretty risky.
I read an article a few years ago. PCP was used by vets to treat horses, a kind of anesthetic.
Horses? Good Lord, it's Alice.
And Eric. Give me the spare key, Mother.
Oh.
Now, Willie, come with me. Sam, you call the police. Tell them there's no time to lose.
Yeah, okay.
All right, let's go in quietly.
Wouldn't it be better to wait for the police?
Well, we might be too late. Listen. We couldn't tell where the sound was coming from, but the voices were real. The old woman wasn't crazy after all. It took a few minutes for our eyes to adjust to the dim light. The drapes were drawn and the lights were off on the main floor. It felt wrong. Then we caught sight of Alice, standing near the railing at the top of the stairs.
Come over to me, Aunt Hedda. Come on. There's nothing to be afraid of.
Don't let them hurt me.
Come on. Just a few steps more.
Willie and I made our way up the carpeted staircase. Now we could see Hedda shuffling towards Alice. She clutched her dressing gown to her chest as if it would protect her against the evil around her. Neither woman saw us.
Just a few steps more.
Make them go away.
The voices won't go away until you confront them face to face, Andy.
I tried before.
That's when you were alone. I'm here now to help you. Come over here to me.
There was that prickly feeling on the back of my neck. Whatever the Thorntons were up to, it was coming to a head. We wanted them to incriminate themselves, but could we do that without jeopardizing Hedda's life? Then I felt a sharp jab in the back. It was Willie. What?
Where's Eric? I don't know. Look, something moved in the doorway off the landing.
She was right. A shadowy figure lurked in the bedroom doorway opposite to where Alice was standing. I knew what they were up to. Now they were going to push Hedda over the railing, make it look like an accident.
What did I tell you, Auntie? The voices are fading now. Just look over the railing. Look over the railing and show them that you're not afraid.
There wasn't time to warn the old lady. As she bent over the second floor railing, Eric made his move.
Stop him, Flynn. He's going to push her over.
I took the rest of the stairs 3 at a time. Then I cut right and hammered him, just as he reached out to send Hedda Carnaby to her doom. It was like a timed end run with the pulling guard breaking through.
This all wrong. She was walking in her sleep. Tell us to the police.
Go.
Yes, we finally got Hedda to spend some time in hospital. She even had a blood test. As we suspected, it revealed traces of PCP in her system. Later, the police found the source of the drug at the Thorntons' ranch. With Alice turning Crown witness, the conviction was in the bag.
So, I wasn't really crazy.
No, of course not. The Thorntons simply treated your drinking mug with minute traces of PCP. And when Katrina used the cup to mix your nighttime drink, you had a reaction.
They wanted to make it look like you were demented.
Yeah, so your accidental death wouldn't seem suspicious.
Look, what about the voices?
Eric had them recorded on audio tape. Well, the police found a small speaker system with a remote control hidden in one of the air ducts. The parts were from one of his appliance stores.
How did he know when to turn on the tape?
Well, Katrina always phoned them before she went out. See, that's how he knew when Mrs. Carnaby was alone, and no one else ever heard the sounds.
But why did they torment me so?
It's the old story, I'm afraid.
Eric lost a bundle in the stock market. He thought this was an easy way to get at your money.
You know, I never did like that boy. Thank you, Michael, for getting to the bottom of it all.
It's a joy to be blessed with a son who has an answer for everything.
Look at his face.
You've just heard Flynn, Part 5, Imaginary Enemies, by Lyal and Barbara Brown, and starring Boyd Norman as Michael Flynn, Colleen Winton as W.P. Greene, and Robert Clothier as Sam. Special guest Joy Coghill played Hedda, and Shirley Broderick played Mrs. Flynn. You also heard Georgina Hedgedos as Katrina, Eric Trask as Eric, Iris Quinn Bernard as Alice, and Yvonne Hosky as Carl, with Bill Samples as the policeman. The series production assistants are Dagmar Kafanka and Loretta Joyce. The recording engineer is Chris Cuttress, with sound effects by Joe Silva and Daniel Imbeau. Music for Flynn is composed by Alan Cranny, and the script consultant is James W. Nichol. Flynn is produced and directed in Vancouver by Don Kowalchuk. The executive producer in Toronto is Bill Howell. For the Mystery Project, I'm Bob Boving, thanking you for listening and inviting you back next week for Episode 6 of Flynn, The Stalker. It's not exactly light listening, so be warned. And if you can't wait for it, tune into Morningside, second hour, next Wednesday, you sick puppies. Meanwhile, the CBC News is next in most places, followed immediately by random samplings. But Atlantic Canada gets Finkelman's 45s by popular demand. So stand by, and I'll see you next week. This is Episode 6 of Flynn. It's called The Stalker.
I don't pretend to be an expert on women's moods. But up until a week ago, I thought Willie and I had a good thing going. We were seeing each other pretty regularly, both at the law firm and in our spare time. Then suddenly, what was hot was not. Maybe it was something I said, I don't know. She wouldn't talk about it. And that made me a little crazy.
Hello, this is Sam Greene. Has my niece left the courthouse yet? An hour and a half ago. No, nothing wrong. Just got our wires crossed, I guess. Thanks, George. Willie's been acting strange lately. You two have a spat?
No, but we might as well have, the way she's giving me the cold shoulder.
With me, it's a silent treatment, like talking to a dead goldfish.
She wouldn't be thinking about going back to Toronto, would she?
Well, if she is, it's news to me.
Yo, courier delivery.
Oh.
Hey, Mr. Sam. Flynn.
How you doing, Tommy?
Hey, it looks like something from the States. Looks like a book.
I got you working pretty late.
Personal service. Beats a fax every time. Hey, Miss Greene here?
No, not yet. I'll sign for it.
All right.
There you are.
Great. Hey, Flynn,
Yeah?
you got a great trick when you're process serving.
What?
Okay. Well, you got a summons for a guy, but he's kind of antsy, right?
Yeah.
So you put the envelope with the summons underneath a courier pouch, like FedEx or DHL. Something easy to read. Then you ask for Mr. Smith or whatever. He thinks he's getting a special delivery, and he signs for it. Then you slip him the summons, and you're out of there before he knows what hit him.
The old bait and switch routine. You better count your fingers after shaking this kid's hand, Sam.
Yeah, I thought you were a bicycle courier. When did you branch out?
Well, process serving? I help out a friend now and then.
Well, you're pressing your luck, aren't you?
Well, who knows? Anyway, have to practice up. I'm going to take your job away from you.
Oh, hey, I'm worried.
All right, see you guys.
Yeah, well, not if we see you first.
Take it easy, Tommy.
Tommy Randall, 18-year-old high school dropout. Not a bad kid, in small doses. Willie bailed him out of trouble 6 months ago and talked him into getting his high school equivalency. Now he has dreams of joining the firm.
I guess I shouldn't have opened this. It doesn't look like business.
What is it?
Instruction book on Oriental kickboxing. What the hell's that all about?
Oh, look, there's an invoice for Willie. She's getting 10% off as a member of the Barlock Gym.
Barlock Gym?
Yeah, it's down on East Hastings, but it's an okay place.
I don't care what kind of place it is. I want you to go over there, pick her up, and find out what's going on.
What a turnaround. A couple of months ago, Sam was looking for ways to get rid of Willie. Now he was acting like an overly protective father. And where did that leave me? Looking like a lovesick jerk, that's where. I was still trying to sort out my mixed feelings as I climbed up the stairs to the gym. The Barlock Gym was small by big city standards. It used to be a martial arts hangout, but now catered to several disciplines. A couple of young boxers were working out in the ring. Others were hammering the big bag and rope skipping. At the dimly lit far end of the gym, a couple of figures in black were into some serious sparring. The glove work was impressive, but it was the kickboxing that implied serious intent. As I got closer, I realized one of the fighters was Willie.
Flynn, what are you doing here?
Sam thought you might need a ride home.
Since when do I need a nanny?
Come on, Willie. Sam's worried about you. So am I.
Jan, could you give us a couple of minutes?
Certainly.
Sorry, Jan.
No problem. But sing out WPL if he gives you any trouble.
Jan Lamont, Willie's sparring partner, was a cop. Headed a small squad dealing with violence to women. She'd come out west from Montreal after a messy love affair. From what I'd heard, the other cops didn't like her much. Said she took too many chances. The gossip mills around the courthouse were more direct. They claimed she was a lesbian, but insisted it didn't matter. Even gossips have to be politically correct.
I don't appreciate this.
Look, I came to offer you a ride home, not start an argument. But don't blame me for wondering what's going on with you.
Things were getting too serious too fast.
Well, so talk to me about it.
I want to back off a bit. At least till I can sort out a few personal things. I'll explain later. And tell Sam not to wait supper.
I went back to Sam's place feeling like a pizza delivery boy with the wrong order. Sam was in the apartment he shared with Willie over the office. I gave him the news, then joined him for some scrambled eggs. Willie showed up about a half hour later. Detective Lamont was with her.
Sorry, Willie.
Scrambled eggs can't compete with kickboxing, I suppose.
This is Detective Lamont. We've met.
Yes. Last month your testimony got my client an extra 6 months behind bars.
Please, Sam, let's not get sidetracked here. There's something I wanted to handle myself, but now I realize the secrecy is causing almost as much flack as the problem.
What problem?
Last week at the courthouse, WP found this videotape in her briefcase.
Huh? Look. That woman. Was that you, Willie?
Yes.
Walking up how to the courthouse?
Listen.
Good morning, W.B. Greene. I am your Norfolk Island admirer. Yes, look now, you pass me by without notice. I guess we're all strangers in the big city, aren't we? Even someone as lovely as you has no way of knowing the person who loves her most. For now, I'll have to be satisfied with video souvenirs like these until the time is right.
Look, there you are having coffee at Mozart's Cafe near the courthouse. He couldn't have been more than 3 tables away.
Oh, that's right.
Just you fill my dreams and each waking hour. And someday soon I will reveal myself to you. And don't fear that moment. Now welcome it with sweet compassion, and no harm will come to you. Until then, dear lady, I will content myself with watching you from afar.
God, it's a week? You had this tape a week and you kept us in the dark.
I'm sorry, Sam.
We didn't tell you because sometimes men gossip about such things. We didn't want to set loose the cats and scare our pigeon.
But that guy's an obvious nutcase.
Flynn, that guy may even be a woman.
What?
There's no way to tell.
Well, the stalker isn't using his own voice. I mean, it's an electronic voice box.
Exactly. This is a clever bastard. So we're checking the hospitals and the medical supply stores.
Well, no fingerprints on the cassette?
Clean.
No one seen around Willie's briefcase?
No one in particular.
Well, could it have been one of the guys at the courthouse? Some of them have a pretty bizarre sense of humor.
We're checking.
Well, clever or not, this character sounds like serious trouble to me, and I want to be kept advised on everything you're doing to put him away.
Do you notice anyone watching you, Willie?
Oh, I don't know. There was a man at Mozart's about a week ago. Gray beard, thick glasses.
Maybe a disguise.
But he didn't follow me, and I never saw him again. I don't think he was the one.
A lot of characters hang out around Robson between the courthouse and the art gallery.
And 99% of them are harmless. So why did this creep with the video camera target me?
He's probably a control freak. Might have been attracted to your work in the courtroom. Watched you from the visitors section. Lawyers have power over other people's lives, and maybe he's trying to tap into that.
No. Scores of visitors come to the courthouse every day. It's just another dead end. Now, there must be something more practical that we can do.
Yes, there is. The first thing we do is step up the surveillance on WP.
Right.
And we'll need some help checking out her contacts, people she knows in the courthouse, office contacts, casual acquaintances.
You got it.
But business as usual during the day. I'm not having this warped bastard setting my agenda.
Good attitude. But lock your doors. I'll have a police car drive by during the night, and I'll hang around myself for a while. Just in case.
Thanks. You're a friend.
Sam agreed that I should work on the case full time. So I brought over a fold-out cot, set it up in the office. That way I could block any intruder trying to get to the second floor. I was in the storeroom looking for an extra desk lamp when I heard Willie and Jan coming down the stairs.
Okay, so you're driving me, but this is personal business. You understand that?
Afraid to have me meet your friend?
I'd be happier to be left on my own. It's the airport. What could happen, for God's sake?
Anything could happen. And you know it.
Now, what the hell was that all about? Why the airport at this time of night? This whole thing was driving me nuts. I don't know whether it was love sickness or just a flood of morbid curiosity that overwhelmed me. But the next thing I knew, I was in Sam's Volvo, speeding over the Arthur Lang Bridge toward Vancouver Airport. I caught up to Willie in the arrivals level, walking through the milling crowd, searching for someone. She was obviously late. Jan Lamont was nowhere in view. Suddenly, Willie caught sight of a man with a black bag. He was just coming back into the luggage pickup area.
Troy, over here. Sorry I'm late.
Lights got in early. Wasn't sure you'd be here. I was looking for a phone. God, you look great.
Thanks.
They hadn't seen me yet in the crowd. Whoever this Troy was, he was something special to Willie. He wasn't what you'd really call handsome. Trendy, maybe. Short, dark hair, a warm smile, casually dressed in an expensive leather bomber jacket and slacks. Traveled a lot, judging from the baggage claim strips on his luggage.
Flynn!
Oh, God. You scared the hell out of me.
Good. Now you've got some explaining to do.
What?
Come on.
No,
Come on.
no.
Hey,
No.
WP. Look what I found.
Whose idea was this, Flynn?
Well, it wasn't really... Sam wondered if...
Damn it, I'm meeting a friend, that's all.
Troy Martin. Used to work with WP in Toronto. And you are?
Flynn, Sam Greene's PI.
Detective Lamont, Vancouver Police.
Police? I don't understand.
Someone's stalking WP.
What?
Oh, nothing serious. Just a videotape. He might have followed me a couple of times.
That sounds serious to me. Can I do anything? Maybe I could book you into my hotel. Adjoining rooms or something.
I think we've got things under control.
I suppose you want me to stay out of the way until you nail the SOB.
Yeah, that would help.
Oh, we could still meet for dinner. And we can drive you to the hotel.
It might be better if I pick up a U-drive.
Huh?
And that way, if you need me in a hurry, I'll have transportation. What do you think, Detective?
Yeah, good idea. You can go back with Flynn, WP.
Yeah,
What?
I'm going to check in at the office and book off.
I'm terribly sorry about this, Troy.
Hey, I'm here for 3 days. And you know how business meetings bore me. We'll have time to talk.
You're staying at the Hyatt?
That's right.
Oh, phone me tomorrow.
I will.
Before you go, Mr. Martin.
Yes?
Could I see your airline ticket?
Airline ticket? Jan, I can vouch for him. What the hell's got into you?
It's just routine.
There's no problem. Here we are. Toronto to Vancouver and return.
Air Canada, flight 902, today's date.
Yes, you have good eyes. I can never read the carbon copy. Is that all?
Yeah, I think so. Have a good visit.
I can't believe she'd do something like that. Did you see the way people looked at us? My God, what must Troy think?
What must Troy think? Is that all that's bothering you? This is the guy who dumped you after your little affair in Toronto. Now he whistles and you come running.
It's not like that. We talked on the phone, that's all. He's apologized.
Oh, well, good for him.
Look, Flynn, I have special feelings for you. Nothing can change that. But my life's pretty mixed up right now. You've got to cut me some slack so I can work it out.
Well, then, stop treating me like I'm from another planet.
Ah, you're back. Good.
Yeah, I should have checked with you before I took the car. Sorry. I topped up the gas tank.
That's not important. Now listen, Willie.
I don't want another argument, Uncle Sam. Being hunted down, spied on, and insulted is enough for one night. I'm going to bed.
Well, maybe you'd better look at this first.
Another videotape.
Shoved in the mailbox a few minutes ago. Went to the door and nobody there.
Let me have it. No, I want to see it.
Okay, it's up to you.
My God. I can hear him breathing.
Oh, look at that. It's your bedroom.
Telephoto lens. All grainy.
God.
It's been taken from somewhere up the slope.
Tuesday night. I just washed my hair, then I lay down on the bed to read.
Hello, WB.
God.
Do you like what you see? I do. But I'm not very happy about your reaction to my first video message. Were those cop cars dropping by? Not a good idea. As you can see, they can't stop me. The time for us is getting closer. Until then, I wish you sweet dreams. Here's looking at you, kid.
Oh, God. Sweet dreams to you, creep. It's so humiliating.
No. Hang on, Willie. Don't let him get you down.
Yeah, that's what he wants.
You're right. He wants me to star in his own personal woman as victim movie. Well, if that's the game he's playing, he's in for a hell of a rude awakening.
Well, now, that's the spirit.
Next morning, I got a fix on the general area where the stalker could have seen into Willie's bedroom. Nothing very precise. 2 or 3 condos, maybe, or the street itself. They were all up the slope from Sam's. I had talked to the supers in a couple of places and was approaching the third when I ran into unexpected company darting out the front door. Tommy Randall, the bicycle courier. Only this time, he wasn't in uniform.
Flynn, hey, what are you doing up here?
Oh, looking around.
For what?
You got a camcorder.
A video camera? What would I want with that?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe to take pictures of your friends?
Friends? What are you talking about?
You're sweating, Tommy. Why are you so nervous?
I'm not nervous. I'm just in a hurry. It's my day off, all right? I get things to do.
Hey, wait a minute. You once told me you had an apartment in the West End. What are you doing over here?
Look, Flynn, I cut some corners. You know, run errands for bookies, things like that, all right? But I don't rip off cameras.
Now, how about using one to harass someone who trusts you?
Wait, you talking about Miss Greene?
Yeah, you know it, you little ferret. All the time she's been coaching you. You've been getting ideas.
What?
But how do you get her to cozy up to you? You scare the hell out of her with your homemade stalker videos.
Stalker videos?
Yeah.
You're sick, man. You're out of your mind.
Wait a minute. You're going to talk to the cops.
I'll blow it out your ear, crazy man.
Okay, so I went a little over the top with Tommy. But I knew he had a crush on Willie, and no matter what he said, the video stunt was right up his alley. I left a phone message about Tommy on Jan Lamont's machine, then continued checking the slope above Sam's. No luck. I packed it in about 2 p.m. and went back to the office. Parked in front was a blue Pontiac rental. Troy Martin. That's all I needed. As I came in, Sam indicated Willie and her ex-boyfriend were having a private chat upstairs.
You know, I can't believe how right this feels. You and I, together again like this.
Troy, I didn't agree to see you to start things over. You have to understand that. There's someone else in my life, and he's very important to me.
Flynn.
Yes.
He's a very lucky man.
Look, you and I got our signals crossed. I probably expected too much out of the relationship. So let's chalk it up to experience and part friends. Okay?
That's very generous, considering how I treated you.
So, how are things in Toronto?
Well, the firm's in a bit of a mess, actually.
Uh-huh.
Remember the Kalmar deal?
Mm-hmm.
There's a securities investigation.
Are you implicated?
Me? Of course not. Not even named to appear. I took your advice and got out of the deal right after you left town.
Am I likely to be subpoenaed?
I don't think it'll come to that. No, I'm sure it won't.
It's not that I have anything to hide. But, Troy, if I am subpoenaed, I'd have to tell what I know.
Well, of course. Hey, I'm sorry I brought up the subject. You've got enough on your mind these days.
Yeah, you got that right. Another cappuccino?
Sam Greene and Associates, Flynn speaking.
This is Jan Lamont.
Oh, Jan.
Hey, thanks for the second video. Hey, our friend's a real peeping Tommy, isn't he?
Oh, the Randall kid, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but he's gone to ground, I'm afraid.
Oh, don't worry, we'll pick him up. In the meantime, I'm on to something else. Can we compare notes?
Well, sure, when?
Well, not right away. I've got to tie up some loose ends. How about tonight? 10 o'clock. Your boat?
Uh-huh.
And get some scotch. We may have something to celebrate.
It was getting foggy when I walked down to the marina. I was still puzzled about Jan's phone call. Why compare notes with me? I was about 20 feet from the Blarney Boy when I saw it. A dark object floating face down in the water near the dock. I was able to roll the body out of the water. As her head lolled back against the walkway, I saw the bloody bruise on her forehead. It was Detective Lamont.
I want your statement right away, Flynn. I'll be with a forensic team going over her car.
Yeah, okay, Billy, yeah. I'll be right there. I have to get something from my boat.
Don't be too long. She was a loner. Kept everything to herself.
I was sick about what happened to Jan Lamont. But this wasn't the time to do penance for misjudging her. I knew Willie was safe with Sam and a uniformed cop Jan had assigned. So I decided to sort out my only lead, an airline baggage tag I found clutched in Jan's hand.
Canadian Airlines, Steve Ward speaking.
Yeah, hi, Steve, it's Flynn. Look, I got a question.
If this is about discount fares to Disneyland, forget it.
No, Steve, this is a very important favor. I have a baggage stub, YVR2547, your company. I need the name of the passenger and the date of flight.
Just a sec. It's in the computer.
Okay.
YVR2547. The name's Robert Brown, Caden Flight 411 on the 5th. He loses bags.
I'll explain later. Thanks, Steve.
No problem, Flynn.
Robert Brown, Flight 411 on the 5th. Who was he? And why was she looking for him? It didn't connect. Baggage tags. Where did I see the baggage tags? Right. When I was with Jan at the airport. Troy Martin's bag. She checked the ticket, but she didn't look at the tags. So she got into his hotel room somehow, checked out the tag like I did, and made the connection. She found out Troy Martin flew in under an assumed name a week before we saw him at the airport. That would screw up his alibi. Ah, hell, this was ridiculous. Where was the proof?
Flynn? Hey, Flynn!
What are you doing here, Sam?
Well, some cop phoned, said you wanted to see me. Said they'd caught the stalker.
Damn it. What about the uniform back at the office?
I went back to the station, I guess. What's wrong? Flynn? What's wrong?
Come on, Willie, answer. Where was she when you left?
Well, in her room upstairs. Why?
The line's dead. It's a setup.
Back already, Sam? Did you identify... Troy, what are you doing up here?
I had to do it, WP. I didn't want to, but she was getting too close.
Too close? What are you talking about?
That detective friend of yours, Jan Lamont. I had to kill her. You have to understand. It's all about the Kalmar deal. I lied to you. I did defraud the company. I'm as guilty as sin.
Troy.
But I can't let my father know.
Troy,
He's senior partner with a law firm. It will ruin him.
Take it easy. You have to turn yourself in to the police.
Oh, yes. You'd like that, wouldn't you? And here I was hoping you'd say for my sake you wouldn't testify. I could have just gone away. The stalker wouldn't have needed to...
You're the stalker.
But you know too much, don't you?
Stay away from me!
I was almost winded by the time I reached the top of the stairs and charged into Willie's room. And there was Troy, wild-eyed and menacing as he drew tight a scarf around Willie's neck. She fought to free herself, but he was too strong for her. Without thinking, I threw myself into the battle and was deflected into a chest of drawers. But for a moment, Troy was distracted, and he moved away from Willie. Her kick came out of nowhere and caught him on the side of the head. That was too close.
Tell me about it.
It's a nice move.
Yeah. Jan taught me. He said he killed her. Is that true?
Yeah, but I'm afraid so. I should have been on to him faster.
Oh, God, what about me? He was conning me all over again. Just like the last time.
It's okay.
Willie, please tell me you're all right.
She's okay, Sam. She's gonna be fine. Oh, thank God. After Jan's funeral, Willie and I took off for a week on the Blarney Boy. We had a lot of healing to do. I told her how crazy jealous I'd been about Troy and Tommy, even Jan Lamont. She cried a lot over her lost friend and talked about her disastrous record in dating unfaithful men. Somehow, our confessions helped draw us closer together.
You've just heard Flynn, Part 6, The Stalker, written by Lyal and Barbara Brown, starring Boyd Norman as Flynn, Colleen Winton as Willie, and Robert Clothier as Sam. Special guest Thérèse Champagne played Jan, with Tracy Olson as Troy. You also heard Matt Hill as Tommy, Ruby Truly as Mrs. Wong, and John Blackwell Destry as Delaney. The recording engineer was Chris Cuttress, with sound effects by Joe Silva. The production assistants, Dagmar Katanka and Loretta Joyce. Music for Flynn is composed by Alan Cranny, and the series script consultant is James W. Nichol. Flynn is produced and directed in Vancouver by Don Kowalchuk, and the series executive producer is Bill Howell. For the Mystery Project, I'm Bob Boving. Hi, gang. Bob Boving here. Welcome back to the Mystery Project. This week, we've caught you right in the middle of Flynn, the 13-part Vancouver series, written by Lyal and Barbara Brown, starring Boyd Norman in the title role. And yes, this week we've got something just a little special for shut-ins. Join us now for Flynn, Episode 7, The Box.
It was circus weekend on Granville Island. Jugglers, unicyclists, street musicians, and clowns. Scores of clowns. Casting off the endless gray winter, sun-starved Vancouverites eagerly joined in the fun, filled the parking lots, and commandeered restaurants from the Emily Carr College of Art to the Granville Public Market. Living on the Blarney Boy at the marina, I would have preferred to give it all a pass, but Willie had other plans. She was celebrating the reunion of college friend Vanna McIntyre and her estranged mate, Glenn. So there we were, lapping up the white wine and shrimp croissants on Bridges Wharf, overlooking False Creek.
Oh, isn't this heaven, Vanna? One day of sunshine. That's all it takes to turn things around.
You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray.
Our dog's name is Sunshine. Flynn sings, she howls.
A couple more clowns, that's all we need.
Well, speaking of clowns, don't bother, he's here. And I believe he can speak for himself. Am I right, Mr. Clown?
I think he wants a donation. No, it's for disabled children.
How about a few loonies?
Oh, look, he's giving us flowers.
A flower for each lady.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Oh, you're more than welcome, your beeping chip.
Your beeping chip?
Isn't that the proper designation? He's dressed as a clown lord.
I think you've had too much wine.
I think you're right. You better drive.
The 928? He let you drive his Porsche? There's a switch.
Mi caballo es su caballo. My horse is your horse. Horse, house, whatever.
Okay, make a joke, but it hasn't been easy. Glenn's commissions are up and down, and I'm still being shortchanged on my trust fund.
The fund your mother set up? Your stepfather is still administering it?
Hogging, controlling, and guarding.
Oh.
He's a tight-fisted Scrooge at a telephone.
Let's not spoil the day talking about His Merciless Majesty, Colin Sandon. If worst comes to the worst, I'll borrow back a few loonies from the clown. Good idea.
Glenn's right. Why spoil the day?
That said, I must remind you of the time, dear one.
Oh, it is getting late.
Have to pick up a paper. Meet you back at the car.
Okay.
Glad to have met you. You bring on the clowns.
Stay and finish your coffee. Let's do this again. Be good to her, Flynn. Bye, WP. Bye-bye.
Friendship, like politics, makes for strange bedfellows. It wasn't that I didn't like Vanna and Glenn, but somehow they reminded me of other ideal couples. Charles and Di, Trump and Marla Maples, Barbie and Ken. You know, kind of plastic and popped out of a mold. Yet, despite all the banter, I sensed Vanna and Glenn had counted on her trust fund to stabilize their boom and bust income. Whatever their circumstances.
They'd obviously had a painful wake-up call for the 90s.
So, what do you think?
Vanna and Glenn? A great pair.
They are great together, aren't they? I knew you'd like them.
Well, you didn't think I was going to tell her what I really thought, did you? It wouldn't be fair to them. I wouldn't have been so condescending if I'd known what was going on in the parking lot back of the restaurant. Right there in broad daylight.
Another clown. I'm sorry, but I don't have any more change. No, please, stop!
Hey, what's going on? Let go of her.
Ah, God, my eyes! My eyes! Yes, Prince Charming can't help you. No, fight!
So, what does Glenn do for a living?
Real estate.
Oh.
And he races cars.
How old's the Porsche?
How should I know?
He, ever take you for a ride?
Oh, Flynn. That's classified information.
Maybe I should trade in the Blarney Boy on a sports car.
Don't you dare! Come on, we have to get back.
Willie and I took the shortcut through the parking lot at the back of the Bridges restaurant complex. The place was quiet. All the action was on the side facing the water. The route passed near where the Blarney Boy was moored, and I was thinking of ways to con Willie into taking the afternoon off and going for a sail. But we never got that far.
Flynn, the Porsche. It's Glenn.
Having some trouble.
Glenn, what's wrong?
WP, is that you?
What? Where's Vanna?
Help me. Man in a clown suit. Kidnapped Vanna.
Oh, my God.
Laundry truck. Kidnapped.
Flynn, look at his eyes. And that smell.
Oh, it's pepper spray.
I can't see. He shot me right in the face.
Flynn, he's taken Vanna. We have to do something.
Call the police. Will you give them Vanna's description and tell them about the laundry truck?
There's a phone in the restaurant.
He must have disabled my car. You've got to go after her.
Let the police handle it. They've got the manpower. The van's probably off the island by now. No telling which direction it took.
I should have been here sooner.
We were in luck. Detective Sergeant Patrick Kirkland arrived with the investigation team. Pat and I both coach in the Inner City Football League. We have a grudging respect for each other. Of course, you don't argue much with a 6'2" bear of a man, on or off the field. Nonetheless, Kirkland didn't rely on his muscle. He might have had a quick temper, but he has a cool head.
Well, thanks for the input, Flynn. You too, Miss Greene. I'll get back to you when we have more to go on.
We want to help. There must be something we can do, Pat.
Look, buddy, I got a lot of sifting to do around here, and it has to be done fast. I really can't have extra people on the crime scene.
Extra people? Vanna McIntyre's a good friend of mine.
It's okay, Willie. The sergeant's got a point. We shouldn't get in his way.
I'd appreciate that.
But as security consultant for the Granville Island Authority, it might be a good idea if we cooperated closely.
You never give up, do you? Okay, but stay out of the way.
Any trace of the laundry truck?
It was stolen this morning. No witnesses. I've got an APB out on it.
Finished with the car for now, Sergeant.
Oh, yeah, what did you find?
Nothing special inside. We're trying to lift some prints, but they look like old ones. And all the wires are ripped out under the hood.
Judging from the shopping bag and missing shoes, she was surprised outside the car.
That's where we found this.
What?
What's on the cloth?
Oh, probably ether.
Oh, yeah, that's ether. First-year biology. I'll never forget those frauds.
And she's unconscious. Where could he be taking her?
Well, if I knew that, Miss Greene, you can be sure I wouldn't be poking around this parking lot. Look, Flynn, why don't you two make yourselves useful?
Mm-hmm.
Take young Glenn McIntyre to your office. The paramedics are finished with her. See if he remembers anything else.
A cop car dropped us off at Sam's place. Glenn's vision was almost back to normal, but the guy sitting there in Sam's office wasn't a welcome sight.
What the hell are you doing here?
Waiting for you to play out your charade.
Charade? You think it's fake? She's been kidnapped, you son of a bitch.
No. Let's calm down. Now, you must be Glenn. Now, I can understand that what happened must have been a terrible shock.
If you can understand that, what's this bastard doing here?
Trying to find out the truth, you leech. When Sergeant Kirkland got through to me, he said you were coming here.
Mr. Sandon's interest is self-evident, it seems to me. Now, whatever bad blood there's between the two of you, Now, he is your wife's stepfather. He wanted to check the facts with all three of you before he talks to the police.
You must be W.P. Vanna didn't tell me you were such an attractive young woman.
My niece, W.P. Greene, is my law partner. Her appearance is beside the point. And this is Flynn, our private investigator.
We had lunch with Vanna and Glenn, then later found him in the parking lot.
The kidnapper got away in a stolen laundry.
Yeah, the police told me.
Well, shouldn't you be at your office or home in case the kidnappers phone?
For the ransom, you mean?
Well, surely that's what this is all about.
Is that what's at stake, Glenn? My daughter's trust fund in the form of a ransom?
You filth. Vanna's life's at stake, and you're trying to pin the whole thing on me.
Not you alone. There had to be an accomplice, maybe even Vanna herself.
You're out of your mind.
You've got her wrapped around your little finger.
Now, look. I don't think this is really very helpful, Mr. Sam.
No, let him rant on. I want to see where he's going with these crazy ideas.
Okay, I'll cut to the chase. Call off this phony kidnapping, and I'll write you a check for $50,000. We'll call it a practical joke that backfired. All you have to do is get out of Vanna's life for good.
And with me out of the picture, you manipulate Vanna's trust fund any damn way you want.
I don't have to listen to any more of this. I made my offer before witnesses, and you spit on my generosity. Now you can take your chances with the law.
Colin Sandon. What an anal, retentive little bit of business he was. A selfish, whining, pompous ass all decked out in a pinstripe suit. I was glad he left before Kirkland arrived.
Here's Pat now.
Well, found the laundry truck, but no Vanna.
Oh, my God.
Just the other shoe. And this drawing.
It looks like a box.
Willie was right. It was a primitive drawing of a box. Even had the specifications. 4 feet wide by 4 feet high and 6 feet in length. There was a sketch of a light bulb, a box of food, a jar of water, a cylinder of oxygen. A ventilation shaft led up to the surface. The whole unit had a covering of earth. But the most chilling part of all was an almost childlike figure lying in the box. The letters at its head spelled out Vanna.
We have to do something. Look, here's a check for $10,000. It's all I have in the bank, but I'll get a loan on my car. It should bring close to $20,000.
Look, they're not going to hurt her. We'll work with the police. We'll nail them when they go for the ransom.
I've got friends. I'll call in my markers.
It's going to be all right, Glenn. This drawing may not even mean anything. Just something to scare us.
But we can't take a chance. She could suffocate in that thing.
Now, easy, Glenn. It's going to be all right.
We have to raise more money, but not from him. Sergeant Kirkland, I insist. Any ransom call is channeled to me.
I'd like to oblige you, Mr. McIntyre, but we have no way of knowing how the kidnappers will get in touch, if they ever do.
What do you mean?
Nothing, Miss Greene. Nothing at all. Well, we've had a pretty good start. Let's get back to work, shall we?
Kirkland had let it slip out. Maybe the kidnappers would panic with the cops so close on their tails. It's happened before. The victim is ditched somewhere, never seen again.
Flynn, talk to you in private?
Over here.
Look, I ran a quick check on Colin Sandon. Right. He's a real heavy hitter, lots of money. He's probably the target of the ransom.
Well, judging by my passing acquaintance with the man, I'd say he has an enemies list as long as your arm.
Well, that's where I'll need your help.
Right.
Just a few names. It'll speed things up. If you stumble onto a lead, we'll do a follow-up.
Okay, I'll handle it. But I want to be in on the bust.
Hey, you'll be riding shotgun, my friend. Yeah, count on it.
After everyone left, I followed Willie up to Sam's apartment. She was taking things hard. Sam stayed in the office phoning his cronies, looking for names Kirkland might miss. It was a long shot, but it beat watching the clock.
Want some coffee? I'm making fresh.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, God.
It's all right. It's just a cup. Here, I'll clean it up.
I can't stop shaking. I close my eyes, and I see Vanna in that box, buried God knows where, alone. All alone. What kind of a monster would do such a thing?
We'll find out. And we'll get her back.
But we don't even know where to start looking.
Willie, I know it's hard. She's your friend, and it's scary, but we have to keep focused.
You think there's still a chance?
Yes, I think there's a good chance, and I'll tell you why.
And not a snow job, Flynn. I want the truth.
Well, the truth is this. All the kidnappers want is the money.
And without Vanna to exchange...
They're out of luck, so they've got the best incentive in the world to keep her alive.
Unless something goes wrong.
It won't go wrong. There are too many good people working on this case.
I keep seeing her in that box.
Okay, think positively. Okay? She's going to be all right.
Okay.
I may have sounded a little more confident than I felt. Kidnappers have been known to kill their victims and just pretend they're alive. But a message of hope was the right medicine for Willie at the time. An hour later, Kirkland faxed me my share of names to check out. So I borrowed Sam's car and wandered down the yellow brick road looking for the wizard of missing heiresses. And as you might have guessed, I soon found I wasn't in Kansas anymore.
Colleen Sandin. You want me to talk about Colleen Sandin?
Yes, I'm just doing a routine credit check, Mrs. Callis. I understand you had some business dealings with him. What was it, 3 years ago?
Business dealings with that pig? He stole my franchise. 3 restaurants. Now all I got is this little place.
So you feel he treated you unfairly?
I take him to court. He lie. It's finished. If I see him in this place any time, I kill him.
So that's the way it went the rest of the afternoon. A litany of complaints, but no solid leads. My final contact took me to a building construction site to talk to a developer named Hans Brack. About 50, chunky, gray hair stuffed under a blue hard hat. He was overseeing a small condo project. As I drove up, I noticed his sand-colored Mercedes had seen better days.
Yes, I know Colin Sandin. We were partners in a large high-rise development 10 years ago.
Uh-huh. Was it a profitable arrangement?
Yes, for him. Yes, I think so. For me, well, it's a cutthroat business being a developer, full of surprises.
And he surprised you?
Yes. You learn to get over these things. So you're doing a credit check on Colin Sandin?
Yes.
Has this got anything to do with the kidnapping of Sandin's stepdaughter?
The question caught me flat-footed. How the hell did he know? When I contacted him, he said he'd been on the site all day, out in the suburbs.
I heard about it on the radio in the office. An undercover policeman or something like that.
Oh, no. I'm just helping with the investigation.
Well, I can tell you I don't like this Colin Sandin. He's too slick with other people's money. But I would not wish him a painful experience like this.
Well, thank you, Mr. Brack.
I know nothing more than that, but if the police want to talk to me, here is my card.
I should have known the media would be onto the kidnapping story. I was lucky to get out of the situation with Brack so lightly. Construction types are seldom so polite. Anyway, I hadn't learned much checking out Sandin's enemies list, other than a lot of people had a good reason to hate him. I kept Willie company until midnight, and then walked down to the Blarney Boy to catch some sleep. Something strange was going on. Nothing solid, just a feeling. I checked forward, then ahead. No luck. But I knew I'd had a visitor. There was an audio cassette in the playback slot of my stereo radio. It had no label.
Hello? This is Vanna McIntyre.
Oh, God.
I'm buried under the earth. Oh, God. I don't know where. I'm instructed to read this message. It was lowered down the ventilation shaft with this cassette recorder. Ransom of $500,000 in 50s and 100s. Will advise time in place of drop. Oh, that's all I'm allowed to say, but Oh, please help me. Oh, for God's sake, help me.
Vanna's pitiful request for help was soon relayed to all concerned with the case. Kirkland already had Sandon's phones tapped. He added men to the Blarney Boy, Sam's place, Vanna and Glenn's apartment. By evening of the second day, Sandon had arranged for $500,000 in marked bills. It included money Glenn was able to raise. Everyone was on side this time. Now Kirkland and I were on our way to check the stakeout at Sandon's.
You sure you've covered all the bases?
Yes, all of them. Cops on stakeout, phones tapped. How many times do I have to tell you?
Good God, there he goes. Who? Sandon, going the other way. I'm sure that's him.
He's supposed to stay put at the house.
We're going to lose him.
The hell we are.
Sergeant Kirkland, come in.
Kirkland here.
It's Mr. Sandon, Sergeant. He took off on me while I was on the toilet.
Tell me something I don't know. We're in pursuit going east on Parsons Road. Back us up. No sirens.
I had to give Kirkland credit. He laid back a bit as we followed Sandon's car. No use blowing the ransom drop with too many spectators. But how did Sandon get the message? And where was he taking us? A few minutes later, Sandon pulled to a stop at an overpass. We killed our lights and pulled over. There was enough illumination from the light standards to see Sandon get out of the car, hook a rope on the suitcase, and lower it over the side of the railing.
There. He's making the drop.
Someone waiting under the bridge. Take the off-ramp. Hell, it's Glenn's Porsche.
All units in vicinity of Highway 99 and Parsons Road. I'm in pursuit of a black Porsche moving south to Massey Tunnel. Driver suspect in kidnapping case.
They're running us. Oh, God, the lanes are blocked going into the tunnel. He's spinning out.
The front end of the Porsche was smashed against a concrete abutment some distance away from the traffic jam. He'd been trying to make it off the main lanes into a weight scale off-ramp. As we reached the car, I could see Glenn's bloodied head slumped against the steering wheel. He was in a bad way.
Damn it, Glenn. Why did you do it?
Thought I could outrun a cop car. Forgot about the tunnel.
Oh, Glenn, where's Vanna? We don't know where she's buried.
Vanna, I did it for us.
Where is she, Glenn?
Vanna.
The trunk sprung. No suitcase there. How is he?
He's dead.
Poor bastard. There's no suitcase in the car either.
He was a decoy.
Colin Sandon heard the siren, saw the chase, and now he had finally caught up with us. He pushed his way through the spectators and spotted Glenn in the driver's seat of the sports car.
I'm McIntyre, you son of a bitch. I knew he was behind this.
He's dead, Sandon.
Well, good riddance, I'd say. Where's the money?
Aren't you going to ask about your stepdaughter?
She'll be all right. The message said they'd release her as soon as I paid the ransom.
What message was that?
It came with some junk mail, when and where to drop the money and not to advise the police.
So that's what you did?
I knew the money was marked, and you would follow me to the ransom drop and nail him there. I even used Glenn's money at the top of the suitcase, filled it out with telephone books.
You risked your stepdaughter's life?
Nonsense. Glenn wasn't going to hurt her, so why should I risk $500,000? Don't you see the irony of it? You caught the kidnapper with his own money.
No, we didn't. Your little scheme backfired. There must have been a second getaway car under the bridge. Glenn had an accomplice.
I thought it was him and Vanna.
Oh, you thought wrong.
Whoever it was, he's long gone. I'll put out a general APB, but we don't have anything to go on.
Well, somebody tell me what's going on here.
Well, for starters, Mr. Sandon, we don't have the suitcase. And on top of that, Glenn died before he could tell us where his wife was being kept. So thanks to you, we're back to square one. Now go with this constable and give him a statement. I've a good mind to charge you with obstructing justice.
All right.
What are you doing in the trunk, Flynn? There's nothing in there. Just tools and spare tires.
And this.
What, dirt?
Not dirt. Builder's sand.
It was a crazy long shot, and I was surprised that Kirkland agreed to drive over to the Richmond construction site. But it wasn't too far away, and we had nothing else to go on.
Hi there. This is private property, you know.
Sergeant Kirkland, I'm with the police. What's your name, friend?
Ben Blass. I'm the night watchman.
Ben, has Mr. Brack been around tonight?
No.
This condo development, is it built on a base of builder's sand?
Oh, yeah. This is river delta land, you know. The sand gives it a solid base. Then they pour a concrete slab on the top.
When did they pour the slab on this project?
Oh, about a week ago.
Before the kidnapping, thank God.
So the sand pile on this site is covered.
That's right. Pile, drove, and capped.
Damn, I thought there was a connection here.
Well, Mr. Brack has another property.
What? Where?
Just off the main road there. You can see the sand pile from here.
Thank you, Ben. We'll borrow these shovels.
We were at the other site in no time, but where to start digging? The pile of sand was over 30 feet high and half a city block long. It looked like a pyramid with the top cut off. As I pulled up, I noticed Brack's Mercedes. It was parked just off the road.
Look! Up there!
On the top of the pile, a dark figure was digging frantically. It was Hans Brack.
Come, quick! Help me! The sand shifted!
We grabbed the shovels and scurried up an extension ladder to join him.
The sand shifted. It's filling the ventilating shaft. You have to clear it away.
How deep?
A meter. You have to believe me. This wasn't my idea. It was Glenn's. I just wanted to get back the money Sandon cheated me out. Glenn did it for his wife. He was supposed to come back for her. Thought he could make her understand. Then I saw the car crash.
The box. Here. Come on, here. Scrape it clear. Come on.
Let me use the crowbar.
Reach up here.
You're safe now, Vanna. It's Flynn. Let me get you out of here. Here.
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
It's over now. You're going to be all right.
I'll radio for an ambulance. Come with me, Brack. You're under arrest.
I couldn't have let her die. You must believe me.
Come on.
It had been a very close call. No one could have predicted the sand shifting the way it did. If Brack hadn't come back, we'd never found her in time. But in the hospital, Vanna McIntyre was more concerned about what had happened to Glenn.
If I hadn't kept going on about my trust fund, none of this would have happened.
But it was all Sandon's fault. He had no right to hang on to the trust.
Well, Sam's going to change all that.
How could Glenn even have thought of such a thing? To put you in that box and expect you to forgive him.
I was so scared.
Yeah.
But I do, forgive him.
He got way off course, but in his own way, all he was trying to do was free you from Sandon. He loved you, Vanna.
Some love, Flynn.
Flynn, I know. He loved me.
You've just heard The Box, Episode 7 of Flynn by Lyal and Barbara Brown. Featured in the cast were Boyd Norman as Flynn, with Colleen Winton as Willie, and Robert Clothier as Sam. You also heard Wendy Van Riesen, Ron Halder, Tom Macbeth, Wes Tritter, Paul Beckett, Wally Marsh, Lee Taylor, and Christina Yastremska. The recording engineer was Chris Cuttress, with sound effects by Joe Silva. The production assistants, Dagmar Kafanka and Loretta Joyce. Music for Flynn is composed by Alan Cranny, and the series script consultant is James W. Nichol. Flynn is produced and directed in Vancouver by Don Kowalchuk. Our executive producer in Toronto is Bill Howell. For the Mystery Project, I'm Bob Boving, thanking you for listening and inviting you back next week for Episode 8 of Flynn, The 12 Penny Black. And if you can't wait, catch Flynn Wednesday in the middle of Morningside. The news is next, followed by either random samplings or Finkelman's 45s, depending on where you're listening. See you next week. Hi, gang. Bob Boving here. Welcome back to the Mystery Project. This week, Episode 8 of Flynn, that quietly reluctant private investigator you've all come to expect to come from Vancouver. The series stars Boyd Norman and is written by Lyal and Barbara Brown. And speaking of writing, this week's play arrives with a special delivery title. It's called The 12 Penny Black.
I'd never met the Dutchman. Sam had talked about him often enough. They met during the Korean War, established a special friendship, and went their separate ways when the war was over. Van Allen settled in Montreal, set up an antique business, eventually specialized in rare coins and stamps.
Look at you, Sam. All these years, and you're still a pipsqueak. And you look like something off a Lautrec poster. Where's your cape?
Mr. Van Allen, I'm Sam's niece. Do you remember me?
Little Wilhelmina. How you have blossomed.
Wilhelmina.
Just something he called me when I was a kid.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I embarrassed
No,
you.
it's not.
And my good wife here. Oh, what am I thinking? This is Noreen, my wife and partner in the business.
Good of you to meet us.
Always good to meet
Not
you,
at all.
Noreen.
Hello.
My old friend Sam Greene, his niece Willie, and this one I don't know.
Oh, it's Flynn. He works for us. Investigator.
Hello. Can I take your briefcase?
No. Please, I take it myself.
Oh, okay.
But maybe the suitcase when it comes.
Sure. I'll pick it out.
Come on, John. There are seats for us old codgers over here.
Speak for yourself, Sam.
Your husband seems to be doing quite well.
He puts on a good show.
What happened, Noreen?
The accident?
Yeah.
He was attending a meeting of the International Philatelists in Chicago. A car hit him in a crosswalk.
Oh, wow.
No witnesses. He was in hospital for 2 months.
Now, how long ago?
A year and a half. He's been in physiotherapy ever since.
I don't remember him having such thick glasses.
Side effect of the accident. He's had to put up with a lot.
What are you doing? Give me that!
Hey! Grab that man! There!
Flynn, someone stole the briefcase.
What's going on?
Look, there he goes. Over there.
All I could see was a man in a black leather jacket and jeans heading out the door. The thief ricocheted off the side of a departing shuttle bus. The briefcase flew out of his hand. In a fraction of a second, the guy did a monkey roll and was back on his feet. Seeing that the briefcase was closer to me than to him, he leapt aboard his parked Kawasaki and rocketed out of there.
Flynn, are you all right?
Yeah, I got the briefcase, but he got away.
Did you get a license number?
Oh, no, the plate was muddied.
Noreen went for the plate.
You got it back. Thank God. I'll take it.
Sorry about the stairs, John. Our apartment's on the second floor.
No complaints. Stairs are nothing when the price is right.
I'll go ahead with Willie. You take your time.
Yes, ma'am.
I have your room ready for you.
What do you think of my Noreen? Isn't she a wonder?
Oh, yes, she's that. I can't believe you lucked out twice in the marriage game.
Well, I never thought I'd tie the knot again after Edna died. Married 30 years. But life gets lonely when you have no one to share it with.
How did you meet her?
She restores rare books. A friend recommended her to do some work for me.
Sounds like she restored your life as well as your old books.
She has. You remember Edna?
Oh, yeah.
A good woman, but she never took an interest in the business. Noreen's different.
You both love rare old things.
Well, she loves an old thing. I love a rare one. And speaking of valuable treasures, I want to show you something.
It took the Dutchman a few minutes to catch his breath once he got up there. Sam got him seated at the kitchen table. Willie put on some herbal tea. When we settled down, the old man opened the combination locks on the briefcase and removed a stamped envelope from its protective plastic sleeve.
setting it down gently on the tablecloth. He smiled affectionately at his trophy.
Here it is. The 12th penny black. There are fewer than 100 left in existence.
Canada postage 12 pence. Ah, good Lord. Is that Queen Victoria?
Yes, at age 19.
Oh.
The stamp was issued in 1851 before Confederation.
And it's called the 12 penny black because it's printed in black ink?
Exactly. And that's where the trouble started. There were 50,000 printed, but only 1,500 were distributed. And few of those were used. 12 pence, well, that was a lot of money in those days. On top of that, postmasters hated the stamps because they couldn't read the cancellation marks over the black ink.
Good Lord.
So what happened to all the stamps?
Well, most were destroyed in 1857 when a new issue replaced it.
Ah, so that's why it's so valuable.
That and other things.
Now, I don't know much about stamps, but I thought they lose their value if they're cancelled.
Yes, generally that's true, but this one is on the original envelope and cancelled on the first day of the issue.
Ah, so it's worth a lot.
Well, 200,000,
oh,
maybe more.
Holy cow, that much?
Easily. It's our retirement fund.
You don't know that. Your client hasn't even seen the stamp. You don't know what he'll offer.
As you can see, my wife doesn't like the prospect of selling it. Afraid I sprung the idea on her at the last minute.
It's not something you should decide at the snap of your fingers. You've had the 12 penny black for 30 years. It's part of your life.
It was before the accident, when I could still see clearly. Let somebody else enjoy it now, and we can enjoy the money.
John, we don't need the money right now.
See how generous she is?
John,
No. I'm going to tell them. That accident I had in the U.S. cost us $90,000, not covered by Canadian Medicare. This wonderful woman here used her inheritance to get me back on my feet. Now, when I want to do something for her, she's worried about my feelings.
Well, I'm sure you two will work things out. But in the meantime, we should put the stamp and the briefcase in the safe downstairs. Do you mind?
You saved my life in Korea. I guess I can trust you with a stamp.
Flynn, I'm going to ask you for a favor. I want you to sleep down here tonight.
Oh, yeah, I'll get the fold-up cot from the storeroom.
And could you drive the Dutchman and Marine to their client's place tomorrow?
Oh, sure.
You know, just as a precaution.
Yeah, that thing at the airport spooked me, too. An hour later, I was still trying to get comfortable on that damned folding cot when I heard footsteps on the stairs. I thought it was Willie. We hadn't been getting together much lately. Would she really? In Sam's place? In the office? No, it wasn't Willie. As she quietly opened the front door, I could see by the streetlight that it was Noreen. Where the hell was she going? I slipped on my clothes and followed the Dutchman's wife 6 blocks to an all-night eatery on Broadway. There was no way to get inside unnoticed, so I took shelter from the rain in a doorway across the street and waited. A few minutes later, up came the guy on the Kawasaki, the one from the airport. He was in his late 30s, clean-shaven, designer jeans, not what you'd call a biker. He went inside and joined Noreen at a table near the window. The conversation was short and heated. I couldn't hear the words, but these were 2 unhappy people. What was going on? Did Noreen have a lover? Did she plan to steal the stamp and dump the Dutchman? I wasn't going to find out this time. Noreen threw some money on the table and walked out, heading back to Sam's. The stamp was secure in a safe, so I grabbed a taxi.
Follow that motorcycle.
You're kidding.
There's an expert tenant. If he doesn't make you, I just want to know where he lives.
Where's the hidden camera?
Get on with it.
Yeah.
Localing Noreen's boyfriend, if that's who he was, turned out to be almost too easy. He stayed within the speed limit, didn't run the lights, as if he wasn't anxious to draw special attention, you know what I mean? But then, just as he passed a row of Vancouver Special 2 stories up on Dunbar Heights, he opened throttle and darted down a back alley.
What now?
Don't stop, follow him.
No way, fella. He's made it.
No sound. He's pulled in at the back of one of these houses.
That's your problem.
Here's a 10 spot. You wait for me. If I don't come back in 10 minutes, you call the cops.
Yeah, right, Sylvester.
Back alleys. There was no way I was going to surprise this turkey. I could only hope he'd parked his bike and gone inside.
Why are you following?
Talk fast.
I can't breathe.
Okay. No tricks. Yeah. Who are you? I'm a friend of the Dutchman's. I saw you with Mrs. Van Allen in a cafe on Broadway. What of it? Well, the Kawasaki, the way you dress, you look a lot like the guy who tried to rip off a briefcase at the airport tonight. In your dreams, stick man. I was nowhere near the airport. Look, I'm not a cop. This conversation can end right here. Just tell me about you and Noreen Van Allen. It's not what you think. She's a cousin, that's all. She phoned me from Montreal, asked a favor. Yeah, what favor? None of your damn business. But I wish I turned her down. I hate family quarrels. Was she trying to rip off the stamp? Look, I've had enough of you. Keep following me. I'll talk to you next time with a 2x4.
With that, he gave me a shove, ran over to his bike, and disappeared into the night. There were still too many unanswered questions for me to confront Noreen. For all I knew, the guy on the motorcycle might have been telling the truth, part of the time at least. Maybe the whole thing was a family fight, like he said. Anyway, I decided to keep out of it until I got a better idea of what was going on. The cabbie took me back to Sam's, and as I crawled under the covers, I realized I wasn't alone in the cot.
So what's your story, Flynn?
Jeez, you scared the hell out of me.
How do you think I felt when I climbed into this empty cot?
Noreen went for a little walk tonight.
I know. I saw her come in. What's going on?
I'm not sure, but she met the guy from the airport.
The thief and Noreen? Yep. My God. Has it something to do with the stamp?
Haven't a clue.
You know, there's a philatelist billboard I can access on my computer. Why don't I make a general inquiry about the 12 penny black?
It's history stuff. Like that.
Yeah, it might give us a lead. It'll only take a minute.
Willie.
What?
Let's wait till morning.
Okay. Just don't go wandering off again.
Shortly after dawn, I opened my eyes to see Willie across the room at the computer. Modems, billboards, electronic highways are beyond me. Compared to her, I'm still in a buggy on a back road.
Oh, good. You're awake. Want to see this?
Is our message?
Yeah.
Let's see it.
This should connect us to stamp collectors worldwide.
If they have a computer.
Oh, lots do. Especially the dealers. They want to know what's bought and sold.
So what are we saying?
Looking for a 12 penny black. Canada issue. First day cover. Any info? Contact Willow.
Later that morning, Sam gave me the Volvo and I drove the Dutchman and Noreen to Southwest Marine Drive, the house of the man who was interested in the 12 penny black. I felt a little like Wile E. Coyote trying to anticipate where the anvil would fall. I knew something was going to happen, but I didn't know what nor where. The only thing I could do was keep an eye on the briefcase.
There we are. A 12 penny black on a Thursday cover.
1851. Looks good, John. Very good.
Just as I promised.
And the cover address is Dr. R.H. Hastings, 28 Adelaide Street, Toronto, to his uncle. Let me see. Charles Wimple, 12 Clarence Square, London, England. That's the one, all right.
And here's the authentication document. Had it verified by Wright & Sons 5 years ago.
The three of us sat there quietly while the client examined his prospective purchase
with a magnifying glass. The Dutchman had introduced him as Largo, an apt code name considering the way he slowly and carefully examined the stamp. He was a slight man with Grecian formula hair and a musician's long fingers. The way he caressed the stamp, I thought the Dutchman had him hooked.
And the price? Well, this particular stamp hasn't been on the market for 30 years. There's no telling what it would bring in auction.
Well, I'm prepared to pay you $175,000.
But that's ridiculous.
Noreen, I'm doing the bargaining here. But my wife is right. We were thinking more in the range of 200,000 Canadian.
That amount is a bit presumptuous.
John, we don't need to sell the stamp. Its value is accruing.
I can't go above 180,000.
Perhaps we should all take some time to think it over. We'll go out for lunch and then we'll call you.
Just like that, he plucked the stamp and supporting document off the desk and into the briefcase, snapped it closed, and handed it to me. What chutzpah! As we left, I glanced in Noreen's direction and caught a look of relief.
I picked up a taste for Indonesian food when I served there in 48.
Oh, yes?
The Dutch army. We weren't very popular.
That's where he developed his cast iron stomach.
This isn't hot. You should try Tamil.
So, what's the next move?
Well, I don't think there should be a next move. We don't need to sell. You love that stamp, John, and it's as good as money in the bank.
Not if we want to see something of the world one last time. We've always put off that trip. It's time I showed you some of my favorite places while I can.
You're talking like an old man.
I am an old man. Grant me the pleasure of taking my beautiful wife on a grand tour. We'll start in Amsterdam. Oh, you'll love it. I'll even allow you a day in the Rijksmuseum to study the rare books.
You can be so exasperating sometimes. You're letting a romantic idea cloud your judgment.
Always the practical one, aren't you?
Yes. This is business. I'm your partner, aren't I? Why don't you listen to me?
Well, I suppose we could wait. But Largo won't be happy.
You won't sell it?
Not if you feel that strongly.
Oh, you won't regret it, darling. Oh, my.
What's wrong?
I don't know. All the excitement or the spicy food. I don't feel too well.
I'll drive you back to Sam's.
No, not necessary. I'll take it. It's nothing serious. You better go back to Largo, dear. Let him down easy. He's a special customer.
You sure you'll be all right?
Yes. I'll be all right. You know me. A little rest and I'll be back to normal.
I'm sorry your wife is ill, John. I was looking forward to seeing another performance of negotiation theater. You are very good together.
It wasn't theater, Largo. As a matter of fact,
185,000.
What?
I thought it over. $185,000. What do you say?
190,000.
Done.
Done?
Subject to tests. We can go over to the university lab right now. Professor Teller is waiting.
What kind of tests?
Just the usual. What's wrong with you? You know the drill.
Flynn will drive us.
Yes, I'll get my jacket.
You promised your wife. I know, but I couldn't pass up a deal like this.
Okay, we've got the stamp. Let's go. Now that's interesting.
What are you looking at?
The spectrometer reading. You said the paper was right. Mid-1800s.
Yeah, it is, but not the ink.
What's wrong with it?
Contains modern drying ingredients, chemicals that were developed over the last 10 years.
You are saying this stamp is counterfeit? reproduced photographically on paper of the period. Then it was carefully aged. The cover and handwritten addresses are masterpieces. The whole thing's an expert forgery. But this can't be. Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Van Allen. The evidence is indisputable. According to you, just what is going on here?
Mr. Van Allen, he's just upset.
No. It's too convenient. I come all the way out here to sell a rare stamp, and suddenly someone I don't even know tells me it's a fake.
You think we're trying to discredit you?
What else am I to think?
What motive would I have?
Well, there were rumors you already have a 12-penny black. Not as good as this one, but valuable enough.
That's ridiculous.
Discredit my stamp as counterfeit, and yours becomes more valuable. That's what you're up to. I know you're upset, Mr. Van Allen, but I can't have you slandering my integrity as a scientist. Now, you just take the stamp and have my findings checked, if you like.
And count yourself lucky. I could sue you for trying to defraud me.
Come on, Mr. Van Allen. We'll sort this out another way.
You haven't heard the last of this, Largo.
All the way to the car, the Dutchman was mumbling, "I'm ruined, I'm ruined." He was no longer the confident wheeler-dealer I'd known earlier. Despite his protestations of being set up, Professor Teller's findings had knocked the stuffing out of him. I thought the best thing to do was get him back to Sam's.
Where's Noreen?
Upstairs, resting.
Good.
So he said your stamp's a forgery, huh?
Yes, but it's impossible. I took it out of my safe just before I left the house yesterday.
Yeah, and it was in our safe overnight.
Yep.
Now, look, that thief at the airport. Now, did he have time to make a switch?
Oh, don't think so.
Flynn, could I talk to you a minute?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, well, here, John, have a cup of coffee. We'll sort this thing out.
What will I tell Noreen?
Did you get a reply on the billboard?
Several. But the most interesting one was this.
Let's see. What? You mean it's the same stamp?
The original. He had it authenticated.
Now it's starting to make some sense.
Hey, you onto something.
Yeah, I think so. That guy on the motorcycle?
Mm-hmm.
I think he tried to steal that briefcase as a favor.
What?
For Noreen. Let's just see how this plays out. Mr. Van Allen, have you ever done any business with a stamp collector in Texas, codename Longhorn?
Yes, I know him. Why?
Well, this morning, Willie queried a computer billboard for information about the stamp. And this guy, Longhorn, claims you sold him the 12-penny black a year and a half ago. Huh?
I sold him that stamp? How could that be?
Well, he says he made the deal with the Dutchman. He has a receipt covering the sale. It's signed J. Van Allen.
He even faxed us a copy.
Let me see that.
It does look like your signature, John.
But that's impossible. I must be going out of my mind.
No, the date's a couple of weeks after the accident.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Van Allen, did you suffer any kind of memory loss?
No, wait a minute now. If John did sell the stamp to the Texan, where did this forgery come from, huh? If it is a forgery.
Despite all the questions, I had a pretty good idea what had happened. But how was I going to tell the Dutchman? Then I saw Noreen standing in the doorway. Her face mirrored her dismay.
What are you talking about? John? You made a deal with Largo, but you promised.
It's far worse than that, Noreen. They might charge me with fraud for trying to sell a counterfeit. How could it have happened?
Tell him, Noreen.
Tell me what? What does he mean?
It is a counterfeit, but I didn't do it to defraud anyone. No one was to see it but you.
And you sold the original?
I had to, John. We ran up a bill of $90,000 at the hospital in Chicago. Our provincial insurance wouldn't cover it.
But that money came from your inheritance.
There was no inheritance. I told you that so you wouldn't worry. I tried to get a loan at the bank, but there was too much debt on the business.
But the stamp was ready cash right when you needed it.
Yes, but I had to forge his name on the receipt. He was in no condition even to consider the sale. Then I made him a replacement. I had the right paper and the skills to duplicate the handwriting on the cover. It was the ink, wasn't it? They ran it through a spectrometer.
Let's go back a bit. John broke the news about the possible sale of the stamp at the last minute, didn't he? You couldn't think what to do. You couldn't bring yourself to tell him it was counterfeit, so you phoned your cousin here in Vancouver and tried to arrange for it to be stolen. I mean, that would be the end of it. But the robbery failed.
Yes, it's all true. Oh, John, I'm so sorry.
Oh, now, Flynn and I will explain the situation to your client. I think he'll understand.
Can you ever forgive me? I wanted you home and safe.
Of course I forgive you.
I knew that stamp was the love of your life. You said you'd never sell it.
But you were wrong, Noreen. You were so wrong. You are the love of my life, not the 12 penny black.
You've just heard The 12 Penny Black, Episode 8 of Flynn, written by Lyal and Barbara Brown. Boyd Norman starred as Flynn, with Colleen Winton as Willie and Robert Clothier as Sam. Special guests this week were Otto Lowy, Betty Phillips, Fred Lyal, Peter Brockington, Michael Putonen, and Bill Samples. The recording engineer is Chris Cutlass, with sound effects by Joe Silva. The production assistants, Dagmar Kafaka and Loretta Joyce. Music for Flynn is composed by Alan Cranny, and the series script consultant is James W. Nichol. Flynn is produced and directed in Vancouver by Don Kowalchuk, and our executive producer is Bill Howell. And welcome again to Flynn, that quietly reluctant Vancouver private eye, played by Boyd Norman, and written by Lyal and Barbara Brown. Framed.
Just a week after Willie rented a 2-bedroom condo a couple of blocks from Sam's place. She was still part of her uncle's law firm, but said she needed her own living space. Sam called it her nesting instinct. It made me nervous. Why the extra bedroom?
The extra bedroom? In case some friend comes to visit. Or maybe I'll get a roommate to share the costs.
See what I mean? She was being evasive. Never a straight answer. Anyway, I had my own concerns. My security consultant contract with the Granville Island Authority was up for renewal. So I decided it wouldn't hurt to play night watchman for a while. I patrolled at random hours, riding my bike a different route each time. And more for company than protection, I took along Tides, the stray dog I'd befriended.
Tides, get out of there.
Keep up, will you? I don't want to be out here all night. Hey, what's going on down there? Look out, Tides! I got a glimpse of the driver as the van sped by me. He looked vaguely familiar, but there was no way of catching up to him. Was he trying to break in the service door to Lazenby's gallery? I checked the lock. It was still intact. Next morning, I alerted Phil Lazenby, the gallery proprietor, a middle-aged dilettante with an indulgent smile. He was cooperative, but not too concerned. After all, nothing had been stolen. Not a very realistic attitude, but he was the product of a privileged upbringing. Why he hadn't gone through the family fortune by now, no one knew.
A blue van?
Yep.
My God, Flynn, that would cover half the delivery trucks in town. What do you think, Tony?
Well, did you get a look at the driver?
Yeah, as I rolled out of the way. Long hair, beard, steel-rimmed glasses. Pretty sure I've seen him somewhere before.
Sounds like a blast from the past. Someone out of the 60s.
Well, it'll come to me. I never forget a face.
I don't think he'd be targeting my gallery.
No?
There's not enough money in it. I don't cater to the upscale market. Just Canadian artists who show a little promise. Like Tony here.
Oh, yeah, me and Emily Carr. I'll have to die before Phil makes any real money off me.
Patience, my dear boy. Your time will come.
Oh, isn't that what they told Van Gogh just before he cut his ear off? No, don't answer that. I'll just get back to my picture framing.
Right. Tony Orsini was just one of several artists in their mid-20s who showed their work at Lazenby's gallery. Despite his offhand banter, Tony was serious about his painting. He'd studied in Florence for 2 years and had come home to Vancouver still searching for his own particular abstract style. Phil Lazenby did what he could to help. A one-man show this past winter and part-time work at the gallery.
Well, thanks for the warning, Flynn. Can't be too careful.
Yeah, well, I'll be around the next few nights. He could come back.
Good idea.
Well, that'll do it for tonight.
Yeah, watch the paint trade.
Yeah, I see it. Sam, what about these colors? Not too feminine, are they?
Well, it's your apartment.
I really like Navajo colors, but I want everyone to feel comfortable here.
You mean Flynn?
Has he said something to you?
No, but he's fidgeting a lot.
Well, what's that supposed to mean?
Oh, come on, Willie. 2 bedrooms and a view. His bachelor alarm's gone off.
I'm not trying to push him into anything.
Well, entrapment is entrapment, no matter what color you paint it.
Willie? Sam, anybody there?
In here. Sam, keep your bright ideas to yourself, okay?
Yes, Ms. Spider.
Hi.
It's not funny, Sam.
I got your note about painting the kitchen.
Oh, your timing's perfect.
Yeah, we just finished.
And I'm out of here. Mind the sticky stuff.
Right.
Sam.
Yes, bye-bye.
Sorry, I didn't realize it was this late. Maybe I better get back to the boat.
What's the rush? I want your opinion on the new painting in the living room.
Oh.
Now, come on, we can see it best from here.
Oh, well, how about that? Tony Orsini's, right?
Yeah, you like it?
Oh, it matches your furniture, I guess.
That does it. I'll take it back.
Oh, why? You like it? Keep it. What do I know?
There's no problem. I took it on a trial basis. I don't want something that will irritate my friends.
That's the way our relationship was going the last couple of weeks. Willie and I talking at cross purposes. I wanted to keep things free and easy. She seemed to have a hidden agenda. Now, I know booze and woman trouble don't mix, but I was feeling edgy when I left Willie's. I figured a beer or 2 at the Pelican Club might fix me up. When I left, 3 hours later, I couldn't have cared less. I decided to catch me some sleep on the Blarney Boy before making my rounds of the island. I was just crossing the street on the way to the marina when a car burst out of a side street, then skidded to a halt inches away. I staggered backward and fell on my can.
Oh, my God! Did I hit you? Are you all right?
Sure, fine.
But you fell. Here, let me help you.
I just lost my balance. I'm okay.
Oh, well, thank God. I would have never forgiven myself. Are you sure you're all right?
My butt's a little numb. Outside of that, no problem.
Well, just in case something shows up later, I'll give you my name and phone number. Yeah, I got a notepad and pencil in my purse.
Maybe it was the booze, or it could have been the argument with Willie earlier in the evening. Whatever the case, I was flattered by the attention of this attractive young woman. Silhouetted against the headlights, she was a stunning sight. Tall, blonde. She must have been on her way to a party. Summer dress, dainty white gloves. Don't see that anymore.
Just getting used to this Beamer. Should have known better than to drive it at night.
It's a cool set of wheels. You own it?
Oh, no. A friend of mine. I'm just visiting Vancouver.
Oh. Where do you live?
Oh, Mill Valley. Well, San Francisco, really.
Oh.
Yeah. Now, my notebook's in here somewhere. Oh, why did I take such a big purse?
Can I help?
Oh, this is so embarrassing. Well, maybe you could hold some of this stuff to the side so I can fish around to the bottom.
Oh, sure. Like this?
Yeah, that's fine. Now, let's see. Keys, wallet, driver's license, odds and ends. Oh, here we are. The notebook. Yeah. My friends call me Goldie.
Goldie.
Yeah, guess it's my hair, huh?
Oh. My name's Flynn.
Oh.
Michael Flynn.
Oh, well, Michael. Here's the phone number where I'm staying.
Oh, thanks. Maybe we could meet for coffee sometime when I'm a little more presentable.
Oh, I'd like that. Bye-bye.
The scare with the car must have given me an adrenaline rush, flushed out my system. Or maybe not. I was beginning to fantasize about the girl in the BMW. Not that I was planning to make a move, but after all, I was a man and she was a fox. Not very swift, but a fox just the same. I made it back to the Blarney Boy and fell into a deep sleep. Early next morning, cops were all over my boat.
Hey, wake up.
Hey, what the hell's going on here?
You Michael Flynn?
Yeah, that's right, and this is my boat.
Then you're under arrest, Mr. Flynn.
Under arrest? On what charge?
Trafficking.
I don't believe this.
We found 6 ounces of cocaine hidden on your boat.
But that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I thought so, too. Read this man his rights, Constable.
I was in the slammer before I knew it. The Blarney Boy was impounded. My security consultant contract would be suspended for sure. In one slick move, I'd been hung out to dry. But why?
Well, of course we believe you.
But the evidence is pretty damning.
Yeah, she's right. 6 ounces of cocaine. That's a lot of money on the street.
Who would want to frame you that bad?
Yeah, look, what about this blonde you were talking about?
Goldie. She couldn't have anything to do with it. She never came near the boat.
Give me that phone number she gave you. I'll check it out.
Oh, here, Sam, use my cell phone.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
Goldie, eh?
Yeah.
Was she pretty?
Well, I don't know. Yeah, maybe. You know, a nice kind of kid.
Well, this nice kid gave you the phone number for Dial Up Pizza.
No.
Did you give her a description to the police?
Oh, sure, but I don't think they're impressed.
And who can blame them? A missing blonde in a Beamer, playing Florence Nightingale to a plastered PI. Or was she just delivering pizza?
Excuse the interruption, folks, but I thought you'd want to hear the latest.
Well, you're, dropping the case?
You wish. We've come up with a clean set of prints on the plastic bag of cocaine. Maybe you want to rethink your story, Flynn. They're yours.
It was like walking into quicksand. The more I struggled to get out of this mess, the worse things got. The only good thing that happened was Sam getting me released on bail. At least now I'd have a chance to look into the frame-up myself.
That's the last thing you should do, Flynn. Now listen to me, just for once, will you?
Sam's right. Go home with him and leave the investigating to the police.
Oh, and wind up on a spit with an apple in my mouth? That detective is already licking his chops.
Yeah, well, we'll turn up something.
Yeah, I'll check our cases for the last few months. Somebody might be carrying a grudge.
Carrying a grudge? My God, there's got to be more to it than that. They've impounded my boat, and I'm looking at a heavy-duty drug charge here. Look, I've got to get out on the streets. That's where the answers are. 6 ounces of cocaine in a plastic bag, with my prints on it. That was the key. Who could put his hands on that kind of stuff? I knew one guy who might know. My old friend Eddie Righteous, sometime dealer and information peddler. And when Eddie ran at the sight of me, I knew I was onto something. Hey, Eddie, what's happening? Hey, I want to talk to you. Why'd you run, man?
Oh, it's you, Flynn.
Yeah.
Geez, you gave me a scare. I thought you were a bicycle cop. You can't hear him coming.
Cut the crap, Eddie. You were trying to give me the slip.
You gotta be kidding, dude. Since when do I turn my back on a friend?
Since maybe you got the word I'd been sandbagged by the cops for trafficking.
So I heard, but I didn't believe it.
Because you also know who framed me, right?
Hey, you keep me out of this.
Hey, Eddie, you're on the grapevine. You know all, you see all.
Not this time.
No, you do know. Now tell me.
It was just a voice on a phone. I don't know who it was.
You mean you were actually in on the frame? Hey, what did I ever do to you?
Listen, Flynn, that ain't the way it went down. I didn't know it had anything to do with you. I was just going to hang up on this guy. But then he mentioned my ex's apartment number. Even you were naming my kids, too. Asked if I was still paying child support. He knew all about me, man.
So you sold him the bag of blow?
Well, what else could I do?
What did he look like?
I didn't see him. A key was dropped off at my ex-wife's place. Locker 225 at the Granville Public Market. I left the goods, picked up an envelope of the U.S. hundreds, and it was done.
So you had the stuff in a standard plastic bag?
Yeah. With the top folded over, I used duct tape to seal it so it wouldn't leak.
And what about my fingerprints?
I don't know nothing about that. The bag was clean when I dropped it. I wore gloves. That's all I know, honest.
Oh, and you didn't stick around to see who picked up the stash?
Are you kidding? I just made the delivery and split. These are bad people. Part of the mob, maybe. My wife and kids, Flynn. You know how it is.
Yeah, Eddie. Yeah, I know how it is. Thanks.
No way of getting him to testify, I guess.
Eddie, not on your life. He's a survivor. I used up all my markers with him as it was.
You've got a preliminary court appearance in 3 days.
3 days? How the hell am I supposed to unravel this mess in that time?
Well, I should be able to get a postponement, but they'll probably keep you on a short leash.
The police have released some photos of the evidence. The cocaine, the boat.
Detective Rogers believes in trial by the media.
Let's see.
What we could really use is a picture of that woman who picked you up. I don't think the cops are looking very hard for her.
Oh, why should they? They've already got me as a prime suspect. Why muddy the waters? Hey, wait a minute.
What?
Well, what's wrong?
This picture of the plastic bag. It isn't sealed with duct tape.
Is that what Eddie used?
Yeah. So they switched the plastic bags, poured the Coke into this one with my prints on it. And then they waited till I was asleep, came back and planted it on the boat.
Well, now we're getting somewhere.
But I never handled a bag like that. Where would they get my prints?
Well, this looks like a small freezer bag.
Well, I don't use anything like that, not on the boat. Wait a minute. Goldie's purse.
Huh?
You went through her purse?
Well, she was looking for her notebook in one of those bottomless handbags. I just held the stuff to one side, but when I did, I felt something smooth. Well, I didn't think anything of it at the time, but it could have been an empty bag.
Then why weren't her fingerprints on it?
Gloves. She was wearing little white gloves.
Oh, that's still pretty circumstantial.
Oh, without Eddie, you mean?
Or your girlfriend in the Beamer.
I could kick myself for getting back on the sauce. With a clear head, I would have seen through the blonde woman's scam, or at least I would have been able to make the plates on her car. While Willie and Sam tried to connect the BMW with someone on Granville Island, I went looking for anyone who had seen Goldie. It was a long shot, but I was running out of ideas. Then, my heart fell. They were towing the Blarney Boy out of the marina.
Your boat, Flynn?
What? Oh, Tony. Yeah, it was. Cops impounded it.
Hey, what happened? I mean, the words around you are pushing cocaine.
Do I look that stupid?
Hey, I didn't say I believed it.
Yeah, well, someone is trying hard to sell that story to the cops. And they're buying it.
Huh. So they took your boat? I mean, that's a damn shame. Hey, you know, I did a little sailing once.
Yeah? Where?
Oh, a little place near San Francisco. Yeah, I spent a summer with some friends at an artist colony once. The guy who ran it had a boat. It was something like yours.
A little place near San Francisco? That had a familiar sound. In trying to get a lead on Goldie, I'd looked up Mill Valley. And what do you know? It's an artist's hangout. Could Tony have known Goldie there? Maybe she was a model. That blonde getting my fingerprints, and Tony knowing more than he let on about the failed B&E at the gallery, could be a connection.
Yeah, well, I gotta get going. Hey, let me know if I can help you at all.
Yeah, see you around.
See ya.
I gave Tony a little lead time. Saw he was turning back to his studio in the old warehouse building. Then I followed. Moving as quietly as I could, I climbed up the ladder to the fire escape balcony. From there, I could look through the curtains partially covering a skylight window. An open air vent carried sounds from the studio below. Tony was not alone.
We're talking to Flynn?
So what if I talked to him? He'd have been suspicious if I just walked by.
You take too many chances, Tony.
I take chances? Whose idea was it to plant drugs on Flynn's boat, huh?
Tony and Lazenby? But where was Goldie? As my eyes adjusted to the light, I saw her, a reclining, nude figure. In the half-light of the studio, she seemed to be the real thing. Stunning.
Right. Now, what do you think of it, Lazenby? What do you think of the nude?
Burn it.
Burn it? Come on, that is the best thing I've done. I've got a whole new perspective. Back to basics.
It's dangerous. It ties us to Goldie. Things are difficult enough with Max on the run.
Well, who is gonna find her, huh? She's already back in California.
Yeah, well, do me a favor and at least cover up your masterpiece.
All right, okay.
And don't forget, it's my gallery. I've got to carry on business as usual for a few months before I wrap things up.
All right.
Never mind. It'll be for me. I told our client to phone me here. Hello. Yes, sir. The special order will be ready at the gallery this afternoon. Yes, 1 o'clock will be fine. That's right. The same procedure. A finder's fee paid into my personal account on your acceptance. Thank you. Bye-bye.
So you all set?
I suppose so. Are you sure about Flynn?
I told you, he's running around in circles trying to get his boat back. He hasn't got a clue.
I very nearly dropped through that skylight and did a Batman on the two of them. But I still wasn't out of the woods. I needed something to tie the pieces together. Back at the office, I updated Sam and Willie about Goldie's connection to Tony and Lazenby.
Now it's beginning to make sense. Take a look at this.
Morning paper?
Yeah, a follow-up story on an art theft in Calgary last week. A Krieghoff. The cops are looking for a suspect. Look at the picture.
Max Lehman. Steel-rimmed glasses, long hair, beard. Does it ring a bell?
The guy driving the van? Yeah, that's him. So it wasn't an attempt at B&E. I blundered into a delivery of stolen art.
You just have to tell the cops to raid the gallery and you're clear. It's obvious you were framed to keep you from following up on who was driving the van.
Yeah, maybe so, but where do I tell them to look? I mean, we're not even sure this Max Lehman delivered the Krieghoff. I could have scared him off.
Yeah, okay. Let's just speculate a bit. Now, what if Lazenby is using his little gallery as a distribution point for stolen masterpieces?
Well, he'd have to find some way to hide them.
Maybe that's where Tony comes in.
Well, he could paint over the original with a pigment that could be removed later.
And Lazenby sells the new abstract to one of his special customers.
Oh, but how do we know which painting to look for? Tony paints scores of them.
Well, I suggest that we have a hidden video camera in Lazenby's gallery at 1 o'clock and find out.
All right, this is close enough.
Okay.
We're still a block away from the gallery.
This is insane.
It's a simple surveillance operation, receiving stolen goods.
For God's sake, Sam, you're 70 years old.
Yeah, but I'm the only one who can do it. Now, I've never been in Lazenby's store, or met any of the others as far as I know. Now, he knows you, too.
But what if they notice the hidden camera?
It's in his shoulder bag. I've used it that way before.
I want to do this, Willie. I'm tired of writing wills, doing family law. Just once. I want to be in on the action.
Right.
Oh, Sam.
Yeah. Well, what can happen, huh? I'll have you backing me up.
Now, if anything goes wrong, get out of there.
Yeah.
We'll be just around the corner next to the front door.
Be careful, Sam.
Okay. Here we go.
Good luck.
Michael Flynn, if anything happens to him, you're dead meat.
Willie's threat was still echoing in my ears as we worked our way around the back alley up to the corner beside Lazenby's gallery. We saw Sam go inside. Peeking in the window, I was startled to find Lazenby already serving a client. A tall, white-haired man wearing an expensive black topcoat. As the door chime rang, Lazenby looked up quickly at Sam.
Yes, of course. Good afternoon. What can I do for you?
Oh, just browsing. My niece told me you had some nice things.
That we have. Look around if you like. I'll be at the counter.
Oh, thanks. Thanks very much.
Yes, I agree. This is one of Tony's finest works. I think he's made a real breakthrough.
Yes, indeed. You've done yourself proud, Tony.
Thank you, sir. I hope it gives you pleasure.
And this price includes the various taxes. Mustn't make a mistake. Give the devil his due.
All taken care of, sir.
Lazenby, wait. What? That old guy. I think Flynn works for him.
Look, Tony's going over to Sam. He's seen it. He's grabbing the shoulder bag. Flynn, we've got to get in there.
Rogers, whose idea was this?
Well, we needed backup, didn't we?
All right, what's going on, Flynn?
Hurry!
The old guy's got a video.
Leave him alone.
Hands off him, or I'll break your neck.
All right, break it off.
All of you, stop it. I'm Detective Sergeant Rogers, Vancouver Police. Now, miss, were you the one who phoned about an art theft ring?
There must be a terrible mistake. I run a reputable gallery here.
We'll see about that. Unwrap the painting, Sam.
Yeah, okay. Here now, stop that. That's my property. I just purchased it.
It's an abstract.
Yeah, it's one of mine. I mean, since when's it a crime to sell original artwork?
Maybe since you started painting over stolen masters.
Why, that's nonsense. There's nothing under Tony's painting. Just canvas. I'll show you.
Hey, wait, whoa! Don't use a palette knife. You're going to ruin it.
Lazenby ignored Tony's plea and scraped off a strip of paint. The only thing showing was new canvas. Now we were the ones in trouble.
There, you see, a Tony Orsini original. No more, no less.
So it is. What do you say to that, Flynn?
Detective, my name is J.J. Stiles. Maybe that means something to you.
No.
Stiles Industries. I'm taking my painting home until you sort things out with this madman. Lazenby, my insurance company, will be in touch tomorrow.
I'm very sorry for the trouble. We'll make restitution.
Nice try. Let me see.
Flynn, stop. We're in enough trouble.
I'd take her advice if I were you.
No way. These people have framed me. They caused me to lose my boat. Now they're playing games with this painting. I want to know why. What's behind this cardboard backing?
Don't use a knife!
Flynn!
No, just along the edges. Now, what do we got here inside the backing? My Lord, that's it.
That Kriegel.
So, Tony, your painting was just window dressing for a masterpiece. You should have stuck to nudes.
What's this all about, Lazenby? My lawyer will be calling on you. It's outrageous.
I'm very sorry, sir, but I really think you should take up the matter with Tony.
What?
He worked on the framing.
Oh, no, you don't. All right. Look, Sergeant Rogers, these two old school buddies here have been pulling this stunt for years. I mean, Stiles here has a vault in his basement. You check that out.
That's preposterous.
No, it's true.
You impudent thief.
What?
That's a lie.
Gentlemen. Tony, you're out of your mind. This is a reputable gallery.
Gentlemen, I think you'd all better shut up and come down to the station with me.
Detective Rogers found the stash of stolen masterpieces in the vault, just as Tony said he would. Tony also admitted he'd planted the cocaine on my boat. A few days later, the cops returned the Blarney Boy, and I moved out of Sam's guest room. I was off the hook at last. Except for Willie. She still carried a grudge. No, not for me getting drunk or endangering Sam. It was the painting. How the hell did she find out I'd offered to store Tony's magnificent picture of Goldie?
You've just heard Framed, Episode 9 of Flynn by Lyal and Barbara Brown. Featured in the cast were Boyd Norman as Michael Flynn, Colleen Winton as Willie Greene, and Robert Clothier as Sam Greene. Special guests this week were Marcy Goldberg, Bill Dow, Peter Howard, Gary Chalk, Ken Buhay, and Kim Kondrashoff. The production assistants for Flynn are Dagmar Kafanka and Loretta Joyce. The recording engineer is Chris Cuttress, with sound effects by Joe Silva. Music for Flynn is composed by Alan Cranny, and the series script consultant is James W. Nichol. Flynn is produced and directed in Vancouver by Don Kowalchuk. The executive producer is Bill Howell.
The other day, I got a call from this U.S. film producer, Dan Delano. He was making a movie for television, Betrayed Loyalties. He needed someone to fill in as a bodyguard for a few days. Well, long hours, but good money. And get this, I'd be looking after a movie star, Lenore Avery, the romantic fantasy of my teen years. All I had to do was pass the interview.
Okay, we can finish setting up for scene 58 after lunch. Be back at 1 sharp.
A crew van dropped me off at the North Shore mountain location. I caught up with the man with the bullhorn as he went back to the production trailer. Excuse me, I'm Michael Flynn. You the producer?
No, name's Chance Kershaw. Dan's expecting you. Come on. His office is at the end of this trailer.
You, the director?
No, Dan's the new producer-director.
Oh.
I'm just the stunt coordinator.
So what's a bodyguard do around here?
Chauffeuring, fan control, liaison with local police.
All right.
Piece of cake. Except for Her Royal Highness.
What, Miss Avery? Temperamental, is she?
That's one way of putting it.
A smile played over Chance Kershaw's wasted face, but his blue marble eyes remained dead and cold. I mean, this guy'd been around the block. In an Al Capone movie, he'd have been cast as the muscle for the mob. My guess was that he was a reformed alcoholic, looking at his last chance in show business.
Dan's office is in here.
Martin, I said I'd fix it, and I will. I'm playing catch-up here. We're reworking the script on the run, and you know who's got our fingers in the pie.
He'll just be a minute.
Okay, I'll fax you the changes tonight. Look, I've got people here. I'll get back to you later.
Lenore's new bodyguard.
Flynn, Michael Flynn.
Have a seat, Flynn.
Thanks.
Are we all set up for the night shoot, gents?
Yeah, I'll be driving the car myself.
Good. We'll shoot it from 4 or 5 angles. Lenore will give us reaction shots, and then we'll substitute the stunt double when the husband attempts to run her down.
You want the crash dummy for the guy in the car?
Oh, for the end of the sequence? Yeah. Oh, and tell costumes we need a match on the jacket.
I'll get on to it. See you later.
All right.
Thanks. Dan Delano was one of those unflappable film executives who looked like he'd stepped out of a TV infomercial. His voice soft, reassuring, with a touch of Arizona honesty about it. There was something out of place. The beads of perspiration over his upper lip. Now, he was putting up a good front, but he was under a hell of a lot of pressure. And something else. When he first saw us standing there, he had whisked a manila envelope into his desk drawer and locked it. I caught a couple of words. Encino affair.
You're pretty light for a bodyguard, aren't you?
Well, I don't know. I'm about 170, maybe.
What do you carry?
Carry? Oh, you mean like a weapon?
Yeah, a weapon like a .32 snub-nose, Colt, Beretta, what? Look, you're licensed to carry, aren't you?
Yeah, sure, but I don't.
Where the hell's my driver, Dan? I'm not going to wait all day.
Lenore Avery, close and in person. A little older than I'd remembered. Late 40s, pushing 50 maybe, but looking good, like Elizabeth Taylor at her best. A bit on the plump side, full busted, in a teal blue silk blouse and white slacks. Her auburn hair cascading down to her shoulders in soft curls. And those emerald eyes, holding us transfixed in an angry stare.
The car's ready and the picnic's packed. Do I have to drive myself?
Well, I'm not so sure Flynn's the right man, Lenore. Let me get Chance Kershaw to sub.
What's wrong with this one?
170 pounds and no gun, for starters.
Mm-hmm. The gun business. You against the NRA, or is this some kind of Canadian thing?
No, I just believe a bodyguard's first responsibility is to anticipate trouble and keep his client out of it.
Oh. Well, what do you know? A bodyguard with a brain for a change. He'll do. Sign him up. I'll be waiting in the car. So, what did they tell you about me, Flynn? I seduce all my drivers? Oh, but that's what they said. They think I'm such a bitch. And sometimes they're right.
No, nobody said anything.
They will. They're all out to get me. You married?
No, I'm not.
Divorced, huh?
No.
Too personal. Sorry. That's the trouble with Hollywood people. We meet someone, and 30 seconds later we're comparing bum tattoos. We're intimate without really getting to know anyone. Today's close friends are tomorrow's forgotten faces.
Why do you need a bodyguard, Miss Avery? You're not in any particular danger, are you? I mean, threats from obsessed fans, or...
Obsessed fans at my age, don't I wish? No, it's just business. Part of our insurance contract.
Oh.
Keeps the premiums affordable, and that's important because I've got my personal money invested in this dog of a film.
So what does the insurance cover? An injury to the star, or what, fire on the set? Yeah.
And 101 other things. The studio could recoup if I take a walk, for example. The payout would cover costs of a shutdown, booking a new actress, reshooting.
What about you? Would you get back the money you invested?
Maybe, if I had a good lawyer.
But you're a pro, and pros don't quit, right?
You've seen too many movies, Flynn. Oh, turn off here. There's a picnic spot overlooking the inlet.
She was right about the films. Despite my best intentions, I was living out a scenario as I drove down the winding road through a stand of Douglas fir. Beautiful woman, fancy car, picnic in paradise. Where would it lead? Oh, this must be it.
Yes, my own private hideaway. We don't need to use the picnic table. I'll just spread the blanket on the grass next to it.
Where do you want the picnic basket?
On the blanket.
Right.
Be careful. There's real bone china in there.
Okay, there we are.
So, where do you live? A condo up in Whistler, I'll bet.
No, on a 30-foot sloop, Granville Island Marina.
Sailboat? How romantic.
Well, it can be. You want me to open the champagne?
By all means. It's in the chill pack.
Okay. All right.
Oh, my. It is so beautiful here. Woo!
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I just got you. There's your glass.
What about you?
Oh, I'll stick to club soda. I'm driving.
Suit yourself. Now, let's see what we have in the picnic basket.
Okay. It's a rattler.
My God. A snake.
Don't panic.
Get a boulder or something.
It can't strike beyond its length. The idea is just to keep it off balance.
Says who?
Well, my uncle has a farm near Bow Island. Worked a summer there, southern Alberta, quite a few rattlesnakes. My uncle used to wait till they crawl down a gopher hole, then he'd catch them by the tail.
No, please. Don't tell me you're not as crazy as your uncle.
I wasn't as confident as I sounded. The story about my uncle in Alberta was true, but what I didn't mention was snakes scare the hell out of me. I actually pissed my pants the first time I saw a rattler. Now I was face to fang with one again. I just wanted to keep the vicious little bastard off guard. I didn't want to kill it. But as the snake slithered across the blanket toward me, my ecological concern deserted me. I grabbed the champagne bottle and swung down hard. Oh, God.
We did it. We did it.
Oh.
My God. I was scared out of my wits.
Well, how the hell did it get in the basket anyway?
It wasn't an accident.
What do you mean?
This isn't the first time. Things went wrong. Lights exploding, scaffolding falling, even stuff missing from my trailer. Somebody's trying to get me out of the way.
Hey, where you going?
Back to the film location. Put the rattler in the picnic basket. It's evidence.
Well, come on!
I wanted to check out the picnic site, but there was no arguing with her. Using a small stick, I gingerly lifted the dead snake into the wicker basket, closed the lid, and put it on the back seat. As I completed the unpleasant job, I heard a branch crack under someone's foot.
Get a move on, Flynn!
I don't think we're alone.
Now who's jumpy? Let's get out of here!
I drove Lenore back to the production trailers. She was fuming. I had hardly stopped the car when Lenore took off after an attractive young woman dressed in fatigues and boots. Found out later it was Kelly Conacher, the animal handler.
Miss Avery, back so soon?
Don't play dumb with me, Kelly. Who put you up to this?
Put me up to what? Oh, hey, stop that!
You're getting me killed!
Stop, that's enough.
Is that what's back of this? Lenore Avery flips out over a snake? More pressure for me to break my contract? Well, it won't work.
What's wrong, Lenore?
Now what?
Let me spell it out for you. This bitch put her rattlesnake in my picnic hamper.
She did what?
That's not true.
If Flynn hadn't have been there, God knows what would have happened. Show him the snake, Flynn.
Right. If it's your pet, Kelly, I'm sorry.
I want her out of here right now.
Just calm down a minute. I want to be fair about this. Now, this thing Flynn's holding, is this Kelly's snake? What's its name? Cleo?
I'm sure it is.
No, this isn't Cleo. Its markings are different, and look here. It still has its poison sac. And Cleo's was removed.
Well, what do you think, Lenore?
What do you expect her to say? She's guilty? She tried to kill me.
Chance, go check the cages for the other snake.
You want I should bring it back?
No, that won't be necessary.
I won't be able to work this afternoon. My nerves are shot.
Oh, that's all right, Lenore. We'll adjust the schedule, film around you. But what about the night shoot? You're essential.
I'll see how I feel. I need to get back to the hotel and sleep.
While Lenore put on her injured bird act and was aided to the car, I saw Chance report back to Delano. He gave a thumbs up, indicating Cleo was safe and sound. I was relieved.
Flynn, see that she takes a Valium and keep an eye on her. I need her on the set by 10 tonight.
Okay.
And thanks for the way you handled things today.
Oh, sure.
The damnedest thing.
Flynn, I'm waiting.
Right there, Miss Avery. On the way back to the city, I got a rundown on Lenore's conspiracy theories. According to her, most of the people making Betrayed Loyalties were living up to the movie's title. Roman Birkenhead, who wrote the screenplay, was a hack with no backbone, but he secretly opposed Lenore's script changes. Kelly Conacher, the animal trainer, was a conniving wannabe. Lenore was sure the girl was using her love affair with Roman to sabotage the film. With Lenore out of the way, Roman and Kelly could get the studio to bankroll a new project. Even Chance Kershaw was suspect in the conspiracy, according to the movie star. Lenore didn't seem to realize the one thing they all had in common was a consuming dislike of her. Well, once the lady was asleep, I knew I had to get back to the location and sort things out. Fast.
You want Sam to stand guard? That's ridiculous.
He just has to see that she isn't disturbed.
Babysitting a movie star. Well, I can do that.
Of course.
And what if someone makes another attempt on her life?
Oh, no, they won't.
No.
Not in a big hotel. Right. Besides, Hotel Dick's a friend of mine.
You just have to wake her up, show her my note, and drive her to the North Shore location by 10 o'clock.
Okay. Read you loud and clear.
I can always count on old Sam Greene, the lawyer I work for part-time. His niece, Willie, is less predictable. She's a lawyer, too, but goes by the book. To win her over, you have to spark her interest.
What's this night shoot about, anyway?
It's a scene with a stunt vehicle. See, in the story, this woman has been looking for her husband after he disappeared. Mm-hmm. So she's walking up a mountain road when someone tries to kill her.
With a rattlesnake?
No, they cut that segment.
But someone decided to play the Garden of Eden scene for real anyway. And your movie star went ballistic.
Yeah, that's about it. But why would somebody do such a thing?
Didn't I read somewhere this production is in real financial trouble, like $500,000 over budget already? Mm-hmm. And they had to replace the producer or director?
Yeah, both. Now, the new guy, Delano, he wears 2 hats.
Oh, so he's not just a bean counter sent in from L.A. to shut down the film.
No, don't think so. Lenore wouldn't let them. She's got too much of her own money invested.
Well, it still could be a setup for insurance fraud.
It smells like something more personal to me. You know, there was someone watching us at the picnic site. Enjoying the life and death battle with the snake. Just a shadow in the trees. I didn't get a good look.
Some guy out of Deliverance?
Oh, well, laugh all you want. That bastard was trouble. So was the rattler.
Dan wants you to extend the track with the camera dolly another 15 feet. And we need more fill-in lighting where the road cuts around the rock face.
Good. Everybody's up at the stunt location. Let's look around Lenore's trailer.
She give you permission?
I've got the key, haven't I?
She didn't give you permission.
Let's see. Here we go. There, that does it. Let's turn on the lights.
What are we looking for?
Letters, cards, anything that could give us a motive. I checked Lenore's hotel suite, nothing but clothes.
Oh, this looks like a home away from home. Milk, soft drinks, Weight Watchers treats.
Look at this. Scrapbooks. Newspaper and magazine clippings. Lenore Avery stars.
Lenore and Smash Head.
Feature stories, publicity pictures. Articles from scandal sheets.
Oh, even the bad stuff? She must be an egomaniac. At least she keeps the dirt in separate envelopes.
That you, Flynn?
Oh, hello, Kelly. Oh, hi, Roman.
Hello.
Yeah, just checking a few things for Lenore. This is W.P. Greene, my associate.
Hi.
Hello.
I won't keep you long. Guess you've heard I've been fired.
No. Oh, sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it was thanks to the bitch you work for.
Don't mind him. Lenore's given us both a rough time. He's driving me to the airport.
It's so damn unfair.
Maybe if I talked to Dan Delano...
No. I've had enough. It's time to split.
We're going to get back together in California.
Yeah?
I've got a work in progress. We'll finish it together, produce it ourselves. That's the only way to beat these bastards. Excuse me, I have to go get my car.
Right.
Poor Roman. He wrote a brilliant study of betrayal, and they're turning it into garbage.
If he feels so strongly, why doesn't he go back with you?
They still owe him a lot of money. He thinks they might welch on the deal.
And you'll need that startup money for your project, I guess.
You've got it. Yeah. Anyway, I'm glad I got to see you before I go.
Right.
I think I know who put that poor snake in this basket.
Who?
Well, Roman thinks I'm crazy, but I'm sure it was Lenore herself. Take a look at the snake.
Oh, Jesus! Kelly, watch out what you're doing with that thing.
Smell it.
Oh, you've got to be kidding.
Don't worry, it's dead.
Here, let me... It's kind of an ether smell.
The basket smells of it, too.
What, are you saying the snake was drugged?
Well, look what I found behind the cleaning materials in the kitchenette here.
Halothane? What's that?
What you're smelling. It's an anesthetic used to immobilize reptiles.
To keep the snake quiet until Flynn got to the picnic site?
Exactly. Don't you see? It must have been Lenore. She wanted people to think she was in danger, and she could blame it on me.
Yeah, well, it makes sense. If this movie's a turkey, Lenore might be setting herself up with an excuse to bail out and take her investment with her.
Kelly, did you talk about this to Dan Delano?
Of course. That's when he fired me. Disloyalty. Well, that's Roman. I'll leave you to work it out.
Right. Look, wait a minute, Kelly. How did you get in here earlier today?
The production office has a set of keys.
So, anyone could have come in here and planted the halothane.
Even you.
If that's what you want to believe. Goodbye.
Good luck.
Well, what do you think?
I don't know. But I think it's unlikely Lenore Avery handled this snake. I mean, even if it was drugged, I was there. She was terrified.
Well, maybe, but Flynn, there's a picture in one of these albums.
Where?
Yeah, here it is. A young Lenore Avery in a publicity shot for Antony and Cleopatra. It says she's holding a live snake.
Let me see that. Damn it, that is her.
Maybe Miss Avery is a better actress than you thought.
There was something about Lenore's albums. A nagging feeling at the corner of my memory. Then it clicked. I headed for the production trailer with Willie at my heels.
You're just
going to walk into Delano's office?
Don't worry, I'm not going to take anything.
I could be disbarred.
Then just stand by the door.
Oh, yeah, right.
There's something I want to check out.
Flynn.
Those envelopes full of old newspaper clippings Lenore keeps?
Yeah.
Well, I saw the same kind of envelope on Delano's desk earlier today. When Chance and I came in, he hid it.
Oh, now you're picking the lock? I don't believe this.
Come on. Newspaper clippings from Lenore's trailer. Let's see. Encino youth commits suicide after affair with movie star.
Lenore Avery?
That's what it says. The kid was 18. Terry Sullivan. Happened 10 years ago.
But what's the connection? Was Leno planning to blackmail Lenore?
Well, how could he? The story says she was cleared at the time.
Give me that.
There's no cover-up.
Here's a picture of the funeral. Pallbearers were family members, it says.
Let me see that. I'll be damned, there's one on the end. Look, it's Chance Kershaw.
Kershaw's related to the boy who died?
And Delano's going to help him get even. Here, give me the phone.
All right.
I gotta stop Sam from bringing her here. Oh, come on, Sam, answer.
He should still be there.
Geez,
so
Sam.
This is where you are.
Sam,
eh?
what are you doing here?
Oh, no, I got a call from a guy named Chance Kershaw. Moved up the schedule half an hour. Technical rehearsal, I think he said.
Where's Lenore?
Oh, not far. I dropped her off just below where the stunt car is parked.
Willie, phone the police and fill them in.
Yeah.
I'll try to stop Kershaw.
Okay.
Oh, good Lord. Did I do something wrong?
This is a technical rehearsal. Lenore, take your position at the side of the road. Stunt car, motor running, get lights on. Just a slow run down the hill, Chance. We've changed camera positions. I want to see how it goes.
Okay, Dan.
Stop! Lenore, get off the road!
Get out of there! We're timing the sequence!
What is it, Flynn?
Brake, suck on! Can't hold it!
Get a runaway car! Get out of there!
It's coming right on me!
Legit! Jump! You okay, Miss Avery?
God, I could have been killed. I told you they were out to get me. I need protection.
We've already called the police. Willie and Sam will look after you until they come.
Where are you going?
To check on Chance Kershaw.
Did I hit her?
Came close.
The brakes failed. Can't believe it. I checked the whole car 2 hours ago. Unless...
What? What's wrong?
Look under here. Where? That bastard cut my brake line.
What, Delano?
He struck Dodan, the studio hatchet man. Insurance companies hate him. I figured he was behind the rattlesnake caper, but I didn't think he'd go this far. Now, if I'd have hit Lenore and gone over the cliff, the car would have been totaled, and no one would have been the wiser.
What, just so the studio could shut down the film and claim the insurance?
The man is delirious, Flynn.
Now, come on, we're talking major bucks here.
He's been acting strangely the last few days.
Now, that's a lie.
Hey, come on, take it easy.
You know what's behind it? Revenge.
Revenge?
Yeah, I came across an old newspaper clipping this morning. A young man named Sullivan committed suicide because of Lenore. I didn't put it together until now. Sullivan was Chance's nephew.
That was 10 years ago. Past history. I wouldn't let an old grudge like that do me out of a job.
Sounds pretty lame to me. I think the police will see it my way.
They'll believe he cut his own brake line? What was it, a kamikaze attempt to get even? Come on, that doesn't wash.
Well, look in his coat pocket. He carries a Swiss Army knife.
Here, let go.
Let's have a look.
Give me
Come
that
on.
back.
Well, surprise, surprise. There's traces of brake fluid. For once, the police agreed with me. Delano had sabotaged the stunt car in order to scare Lenore off the film, and Chance Kershaw was cast as the fall guy. Lenore immediately demanded police protection and phoned her lawyer in L.A. I was glad to be off the hook.
I can't understand how Lenore Avery didn't make the connection between the Sullivan kid and Chance Kershaw.
Well, how could she? She never considered she was responsible for the kid's suicide. She didn't even go to his funeral.
Oh, guess she was too busy being a movie queen. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the fairest of them all?
Oh, no, she is a beauty. You have to give her that. Yep. Lying there asleep on the four-poster bed back at the hotel. I never saw a movie star up close like that. No,
It's just like being in the movies.
And who were you, Sam? Prince Charming?
Oh, no, not very likely. Now, that was before I woke her up, wasn't it? Now, once she was awake, well, she has quite a mouth on her, doesn't she?
That's right.
You've just heard Hollywood North, Episode 10 of Flynn by Lyal and Barbara Brown. Featured in the cast were Boyd Norman as Flynn, with Colleen Winton as Willie, and Robert Clothier as Sam. Special guest star Donna Carroll White played Lenore. And you also heard Alex Diakon, Allison Graham, Eric Schneider, and Oliver Becker. The production assistants for Flynn are Dagmar Kafanka and Loretta Joyce. The recording engineer is Chris Cuttress, with sound effects by Joe Silva. Music for Flynn is composed by Alan Cranny. The series script consultant is James W. Nichol. Flynn is produced and directed in Vancouver by Don Kowalchuk. The executive producer is Bill Howell. I'm Bob Boving.
Flynn, The Fall.
It had been raining for 2 weeks. And on this particular dark, depressing morning, even the most optimistic Kitsilano health nuts were giving up early. Their knobby knees were turning as blue as their track shorts as they jogged themselves awake in the pre-dawn gloom. As for me, I was escaping the dampness of my boat tied up at the marina. Sam's cozy law office with its perpetual coffee maker was more to my liking. But before I could reach safe haven, I was intercepted by a worried Mrs. Santos. She was driving an old Honda hatchback with a housekeeping services logo.
Mr. Flynn, excuse me.
Oh, Mrs. Santos, hi.
Have you seen Tony? I've been looking all over for him.
No, not lately. Why?
I was supposed to pick him up last night at the bus stop near Westgate College.
Yes?
He wasn't there, and he didn't come home at all.
Well, maybe he stayed over with a friend.
No, not this day. This morning we had to phone Tony's mother in the Philippines. It's her birthday. What am I going to do? I have to go to work.
Okay, I'll look around. Last time you saw him, what was he wearing?
Like always, jacket, jeans, Blue Jays baseball cap.
Right.
Oh, my sweet Jesus. What do I say to my sister-in-law if harm has come to her son?
Look, I'm sure he's okay, Mrs. Santos. Just leave it with me.
Muchas gracias, Mr. Flynn.
I guess I was feeling a little guilty. It had been almost a year since I'd looked up Mrs. Santos and her nephew. Tony was one of my boys for a couple of summers when I was a Parks and Recreation counselor. Taught him some crafts and games, took him to a movie now and then, big brother kind of stuff. He must be 19 by now. Probably shacked up with a girl or sleeping off a hangover. Still, I figured I could track him down in a couple of hours. I owed Mrs. Santos that much. Now all I needed was the loan of Sam's car.
Don't ask me how you'll get back. You're lucky I'm driving you out here as it is.
Well, thanks for the favor.
I told you I was switching Sam over to snow tires today.
Snow tires? In the lower mainland?
What?
You'd be better off with a set of life preservers.
Except for the week or two it snows.
Oh, right.
Now, how many million did the ICBC have to fork out on fender benders last winter?
Okay.
Oh, Westgate College. Where do I drop you off?
Near the bus stop. That's where she was supposed to meet him. I could use a hand.
That wasn't the deal, Flynn.
Just for a look-see.
No.
5 minutes?
Flynn.
No one in sight at the bus stop. Just a few candy wrappers and cigarette butts around the shelter. I was about to go over to the local student hangout when I caught sight of a faded old sign. It pointed out the danger of a set of rickety steps leading to the beach below. On a hunch, I walked toward the edge of the cliff, Willie in tow.
Flynn, I'm getting soaked. Oh, this brush is impossible to get through. Look, I'm going back to the car.
No, wait. That open space just off the path, you see it?
A baseball cap?
That's what he was wearing, a Blue Jays cap.
Oh, must have been quite a fan. Look at all these beer cans.
Back here. The fence railing is broken through.
Watch yourself, Flynn. That's a 150-foot drop.
Oh, good God.
What is it?
Someone at the base of the cliff. Look, hurry, we gotta get down there.
Is it Tony?
I don't know.
Oh, not so fast, Flynn. It's slippery.
A stairway of weathered planks zigzagged into the gully leading to the beach. Close by, the cliff face was almost perpendicular with a step of fractured stone pieces along the base. As we reached the bottom of the stairway and moved along the sandy beach, we came to one large block of stone. At once, it reminded me of a sacrificial altar on a Mayan temple, because Tony Santos was lying there on his back where he landed. His dead eyes stared upward in wonderment, as if he couldn't believe this ultimate insult had visited him so early in his young life.
Is it him?
Yeah, it's Tony.
Oh, God, he was so young.
It looks like he was drinking up there and fell through the fence.
You don't seem that sure.
Well, I counted 4 beer tins. I mean, why the hell would he hang around that long? I mean, at night and in the rain?
Maybe he was waiting for someone.
There's no signs of a scuffle in the brush. Of course, it's all grass up there.
Maybe he was waiting and no one showed up.
Yeah, could be. Well, the cops are better at sorting out this kind of thing. You got your cellular phone?
It's in the car.
Oh. Well, phone the police first, then Westgate Campus Security. They're pretty sensitive about these kinds of things winding up on their doorstep.
Are you all right?
Yeah. I'll stay down here with Tony.
Okay. Oh, Flynn, what about Mrs. Santos?
Oh, yeah. And she's going to take it hard. I guess I'll talk to her in person after the coroner gets here.
Okay. Back as soon as I can.
I found Tony's backpack 10 feet from the impact site. Without disturbing the contents, I checked it out. Textbooks, test papers, a workbook, a chocolate bar, a tin of kokanee beer. I took a cotton jersey from a side pocket and used it to cover the boy's face. I couldn't help thinking of the happy times we'd shared. Why didn't I keep in touch? Then I caught sight of a torn 8x10 photo in some weeds near the rock slab. A bearded man in his 50s. Did this have something to do with Tony's death? It didn't look like it had been there very long, but then maybe it had just blown off a garbage truck. I stuck the fragment in my pocket so I could examine it later.
Hey, you! What are you doing down there?
This is Max Lowry, head of campus security. He was at the top of the cliff.
Oh my God. That Santos woman no sooner reports her nephew missing than someone else is stirring up trouble. This little girl tells me she's a lawyer. Who are you?
Name's Flynn, friend of the family. We found him over here.
I didn't have a chance to phone it in, Flynn.
I'll do that. Well, it looks pretty cut and dried to me. The Santos kid was drinking, fell through the railing at the top. He's dead, all right.
But you knew him?
I had a couple of run-ins with him at the college, drinking mostly. Last time he lost his job as a lab assistant. You know, these foreign kids, they can't handle their booze.
Well, maybe there was more to it than that. You better mark the site for a police investigation.
You telling me my job?
Hey, this isn't Westgate campus, it's a public beach.
Look, let's not make any more of this than it is, an accident. Just wait in your car. The cops can take your statements when they get here.
The man's got a point, Flynn. There's nothing more you can do down here.
The cops arrived shortly after we reached the top of the cliff. Like Max, they were just going through the motions. They'd seen it all before. We gave them our statements, waited until Tony's body was taken away in the coroner's wagon, then started back to the office.
Flynn?
Yeah?
What did you find down there on the beach?
What did I find?
Max the Mouth didn't notice, but I did. You put something in your pocket just before we got to the bottom of the stairs.
Oh, damn it, I forgot. I was going to give it to the cops.
Sure you were. Let's see it.
Careful, don't smudge it. Could be prints.
A torn photo. Who is the guy?
Jeez, Willie!
Sorry. Here, take it.
I don't know who he is. But, maybe if I make some photocopies and show them around...
No. I've got a better idea. Just turn the picture over to the police and close the book on the whole thing. Tony's death wasn't your fault, you know?
Willie was right. It wasn't my fault. But I still made copies of the torn picture before I turned it over to the cops. I knew they'd just stick it in a dead-end file as soon as I left. The preliminary report from the coroner concurred with the police investigation. Tony's blood alcohol count was 1.4. Verdict, accidental death. After the initial shock, even Mrs. Santos was reconciled. I drove her to the airport to accompany Tony's body home to the Philippines.
It's God's will, Mr. Flynn. Whatever happened, we have to accept it. I came to Canada and worked 10 long years to help my family. I say to myself, Tony's the one to make something of himself.
Well, he did the best he could, Mrs. Santos.
I wanted so much for him, but God had other plans.
Well, maybe some other member of your family back in the Philippines.
I don't think so. I'll give Tony's sins to his family, then wait for a sign. Maybe I'll come back to Canada. Maybe not.
Well, I'm sorry it worked out this way. Maybe if I'd stayed in touch...
You are a good friend, Mr. Flynn. Oh, I should have asked you if you want something of Tony's. A souvenir. Maybe the new CD player that made him so happy.
New CD player? I thought he'd lost his job.
I did also. But see, I have his bank book. $500 deposited 2 days before he died. And a canceled check for the CD player.
Well, seems he was doing better than we thought. Your plane leaves from gate 12. Here, I'll carry your bag.
Well, what do you mean it's a jigsaw puzzle? The coroner ruled it an accident, didn't they?
Still too many loose ends.
Such as?
Well, the $500 Tony deposited in his account just before he died.
It could have been his last paycheck. Well, what else?
The empty cans of beer. I mean, why was he waiting in the brush at the top of the cliff? And who was he supposed to meet? And the torn picture. I mean, who is that guy?
The bearded man?
That's right. See, I've shown a copy to Tony's teachers at the college and some of the students. Even checked with the publicity people. No one could identify him.
Not even Max Lowry?
The security chief at Westgate?
Yeah, he seemed to know more than he was letting
on.
Well,
I haven't shown it to him yet.
Why?
Well, it has to be the right moment. He's the only suspect I got.
Well, it seems to me, Flynn, you're just throwing a bunch of random pieces of information at the wall and trying to make a story out of what sticks to it.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, but you are.
Well, the fact remains that Flynn does need to chase down his loose ends, be they phantom or real, for his own peace of mind.
Come on, Sam, this is a waste of
And
time.
he'll need your help, Willie. No, I'll take over your cases for a couple of days.
Look, I'm just going over to the lab where Tony worked. I don't need her help with this, Sam.
Just take her along as a special favor to me, will you? I'm running out of time and patience with both of you.
I know you don't want me to distract you, but can I remind you of something?
Go ahead. You're going to tell me anyway.
It's snowing.
So?
Snow tires. They're still in the trunk.
Let up, will you? It's an underground garage.
Yes, but Flynn...
Have a good weekend. See you on Wednesday.
Did you see that? 3 men in prison overalls. That was a prison van.
Quick.
Ow!
Back here behind the pillar.
What? Don't push. What's got into you?
The guy with the woman in the lab coat.
Yeah?
It's Max Lowry.
How about a coffee?
How many times do I have to tell you I am not interested?
You were interested enough in Tony Santos when he worked here.
Let's get closer.
Oh, you're paranoid, Max.
Okay, we're close enough.
There was nothing between Tony and me.
What if I told the dean that I saw you with Tony the night he died?
That's a lie. I've had it with you.
And wait. Listen to me.
So what do you think? A lover's quarrel?
Looked more like sexual harassment to me. You sure this is the right lab?
Positive. Lab 4A, polygraph research.
There's no one here.
Well, there's got to be. I've been trying to talk to this guy for 3 days. Left messages everywhere.
Dr. Kynes?
Yeah, that's him.
Name card on the desk over there.
Dr. Rudolph Kynes, an American visiting professor in psychology at Westgate College, Tony's former boss. The larger control room contained an array of computers hardwired to an impressive recording device. It looked like an oversized EKG monitor, or something used to track an earthquake. Ink pens were poised like skeletal fingers, ready to record their erratic patterns once the machine was activated.
That you, Mr. Flynn? I am tidying up back here in the isolation chamber. Be right with you.
That's okay. Take your time.
I could see someone through the window of the chamber at the end of the control room. A slight man with sharp features, dressed in a white lab coat.
Ah, there you are. Sorry to have held you up. You just missed a good show.
The men in the prison van downstairs?
W.P. Greene, my associate.
Hello.
That's right, Ms. Greene. Convicted sociopaths, confidence men, shyster lawyers, that ilk. No conscience.
Using professional liars to beat the system.
Strangely enough, some of them seem to enjoy the challenge. It's like a game to them, trying to fool the polygraph.
And how often do they fake you out?
Not too often. This unit is one of the most sensitive devices ever designed. You and Flynn here should try it out sometime.
I thought your research was classified.
It is. I mean the results of the experiments and the like. Hypnosis, using drugs to precondition a subject, that sort of thing. But not a simple polygraph test.
That could be interesting.
We'll run a test when my lab assistant gets back. It'll make a believer out of you.
While we're waiting, could I check a couple of things with you?
Certainly. Your message mentioned the Santos boy. A real tragedy.
Well, I'm a friend of the family. I just wanted to tie up some loose ends.
Yes, well, he was a bright student, Tony, but I'm afraid he spent too much time in the fast lane. The old story, drank too much, became unreliable, had to let him go.
Your present lab assistant, was she working for you then?
And mentor, yes. She's doing postgraduate studies. Tony was just a student helper.
Could you take a look at this torn photo?
Certainly. A man with a beard. Should I know him?
It's another loose end.
I'm afraid I can't help you, sorry.
Dr. Kynes, we have to do something about Max Lowry. He is turning into a real nuisance. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were alone.
This is Flynn and Ms. Greene. They were asking about Tony.
Oh, yes. That was terrible what happened.
Show her the picture.
Oh, right.
Have you seen this man?
I don't think so. Who is he?
No one seems to know, but he could be connected to Tony's death.
But wasn't that an accident?
The police and the coroner seem to think so.
And Max Lowry.
You know Max? I hope he's not a friend.
A friend? No, I don't think so.
What say we leave the problem with Max to another time? I've promised these people a demonstration of the new polygraph machine.
Good idea. Who's the subject?
I'll watch from the control room.
Well, then you better come along with me to the isolation chamber, Flynn.
Me? Yeah, okay.
Can they hear us in there?
Nope, the intercom is switched off.
Good. I want to keep this just between you and me.
I don't understand.
Was there something going on between you and Tony Santos? We heard what Max said to you down in the parking garage.
No, now that's just a figment of Max's imagination. Tony was working on a paper for his psych course. I had coffee with him a couple of times. I gave him some pointers.
So no relationship?
No. Tony was just a kid. He's pretty immature.
And Max Lowry?
Bordering on paranoid delusional.
Okay. Maybe I should mind my own business. So, what's going to happen to Flynn?
It's really quite straightforward. Now, you see those sensors Dr. Kynes is fixing to your friend?
The wires with the little suckers attached?
Mm-hmm. Plus the Velcro sensors on the fingers. Now, they're all linked to the polygraph machine. The pens track variations on the graph paper as the test progresses. Here, I'll just turn this on at slow speed. And you see the lines are flat.
The test hasn't started yet?
No, not until Dr. Kynes tells me to mark it.
What do these sensors record?
The top channel records heart rate. Now, we call it cardiotach. The next two measure skin conductance, then respiration. And at the bottom, we have brainwave patterns.
Interesting. Look. One line's jumping a little.
Yes, that's strange. It's a negative response. Dr. Kynes is holding a finger sensor. He must be demonstrating something.
Yes, at Boston College. I'm wrapping up the research project here, so you see, as a visiting professor, I can't get involved in this Max Lowry business.
Right. We're ready, Dr. Kynes.
Oh, and, yes, be right with you. Now, that's the last finger sensor. Okay. Only half a volt, Flynn. Nothing to worry about.
Half a volt?
Just measuring changes between the two electrodes. Secretion of the eccrine glands. It's triggered through a series of stages by activity in the frontal lobe of the brain, fear, excitement, other manifestations.
Right.
Shall we start?
Okay, fire away.
All right, Anne, mark the start point with Flynn's name.
Start marked.
Now, usually, our control question when we're dealing with a suspected criminal is, did you ever commit a crime before age 18?
Oh, look at that, even before he answers.
Dr. Kynes, we've got major fluctuations on all channels.
Interesting.
I'm just nervous, that's all. Maybe I don't know, stole a little candy or something. Nothing serious.
Sure, of course. Let's try another line of questioning. The picture you just showed me, do you know this man?
No.
Do you think he had anything to do with Tony's accident?
Maybe.
You have to answer yes or no.
I'm sorry, I don't know.
That's all right. We'll try something else.
It was priceless, Sam. Look at the printout. The polygraph nailed him right off the top. Any Asian court would have convicted him.
It was a trick to break the tension.
Right.
But why the casual questions about the picture of the bearded man?
What do you mean?
Well, it was almost as if he was trying to find out if I was hiding something.
Well, probably just testing his new software. You know, that's where the payoff will be. Not in third world courts, no. But with big business screening employees to prevent industrial espionage.
Hey, wait a minute. Hey, look, what's this wavy line just before they started my test?
Anne said it was a negative reading. She said Dr. Kynes was holding one of the leads.
Well, you mean Dr. Kynes was caught in a lie by his own machine?
Oh, no, he was just talking to Flynn.
Yeah, but there's the interesting point now. Now, what was he talking about?
Oh, as he put on the sensors? Well, I don't know. He told me how the polygraph tied into the computer. Oh, yeah. I asked him where he came from.
Oh, yeah, we heard the part about Boston College and his being a visiting professor here.
Boston College? Why would he lie about that?
Well, why don't we fax Boston and find out?
That's a good idea.
An hour later, Boston College answered our request. The short biography outlined Dr. Rudolph Kynes' scholastic accomplishments. Were we on a wild goose chase? Then the fax operator added a notation.
Look, here's the second page.
Professor Kynes is currently on sabbatical leave doing research at Cambridge University.
What, Cambridge?
He can be contacted care of the psychology department there.
If Kynes is in England, who's the guy at Westgate?
Now, look, would Kynes put out the story to cover up his classified research here?
Look, Willie, ask Boston College to fax us a picture of Dr. Kynes.
A few minutes later, we had our answer. A black and white photo slowly edged its way out of the fax machine.
The bearded man.
The real Dr. Kynes. You've been playing games with an imposter.
Worse than that, Sam. He's probably a murderer. Well, come on, Willie, we gotta get out to the polygraph lab.
Slow down, Flynn. Roads are slippery.
Not as slippery as the professor. He must be getting ready to skip.
Why pretend to be someone else?
Well, to gain access to the secret research. He must be a scientist, though. Maybe he worked with the real Dr. Kynes at some time. He knows enough to be able to rip off the software and sell it to the highest bidder.
Here's the psychology building.
I'll park in the underground garage.
Oh, Flynn, there's a car coming out!
You all right?
I told you we needed snow tires.
I think we've got more to worry about.
The phony Dr. Kynes' briefcase.
And a gun.
Get out! I'm taking your car.
Easy now.
Move!
Okay. Smells of gasoline out here. You must have burst your fuel line.
Stand clear, Flynn. I won't tell you again.
Oh, I wouldn't pull that trigger. You'll go up like a Roman candle.
What?
It's gasoline. You're soaked in it. Throw away the gun.
Flynn, what's got into you?
Tony Santos was like family to me. But this guy isn't getting away. You just twitch, and I'll use this.
Oh, my God, a lighter.
Hey, are you nuts? We'll all go up.
Ditch the gun, damn it.
Okay. There. It's gone.
What do you mean, hardly any damage to my vault?
You can take it out of my next paycheck.
The imposter's rental got the worst of it.
Oh, so he was skipping out, just like you figured.
Well, the torn picture of the real Dr. Kynes really spooked him. He knew we were getting too close.
It took him a little while to download the research. The floppy disks and printouts were in his briefcase.
Yeah, see, with that evidence, plus our information from Boston College, the cops didn't have much trouble breaking his story.
His real name is Harold Barnes, and he's a computer data thief.
Well, did he admit to killing Tony?
Well, he fudged about whether Tony fell or was pushed, but they were fighting over the picture, all right. See, Tony came across it while he was doing some research on polygraphs. He threatened to expose Barnes unless he gave Tony his job back.
All that needless violence.
Well, it would have been worse if Flynn's bluff had backfired.
What bluff?
It was nothing.
Oh, taking quite a risk, weren't you? Threatening him with a lighter? With all that gas around?
What lighter? Look, all I had was a Pez dispenser.
What?
See?
You had it?
You were bluffing with a candy dispenser? Oh, Flynn, you're mad.
Well, it worked, didn't it?
Oh.
You've just heard The Fall, Episode 11 of Flynn by Lyal and Barbara Brown. Featured in the cast were Boyd Norman as Flynn, Colleen Winton as Willie, and Robert Clothier as Sam. You also heard Emmy Thompson, Roger Barnes, Brenda Critzlow, and Stephen E. Miller. The production assistants for Flynn are Dagmar Kafanka and Loretta Joyce. The recording engineer is Chris Cuttress, with sound effects by Joe Silva. Music for Flynn is composed by Alan Cranny, and the series script consultant is James W. Nichol. Flynn is produced and directed in Vancouver by Don Kowalchuk. The series executive producer is Bill Howell. I'm Bob Boving. Hi, gang. Bob Boving here. Welcome to a special Christmas Eve edition of The Mystery Project. And of course, we're still featuring that wonderfully, reluctantly awkward, but truly intrepid West Coast private detective, Flynn. The series stars Boyd Norman in the title role, and it's written by Lyal and Barbara Brown. And yes, just because it's Christmas, don't think you won't have to hang on to your collective hats. The scene, a marina on Granville Island in Vancouver's False Creek. Sam, played by Robert Clothier, and W.P., played by Colleen Winton, are decorating the Blarney Boy in preparation for the annual Carol Boat Parade. The play, Flynn, Episode 12, A Christmas Carol.
Greyhound from Toronto, Winnipeg.
32-year-old Megan Carney, 8 months pregnant, and in the company of her 10-year-old son, David, was looking for a final chance to put her life back together. One of those Christmas miracles we read about at this time of year. Only this time, her expectations were about to be dashed.
Oh, thank the Lord we're here at last. Oh, my back is killing me.
Dad's not gonna like it. Us just showing up like this.
The family together for Christmas? It'll be a lovely surprise, Davy, you'll see.
Yeah, Mom.
Get the big suitcase while I ask someone how we get to this Granville Island. Maybe it's close enough to walk.
Okay, but I still think you should phone him.
Hey! Watch where you're going! My purse! Stop! He's stealing my purse!
Oh, Mom, are you all right?
Oh, my lord, the hotel money.
Let me help you.
Oh, those letters.
I'll catch him.
No, Davy! Come back! It's too late.
Can you believe this? Disgusting. And right before the holidays.
Oh, what happened? The Grinch steal Christmas again?
Now, Flynn, it's probably not the
No,
best time
he's
to-
right, Sam. Flynn may be insensitive and communicate in cartoon metaphors, but he's close to the mark.
Excuse me?
After all, Megan Carney did have her Christmas taken away.
Who the hell is Megan Carney?
Just the pregnant woman who had her purse stolen as she stepped off a bus yesterday.
Oh.
She'd traveled over 3,000 miles to be with her husband for Christmas. And welcome to Vancouver. How can we let these kind of things happen?
Come on, Willie, this is a big city. It happens every day.
So that's an excuse to do nothing?
Well,
not for me, it isn't.
Where are you going?
To the hospital. Megan probably needs help.
Megan, you don't even know the woman.
I'll introduce myself.
Well, what about decorating the boat? What was all that about?
Christmas brings back memories. Lost your parents just a few days before Christmas, almost, 20 years ago.
Oh, car accident. Yeah, I forgot.
Yeah, well, she hasn't. This time of year, she's just another disappointed kid trying to put the world back together.
Mrs. Carney? Yes? I'm W.P. Greene. About this story in the morning paper.
My mom wants to be left alone.
Oh, you must be David. I'm just here to see what I can do, David.
Looking for another human interest angle. What are we, the Christmas flavor of the month?
No, you've got it wrong, Mrs. Carney. I'm not a journalist. I'm a lawyer.
Can't afford a lawyer. I can't even afford a place for my son and me to sleep once we get out of here.
Well, I checked with the hospital social worker, Miss Page. She's put in a request to Family Services for emergency aid.
Don't believe in charity. Still have a $50 bill pinned to my brassiere.
My dad'll take care of things once he knows we're here.
Oh, he must be worried. Maybe I could contact him and bring him to the hospital.
No need. I'm checking out of here in a couple of hours. We can handle it.
Oh, that soon? But I heard you fell when the thief snatched your purse.
I did. But the baby's all right. They gave me an ultrasound.
Good.
Shouldn't you be going now?
Davy, mind your manners.
What right does she have to butt into our business?
Davy!
It's all right, Mrs. Carney. The last thing I want to do is intrude. I'll let you rest. Here's my card if you want to reach me. I'm so sorry about what happened.
Yes. Well, thanks for caring. Sorry we got off on the wrong foot.
That's all right. Contact me if you need help. Bye.
Bye.
Mom, I don't think she's a real lawyer. She could be one of them.
Don't go squirrely on me, Davy. You'll make matters worse jumping at shadows. Just settle down and let me do the thinking.
Whatever was going on between Willie and her new friends didn't concern me at the time. Sam and I were too busy to be diverted by anything as trivial as a purse snatching. The Carol Boat Festival was starting on the weekend. We had to get ready for several nights of parading our illuminated boats out of False Creek into English Bay and beyond. A special West Coast way of marking the Yuletide season.
Sam, give me more slack on the top string of lights, will you?
Oh, yeah, okay. Is that better?
Yeah, that does it. All right, I'll tape the angel to the masthead later.
Okay.
Coming down.
Yeah, well, are you going to spend Christmas with your mother this year?
No. I had the obligatory turkey dinner last week. I saw Mother off for Arizona with the rest of her snowbird pals.
Well, you're welcome to join Willie and me.
Oh, thanks. What can I bring?
Oh, not that.
Lower the volume, Eddie.
What?
It's too loud.
Too loud? Okay.
Oh, I thought you said Eddie Righteous was working for his uncle.
Yeah, that's right. He's going straight.
Really? Huh. Well, since when do they sell karaoke machines in a boat race?
Come on, Sam. Give the guy a break. That's a loaner from one of Eddie's friends, the guy who ran a bar.
Yeah. Sure you did.
Okay, play Scrooge if you have to.
All right, you are, Cratchit. All the way back to the office. Bah humbug.
Not many people believed Eddie Righteous could go straight. Even I was a little uncertain, and I'd known him for close to 10 years as a scam artist, ticket scalper, dealer. Not the kind of guy you hang out with. But in one respect, I admired the guy. He'd put aside the fast, shady life for a reason. To get back together with his ex-wife and 2 kids. The trouble was, he'd tried it before.
Just wanted to make sure you had enough juice. Some of these little CD players the other boats are using, you can't hear worth spit.
Yeah, just promise me this isn't hot.
Ah, come on, Flynn. Would I do that to a friend? It's Christmas.
So there's nothing in it for you.
Butkus. Nada zilch. How many times I gotta tell you?
Sorry, I can't get used to you not having an angle.
My only angle right now is to give my kids the best Christmas they ever had. No broken promises, no missing Santa Claus.
What are you planning?
Well, I was hoping to take everybody down to Disneyland. But since I've stopped dealing, I don't have the bread.
Well, I wish I could help you, but I'm a little short myself.
Hey, I didn't ask, did I? But there is something. It just came to me.
Oh, no kidding.
Well,
what?
You think the kids could come out with you? Like on the Blarney Boy? You know, the parade of carol boats?
That's no big deal.
Oh, would be for them.
I don't know. Maybe. But on one condition.
Condition? What condition?
Can they sing?
Oh, like angels.
Okay, it's a deal.
Thanks, Flynn. Boy, I can't wait to tell them. They'll flip. Oh, well, I don't think my ex will be coming. She gets seasick.
We'll take an extra bucket just in case. As I walked back to Sam's place, perched up on the slope overlooking False Creek, I noticed a glimmer of Christmas tree lights from the living quarters upstairs. Willie and Sam must be having lunch. Maybe I could join them. I walked upstairs and opened the door. Right away, I knew it was a mistake. Willie was comforting a very upset woman, while Sam poured some tea.
There you are, Flynn.
Sorry for barging in.
No, never mind. Come in.
This is the man who can help you, Megan. Flynn, this is Megan Carney, the woman I went to see this morning.
Oh, yes, the purse snatching. I'm sorry. But I don't know what I could do about that. Aren't the police investigating?
My 10-year-old son, Davy. He's missing. I was checking out of the hospital, and suddenly he was gone.
He ran away?
I think he's trying to find his father before they do.
Who do? With the police? Or?
Worse than that.
Now, let the woman tell her story, will you? Now, maybe you could start at the beginning.
About 3 months ago, Frank was walking home from work when he saw these 3 guys robbing a bank.
Yeah.
There was some shooting. A guard was killed and the robbers got away.
And Frank was able to identify them.
Yeah, he picked them out of a mug book, and 2 days later they were in jail.
Good.
But that wasn't the end of it. The police said he'd have to testify at the trial.
He had something against that?
Not at first. Just after the phone calls.
What phone calls?
Late at night. Threats. They said they were friends of the guys in jail.
So that's why you were so upset about the story being in the paper.
Well, didn't the police offer you protection?
No. And Frank said we shouldn't take a chance. We sold our stuff, split the money. Davy and I moved in with my mother. She has a house near Guelph.
Why did Frank come out to the coast?
He used to live out here.
Oh.
Worked as a carpenter.
So the plan was you'd stay with your mother until the baby was born and then follow later. Well, what went wrong?
The Toronto Crown Attorney issued a warrant for Frank's arrest.
Contempt of court, I'll bet. Failure to appear as a witness.
I guess so. Anyway, I had to warn Frank there were 2 kinds of people after him.
We should be able to work things out, shouldn't we, Sam? It's not as if he's a criminal. He probably didn't get the subpoena.
No, he'd have to turn himself in and testify.
Where is he? You got an address?
No, that's the trouble. Megan's only got 1 letter in the 3 months he's been out here, and it didn't have a return address.
Playing it close to the vest.
Things had been pretty rocky between Frank and me, during the recession.
A lot of people lost their jobs.
Yeah, living hand to mouth is pretty scary. We used to argue a lot. So when all this came down on us, I figured chances were good I'd never see Frank again. If I stayed at my mama's place. I had to find some way to keep my family together, even if it was just for Christmas.
You did what you had to do.
Maybe so, but now what? My son's gone. He's only 10, and he doesn't know the city. Anything could happen to him.
Did Davy know where his father was working?
Just Granville Island, not the actual address.
Well, I guess that's where you start, Flynn.
Right now?
Right now.
Right now.
Here's a family photo. That's Frank with Davy and me.
Where can I contact you?
She'll be staying at my place until things get straightened out.
Oh, okay.
We'll hail a cab. You might need the car.
There's one thing I don't understand about women. The way they communicate. They've got ESP or something. And they have a way of becoming close friends without having anything in common. Unless it's just being women.
Well, there they go.
Is she crazy? I mean, that woman's a perfect stranger. What is this, a no room at the inn thing?
Well, maybe. But Willie's instincts are pretty good.
Yeah. Well, what if this Megan Carney was feeding us a load of garbage? I mean, maybe Frank just took off.
Well, so instead of a good guy in trouble, Frank's a Christmas turkey, is that it?
I don't know. But it's happened before.
Well, what about the kid, Davy? 10 years old. Do you think he's in on it?
Well, who knows? I just hope it's not another one of those family squabbles. I mean, they're the worst, especially during the holidays.
Yeah, well, just give it a try, will you? For Willie's sake.
I parked Sam's car near the public market and spent the rest of the afternoon checking out every place that might have needed some carpenter work during the past few months. I drew a blank. You'd be surprised how many do-it-yourselfers there are around here. So I wound up at the old boat works where Eddie worked. Hi, Eddie. You got a minute?
Sure, what's happening?
You ever see these people around the island?
Family photo, eh? Mm-hmm. Hey, this kid was here looking for his old man.
Yeah? When?
I don't know, a couple hours ago, maybe.
Where did he go?
I was busy. I didn't pay much attention.
Something wrong, Flynn? Eddie in trouble again?
Come on, Uncle Steve. Ease up, will you?
Hey, come on. Learn to take a joke, nephew. You'll live longer. What's the picture?
I'm looking for a man and his son.
Huh. Well, that's easy. The guy's Frank Carney. He and 2 other carpenters put in some petitions for me.
When was that?
Well, about a month ago.
Do you know where he lives?
Yeah, well, the 3 of them shared a room in one of those rundown hotels near the bridge. I don't think they're there now, though. They said they were moving on.
Where to?
Oh, no idea.
Was Frank a union member? I mean, they might have a forwarding address.
It was cash on the barrelhead. No paper trail, no GST.
I'm the one who's supposed to be getting rehabilitated.
All right.
They use these storage lockers?
Yeah, but I think they took everything when they finished.
Well, what's this then? Bus schedule?
One of the other guys, I guess. I mean, Frank's locker is the empty one.
Hey, look here. Hey, someone circled the Vancouver to Squamish route.
Yeah. What are you so hot to find this guy? I mean, what did he do, steal a hammer or something?
Well, maybe his kid and I aren't the only ones looking for him.
Oh, boy. What was this guy's name again? Frank
Carney.
That's it. Now I remember. Frank Carney. This guy was asking around about him.
What guy?
Mean-looking dude. A real heavy. Iron gray hair, crew cut, wore a quality suede jacket, Docker slacks.
What do you want?
Said he was building chalets at a new out-of-town resort near Squamish.
Yeah?
He heard Frank and his buddies were pretty good at their trade. Wanted to talk to him.
Well, could he have been legit?
In my past life as a dealer, I got pretty good at reading people.
Yeah.
Body language, speech patterns. It's the way a rabbit stays ahead of the fox.
What's that got to do with anything?
I think this guy was mob muscle and not from around here. Back east, maybe.
Come on, you're imagining things.
Have it your way.
Well, there's only one way to find out for sure.
Squamish?
Squamish.
Oh, boy.
It took only a few minutes to organize the expedition to Squamish. Uncle Steve gave Eddie the rest of the day off. We needed him to identify the man with the crew cut, if he happened to show up. Sam agreed to stay at the office and contact the local police to mount a search for Davy. For her part, Megan Carney, the boy's mother, was certain Davy was hitchhiking up the Corkscrew Road to Squamish. So she and Willie insisted on joining the chase.
Is that him? Davy? Davy!
It's just an old man, Megan.
His coat was the same color. Why are you driving so fast? We could miss him.
It's a dangerous highway. Flynn has to keep up with the traffic flow. But we'll spot him if he's here.
It's getting dark.
Stay calm. It's going to be all right.
I really screwed up this time, haven't I?
Now, hang on, Megan. Take deep breaths. Try to relax.
That's right. On top of everything else, there's the baby.
Right, look, watch for the turnoff, okay? There's supposed to be a sign.
How do you know?
Squamish Chamber of Commerce. I phoned.
Oh, there it is.
Where?
Under construction. Timberloft Lodge, 8 private chalets.
I still think we should have backup, Flynn.
Look, can it, will you? We're all jumpy enough as it is. We expected to find at least a partial crew working on the site, but there was no one around. Just a couple of work lights, casting ominous shadows up the cedar walls and splashing off the dormer windows of the French mansard roof.
Kind of spooky, isn't it?
I'd feel better if we had an invitation.
Yeah, well, I couldn't get a number for the company's cell phones.
Oh, stay in the car, Megan. You might fall over something.
Alone in this place? No way.
Now, the guy I talked to said there were trailers at the back of the property. Maybe there's a caretaker. Come on. I hated stumbling along in the shadows, especially with a pregnant woman in tow. But the footpath seemed to be heading back through stacks of lumber to some dark shapes. Maybe house trailers. But before I could find out, Eddie grabbed my sleeve.
Flynn, look! A flashlight! Someone's coming!
Oh, he's carrying something.
A shotgun! Let's get out of here!
Wait a minute, wait. We'll get a better look when he goes by that work light.
Who got the tobacco-colored jacket? It's him! He's the one who was looking for Frank!
This is private property, folks. State your business.
Oh, my God, he's killed my husband.
I thought we'd had it, then and there. The man with the gun wasn't alone. There was no point trying to run. We'd never make it back to the car. Then there was another voice, sweeter than a heavenly choir.
Mom, I found Dad. He works for Mr. McCann. Don't you, Dad?
Is that you, Megan?
Yes.
Thank God. Oh, we didn't know where to start looking. Davy couldn't remember the lawyer's name who visited you.
Davy, how did you ever get away up here? I told you not to hitchhike.
Mr. McCann brought me.
I was on Granville Island loading up some building materials for the project here when this young man asked me if I knew a carpenter by the name of Frank Carney.
Mr. McCann said he did. And when he found there was no way of reaching you, he brought Davy to me.
Oh, Frank, I hope you're not angry. We just couldn't stand the thought of your being alone.
Oh, Megan. Mr. McCann gave me a bonus so I could take the red-eye flight to Toronto tomorrow night.
So he could be with you at Christmas. It was supposed to be a surprise.
But what about the trouble you're in? Someone could have seen you.
Mr. McCann figured the best thing to do was turn myself in after the baby's born.
A good lawyer can get him off.
WP and her uncle are looking into that very thing.
Lawyers?
That's right. Flynn's our investigator.
Well, looks like we've got some talking to do. Everyone down to the trailer. It's our home away from home. Most of the crew is taking a few days off, but we'll try to welcome you properly this time.
Mr. McCann, why the shotgun?
Oh, just for show. People have been walking off with a lot of stuff lately.
No kidding.
Haven't we met somewhere before?
I don't think so.
The next few days were busy ones for the Carneys. Mr. McCann helped them rent a house in Squamish. Willie and Sam arranged for the outstanding warrant against Frank to be stayed. He provided an affidavit swearing he would testify, if required, which wasn't very likely, considering one of the 3 bank robbers had turned Crown witness, and the other 2 suspects were plea bargaining. As it turned out, the threatening calls were made by one of the criminals' dim-witted brother, who wouldn't hurt a flea. Frank was never in danger in the first place. So, all the Carneys had to do now was wait for the blessed event. The rest of us got back to business as usual.
It's 6:30. Didn't you tell Eddie to get his kids down here by 6?
He'll be here.
Oh, we'll lose our position. You know what a stickler the Commodore is.
So we bring up the rear of the flotilla. No, what's the harm?
Sure. Hello? Oh, hi, Frank. What? She had the baby?
Megan? Oh, a little early, isn't she?
What was that, Frank? Yes, I'll tell them. All the best.
What?
A 7-pound baby girl.
7 pounds?
They're calling her Noelle. Isn't that wonderful?
Hey, that's good news.
I know.
And on that day, a child was born. Wonderful.
Hey, look, here comes Eddie. Where are your kids?
At home with their mother,
What?
measles.
Oh,
for
Eddie, I'm
heaven's
so
sake.
sorry.
Yeah, nothing goes right, even when I'm trying to do good. Well, nothing for it but to pack it in, really. Hey, thanks just the same.
Oh.
Isn't that a shame? The kids would have loved the karaoke.
Oh, maybe they still can.
Oh, no. Too risky. Besides, they're contagious.
Well, not if they watch from Elaine's apartment. Well, she still lives in that red brick building overlooking Pitt's Beach, doesn't she?
You mean we'll serenade her?
Well, look at you, Ebenezer. First a sourpuss, now full of the spirit of Christmas present.
Give Eddie your cell phone, will you?
Oh, here.
But you won't be in the parade of lights.
We'll make our own lights. Cast off, Sam.
Right you are, Captain.
Hello, Elaine. Kids still up? Good. Could you have them look out the front window in about 15 minutes? Yeah. It's a surprise. Yeah, tell them from Santa Claus.
wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Come on, they can't hear it. Come on, you guys. All right, here we go. Closer to the mic. Come on. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Have another slug.
We wish you a Merry Christmas. I love you, Sam. Merry Christmas.
Come on, Sam.
Happy New Year.
You've just heard A Christmas Carol, Episode 12 of Flynn, written by Lyal and Barbara Brown. Featured in the cast were Boyd Norman as Flynn, Colleen Winton as Willie Green, and Robert Clothier as Sam. You also heard Suzanne Ristic as Megan, Gregory Smith as Davy, Kim Kondrashov as Eddie, Don Mackay as Steve, Ewan Sudsy Clark as McCann, and Dwight McPhee as Frank. The production assistants are Dagmar Kafanka and Loretta Joyce. The recording engineer, Chris Cuttress, with sound effects by Joe Silva and Daniel Imbo. Music for Flynn is composed by Alan Cranny. The series script consultant is James W. Nichol. Flynn is produced and directed in Vancouver's Studio 3 by Don Kowalchuk. The series executive producer in Toronto is Bill Howell. For the Mystery Project, I'm Bob Boving, thanking you for listening. Hi, gang. Bob Boving here. Welcome to the Mystery Project. And yes, not only are we wrapping up the old year, we're wrapping up our current run as well. The series, of course, is Flynn. It stars Boyd Norman as the Vancouver private eye, and it's written by Lyal and Barbara Brown. And this week, and at this point, I guess it's fair to say that everyone, including Flynn, is overdue for a psychic house cleaning. Join us now for Flynn, Episode 13. Year-end clearance.
To most people, New Year's is a time to party and old lang syne. But this year, Willie and I decided on winter sailing. No, not to revive our flagging sex life. This trip was serious business. A sort of year-end clearance of debts and bad feelings. A chance for Willie and me to get our acts together. You know, confront the big C. Commitment. And find out where we go from here. We didn't realize that within hours, our personal commitment to each other would be sorely tested by a man looking for revenge.
I'll get it, Beth. Hello? Yes, I'm Kurt Lister. You got what I wanted? Hang on, let me write this down. Yeah, sloop. Damage to the bow. Repaired the first week in November. What's his name and owner? Blarney Boy. Owner Michael Flynn, Granville Island Marina. Yes, it could be the one. Very helpful. I'll mail you a check.
Who was it, Kurt?
Wrong number.
But I heard you talking to someone.
Just leave me alone, Beth.
I can't. All those hours down there in the workshop. It's not good for you.
Yeah.
I know it's hard. But we have to make a new start. Kurt?
Yeah, okay. I'll be up in a few minutes. Have to check out something first.
I'll make some fresh coffee.
Yeah, okay. Let's see. West Coast sailing, boat rentals, sloops. Yeah, here we are. The Blarney Boy. Well, Michael Flynn, batten down your hatches. It's payback time.
There. That's the last of it.
Looks like enough food for a week.
Oh, remember the leftover turkey?
Oh, no, that's our New Year's gift to you, Sam. Turkey soup.
Oh, thanks a lot.
You sure you'll be all right?
Oh, I'll be fine.
Okay.
Now, you two just relax and unwind.
Yeah, the weather's supposed to be okay, just a little fog along the coast. Ideal winter sailing.
3 days out of touch with the world. I can't believe it.
Well, that's what you ordered, that's what you get. First-class service aboard the Blarney Boy.
And New Year's Eve at a secret hiding place not even Sam knows about.
Knowing Flynn's taste is probably some little hip-hop night spot in Victoria.
Oh, well,
no, I won't ask. No. You ready to cast off?
Yeah, thanks. And, don't worry about people wanting to lease the Blarney Boy. I recorded a new message on my machine at the office.
Yeah.
Happy New Year, Sam. We'll toast you at midnight.
I'll do the same. Happy New Year to both of you.
Happy New Year!
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Safe trip. No. Greene and Associates.
Sam, this is Kaz.
Well,
You know where Flynn is? It's Coast Guard business.
well, I'm afraid you missed him. Left about 3 hours ago.
You take the boat?
Yeah. Was something wrong?
I don't know for sure. I got a call from this woman I know, victim of a boating accident back in October.
Flynn was in an accident?
No idea, but I think we should speak to her. Her husband's gone off the deep end. She thinks he could be after your man.
Sorry, it's a little difficult for me to get down here. To Kurt's workshop since the accident.
You're doing fine, Mrs. Lister.
I wanted to show you this West Coast Sailing magazine. On that page. The ad.
Oh, Blarney Boy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's Flynn's boat. Leases it out now and then.
See how it's circled in red?
Yeah.
He did that with the others, too.
Others? I don't understand.
Well, Kurt's been harassing sailing boat owners ever since he was hit 2 months ago. He and Mrs. Lister lost their 2 girls.
Oh, yes, that's the story in the paper. I'm terribly sorry.
Kurt's been growing more and more depressed since the accident. Our 2 children. Well, it's hard to get over the idea you'll never see them again.
Yes, I can imagine. That's terrible.
They were approaching active pass in their small motor cruiser one night last October. Some boat came out the dock and just hit them. The Lister children were thrown overboard.
We were all up topside, but I never saw what hit us. Kurt claims it was a sloop. Whoever it was, they didn't stop.
Your girls drowned.
It was dark. Kurt's a good swimmer. He did all he could.
It must have been horrible.
I've come to accept what's happened. To me and even the girls, but it's eating at Kurt. He knows the accident was partly his fault.
Oh, how's that?
The riding lights on our boat. They were malfunctioning that night.
What?
We shouldn't have been out there.
So he's got to find the guy that hit him.
Yeah, but it can't be Flynn. He'd have said something. And he wouldn't have left you in that kind of trouble.
It doesn't matter. Kurt's got to find someone to blame, and when he does, I don't know what he'll do.
Well, you must have some idea, or you wouldn't have called Kaz.
Oh, God, I don't want to get him into trouble. But there was talk around the plant about missing explosives.
I mean, your husband works with explosives.
Underwater salvage. Clearing wreckage, submerged hazards.
You mind if we look around, Mrs. Lister?
Sure. Go ahead.
Thank you.
And look. Hey, look at these bits of electronic cable in the wastebasket and the plastic bag.
Let's see that.
Yeah.
What's wrong?
Mrs. Lister, when did your husband leave the house?
3.5, maybe 4 hours ago.
Was he carrying anything?
A small canvas shoulder bag. Always took it with him on the boat.
Your boat's still tied up at the salvage company dock?
Yes, but Kurt hasn't been near the boat since the accident.
Maybe he has now.
Coming about on the starboard tack. Watch the boom.
Whoa! Hey, that was close.
Sorry.
It'd be nice if you gave the warning before you put her over.
My fault. I'm sorry. I'll remember next time. Isn't it a great day?
Yeah. Incredible. Crisp breeze. We'll be off Timpson Island by late afternoon.
We'll have the whole place to ourselves?
2-bedroom, log cabin, sheltered cove. The whole island. Jeff and Rita spend their summers there.
The Timpsons of Timpson Island.
Yeah, that's right. Well, Jeff's big in real estate. Thought he'd like to own a small chunk of rock.
But you said he leased Blarney Boy. Surely he has a boat of his own.
Oh, yeah, he has. It's a 35-foot cabin cruiser. Rita's pride and joy.
Oh, I get it. Rita's part of the stinkpot Navy. Jeff's the sailor.
Yeah, heart and soul. Well, he's still trying to win Rita over.
What did you do to get on their good side?
What, you mean the cabin? Well, we're friends, that's all.
When we get there, remind me to drink a toast to absent friends.
Here's to Jeff and Rita.
Wherever they are. Watch the booze.
You know, I think you do that on purpose, don't you?
Yeah, Kurt keeps a boat down here. Little cabin cruiser.
That one?
Yeah. Kurt? It's Kaz. You here? Kurt!
No sign of him.
Maybe you cooled off, huh? Went back home?
Well, whatever the case, we've got a breather. Flynn's long gone.
You should be warned anyway. What's its radio frequency?
No, I'm afraid that won't help. His transceiver is in the repair shop.
When will he be back then?
Well, 3 days.
Yeah, well, that should give us time to get a line on Kurt. I'm going to have to get the police involved again. RCMP Forensics can check out the plastic bag and the wire clippings.
Yeah, okay. Anything more I can do?
Yeah. Check Flynn's records, will you?
Okay.
Something might connect him to Kurt Lister. Come on. I'll drop you off on my way to the cop shop.
We're making pretty good time. I thought that jet boat would have passed us by now.
Yeah, he's been there for hours. Speeding up, slowing down, darting this way and flipping back.
He's probably marking loose logs.
What?
Well, a boom lost some floaters north of here a couple of days ago.
So that's what he's doing?
Just a guess. Anyway, here's where we go our separate ways. Timpson Island's just off the shore. There. Here, help me take down the mainsail.
Where's the dock?
On the sheltered side. There's a cove beyond the channel. We'll go in under power.
Oh, my God. Look up on the headland. Oh, that's not a cabin. It's a log house.
Yeah. And it's ours for 3 days.
Oh, look how the sun reflects off that big window. The winter colors across the channel, all smoky blues and grays against that orange sunset. Oh, it's gorgeous.
Yep, New Year's Eve, Tony Onley style. Now that we'd reached our destination, both Willie and I were a little apprehensive. Well, it's one thing to say you're going to work things out. It's another thing to get it done. And we'd spent months avoiding this moment. So it wasn't surprising the discussion of our relationship started on a sour note right after we'd secured the boat.
Oh, damn, I thought you had a hold of it.
It's just glasses.
Oh, but the champagne.
Well, the bottle's okay. We'll use the coffee cups. It won't matter.
I don't know why I'm so nervous. It's not as if it's our first date.
Well, that's true.
I hope it doesn't turn out to be our last. Oh, please, promise me we won't fight.
Come on. Why should we?
The pressure.
Well, there's only so much as we put on ourselves. Like James Taylor sings in The Secret of Life, try not to try too hard.
Oh, easier said than done.
Well, not if we start with something positive.
Well, we get on pretty well most of the time. We work well together. Like the same things.
Yep.
Sex is good. Or it used to be.
So that's the problem?
No, just a symptom.
Symptom.
It's more than that.
Somehow our relationship stalled. We're becalmed like the ancient mariner, going nowhere.
Right. So, what do you want to do?
Why is it always the woman who has to say it?
Well,
it all sounds so manipulative.
Marriage, you mean?
Hey, relax. I'm not asking. But surely the idea has crossed your mind, hasn't it, Flynn? You know, being a husband and a father?
Well, of course. I've thought about it.
Well,
see, I think that's part of the trouble with the world today.
What?
Well, tradition dictates that every man and woman has to parent a new generation. Well, haven't we got enough people already?
So you don't want to be a parent?
I think I'd make a better uncle.
Uncle Mikey. That's all you want out of life? I don't believe this.
Come on, Willie. Look, your biological clock must have snapped a spring. It's making you crazy.
No, Flynn, you're making me crazy.
What?
Because this has to do with getting on with the rest of my life. I'd hoped you'd want to be a part of it.
And baby makes 3.
And that thought terrifies you, doesn't it? Being responsible for another life. Oh, just keep everything light and superficial. That way you'll never have to grow up.
Oh, that's a cheap shot, and you know it, Willie. Look, I don't fit the Fortune 500 mold, and I never will. So stop trying to turn me into something I'm not,
so
okay?
It's business as usual. What you see is what you get.
Well, what's wrong with that? I'm not asking you to change. I care about you regardless of how pushy and opinionated you are.
Oh, that's it. This discussion is over. If you want to be a jackass, you can do it on your own time.
Hey, Flynn! Let's just bring your young lady up to the house. I'll help you with the boxes.
God.
Who the hell is that?
The Timpsons. They're still here.
I thought they must have heard us.
Hey, is there something wrong, Flynn?
It's Willie, I'm afraid. A bit of Mel de Mer.
Thank you very much.
We'll just get some air and join you shortly, okay?
Leave them be, Rita. Fresh air and a walk on old terra firma. That'll do the trick.
Yeah. Well, thanks.
Great.
This is the last time you leave me flying blind, Flynn. Next trip, I want a full itinerary. How does this wretched thing work?
This is Michael Flynn. I'm afraid I'm off for a sail across Georgia Strait and beyond. If you want to book the Blarney Boy in the new year, leave a message.
Georgia Strait, I see. Come on.
Flynn, I picked up the champagne. Oh, and don't forget the coffee. See ya.
Come on.
Jeff Timpson, Flynn. Just wanted you to know everything's okay at the island.
Bullseye. It's an island.
Sam, I got to talk to you.
No, just a minute. Wait.
Rita and I hope everything works out. We'll be gone by the time you get here, so Happy New Year.
Gotcha, Flynn. You're not the only detective around here.
You know where he's gone?
A guy called Jeff Timpson left a message. He's got an island somewhere.
Timpson Island? The guy's a real estate tycoon. He bought the place in the early 80s before the recession.
Okay, so what do? Contact him on the radio?
We can do that from the hovercraft. Come on.
What? The Coast Guard hovercraft? Something's happened. Are Flynn and Willie all right?
The police lab took a quick look at the bag we found at Kurt's place. Traces of plastic explosive.
Oh, my God, he was making a bomb.
They think so. The wires might be part of a timing device. We've got to assume the worst. A patrol car found Kurt's pickup in a side street near the salvage yard. One of the company's jet boats is missing.
The jet boat? Well, he could have caught up to them by now. How fast is the hovercraft?
70 miles an hour in a light chop.
Well, wouldn't a chopper be faster?
Weather's socking in. Don't worry, we'll get there first. Kurt doesn't know where to look.
Yeah.
Come on, what are you doing? We got to get going here.
No, there's one more message on Flynn's machine. Come on.
Sam.
That's all right, Flynn. Your message tells me all I needed to know.
That's him. That's Kurt.
And he knows the general direction Blarney Boy's headed.
There. This'll settle your stomach, Willie. Old family recipe.
You really shouldn't have.
At least we could do, following up your holiday.
I told you we couldn't trust Jonathan to pick us up.
Yeah, well, headstrong boy, our son Jonathan. But he's good with that yacht.
Oh, so he might still get back here tonight?
No, too stormy. He has more sense than that.
Well, I thought I heard something a few minutes ago.
It's a wind through the arbutus clump on the lee of the hill. Sounds like a banshee moaning away. I hate it.
Yeah, close to $1 million I've spent on this place, and she hates it.
Especially in the winter. It's bleak and it's dark. There's a wildness in the sea. It scares me to death.
Oh, come on, Rita. Lay off the eggnog, will you?
We're trying to make the best of an awkward situation here. Isn't that right, Flynn?
Oh, we're happy if you are.
Yeah, that's the spirit. Now, there's plenty of room. The guest suite is very private. You won't even know we're around. And Jonathan will have us out of here before noon tomorrow.
Well, what if he's out there in the dark right now? You shouldn't have put the radio phone away. He might be trying to reach us.
Come on, Rita.
Get it now. I want to speak to my son.
All right, if you insist.
Here, let me help you.
No, that's not necessary.
Oh, no, it's no problem.
Call Sam, Flynn. Tell him what a good time we're having.
Coast Guard to Timpson Island. Coast Guard to Timpson Island. Do you read? Over.
Come on, answer.
The mayor's shut down.
How long before we get there?
Half an hour. It's just across the strait.
Well, keep trying.
Coast Guard to Timpson Island. We have an urgent message from Michael Flynn. Do you read? Over.
There, just stay by the door. The box is on the shelf.
You need a hand with the batteries?
No, I'll pass them to you. This place is a mess. Don't want you to trip over anything.
Ever since we arrived, I'd felt a strange aura of uncertainty around the island. Not just the awkwardness of our situation. That was understandable. But something palpable, like a discharge of ozone after a lightning storm. While I didn't know Jeff and Rita very well, I sensed they were caught up in some kind of nervous anticipation. Even the way Jeff was fidgeting with the tarp covering the boxes.
I'm a pack rat. Never throw anything away.
Sure. What's that metal piece? It looks like some bow railing.
Oh, it's nothing. Here's the battery pack. Well, let's go.
Well, it's the section you replaced off the Blarney Boy. Why keep that?
Oh, just to remind me to watch for snags the next time I go up to Queen's Reach. Hey, thanks, by the way, for letting me have it repaired on the QT. Don't want to upset my insurance company.
But there's paint on the crumpled section.
What the hell's that?
Sounded like a star shell. Come on, someone's in trouble.
Jeff and I found Rita and Willie huddled under an umbrella outside on the ramp to the dock. The last light from a spent star shell illuminated the area.
What's going on?
The man we saw in the jet boat. He's down in the dock. He's got a flare pistol.
Oh, he's probably drunk. Get back to the house. We're perfect targets here.
He's not aiming in this direction. Maybe he's just trying to get our attention.
I can see him now. It's him, Jeff. Kurt Lister.
Yeah.
I'll never forget that face.
Help me get her back in the house. It's a delusion. She hasn't been feeling well.
Kurt Lister, well, wasn't that the man who lost his 2 children in a boat accident last fall?
I was on lookout when we hit. I saw his face.
What?
She's talking nonsense. She read the story in a newspaper. It's become an obsession.
Oh, Flynn, look! Lister's rummaging around in the cockpit on the Blarney Boy. Do something!
Wait a second, Jeff. According to that logbook, he spent that whole trip up at Queen's Reach.
Yeah, that's right. 100 miles from active pass. Now, let's get out of here.
Then if you hit a snag up there, then where did the paint smear come from? You know, on the broken bow railing in your storeroom.
What? You mean Jeff did it?
Well, I'll give odds that paint matches the color on that poor bastard's boat.
Oh, come on.
Stop lying, Jeff. We can't protect Jonathan anymore.
All right. It was an accident. My son was at the helm that night. I was down below sleeping off a few shots of brandy.
Jonathan panicked. He wouldn't turn back.
Visibility was bad. We wouldn't have been able to do anything anyway.
Well, damn it, you could have tried.
Come on, Flynn. I've got your boat.
I'm coming down, Kurt.
But you know my name. Good. Come up where I can see you.
Oh, don't do it, Flynn.
I've got to try to calm him down. I'm coming, Kurt. Put the flare pistol away. I'm not armed.
A little closer.
I could see him better now. A tall, muscular man in storm gear. His reddened, sleepless eyes transfixed me.
That's better. I don't need this thing anymore. Your boat ran into me, Flynn.
I know. I just found out tonight.
What you gonna do about it?
The boat was leased. I'm gonna turn the matter over to the police. I'm very sorry about your children.
I can still hear my little girl's voices. Daddy, Daddy. It was so dark. I swam for hours, but I couldn't reach them.
I'm sorry, man. I really am.
You know the worst thing? The worst thing was they were wearing flotation jackets. They didn't die right away. The current through active pass. They didn't have a chance.
Try to stay calm.
Look, I know you've been through a lot, but we'll get you some help.
I'd kill you, but what good would it do? You weren't even there. But I have to do something to stop the voices in my head.
What are you doing?
Flynn! Get out of here! He's got a bomb!
It happened in seconds. Carrying the bomb, Kurt Lister stepped into the cockpit of the Blarney Boy and disappeared below. I felt Willie pulling me towards the ramp leading from the dock. Then everything evaporated in a ball of fire. I woke up about 20 minutes later in a Coast Guard hovercraft. Beside me, on a separate stretcher, was the motionless form of Willie. Her face was dead white, an ugly purple welt over her right eye.
Oh, she's all right, Flynn. Just a slight concussion. You both had a pretty close call.
What about Kurt Lister?
Gone, along with the Blarney Boy.
And everything I own. Willie.
My head. Sam, where are we?
On a Coast Guard hovercraft. You'll be in hospital shortly. Yeah, I'll tell Kaz you're awake.
You all right, Willie?
I got a champagne headache without the champagne. I guess we missed New Year's.
Yeah. Thanks.
Huh?
For what you did back there.
What are friends for?
Well, it's just the point. I mean, I've been such a jerk. No, I'm beginning to realize I've just been surfboarding through life, just thinking of myself, you know. I mean, just look at Jeff Timpson, trying to protect his son. And Kurt Lister, destroyed by the loss of his girls. Misguided or not, they cared and they stuck to their commitment.
I can't believe my ears. You actually used the C word?
New Year's resolution. Being more sensitive to other people's needs.
Well, let's talk about it tomorrow. Right now, I'd settle for a kiss. What's wrong?
Stretcher's tipping.
Oh, no. Ow. Ow. In your case, the C word stands for what? Clumsy?
Crazy.
Oh, clown.
Cute.
Oh, cuddly.
Comfortable. Curious.
Cohabitant.
Companionable.
Curmudgeon.
You've just heard Year-End Clearance, Episode 13 of Flynn by Lyal and Barbara Brown. Featured in the cast were Boyd Norman as Flynn, with Colleen Winton as Willie Green, and Robert Clothier as Sam. You also heard Alec Willows as Kurt Lister, Wendy Noel as Beth Lister, Dale Wilson as Jeff Timpson, Nikki Cavendish as Rita Timpson, and Duncan Fraser as Kaz. The recording engineer was Chris Cuttress, with sound effects by Joe Silva. The production assistants, Dagmar Kafanka and Loretta Joyce. Music for Flynn was composed by Alan Cranny, and the series script consultant is James W. Nichol. Flynn has been produced and directed in Vancouver by Don Kowalchuk. Our executive producer in Toronto is Bill Howell.